welcome to day 3 of Split 2 of the ALGS. We kicked things off in style last weekend, and I, for one, am excited to see what our teams will be bringing to the table today, starting, of course, with our EMEA region. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I will be your host for today, but I obviously cannot do this alone, and I am very excited to be working alongside two of my favorite people, period. Onset, we'll start with you. How are you feeling about today?
Dude, Lauren, it's great to be back. I gotta be honest, it feels like it's been forever since we casted some Apex. London feels like a lifetime ago. We've obviously been waiting in the wings, watching the last couple of game days and just waiting for our turn to get back on the mic. So can't wait to get started with EMEA today. North America later on. It's gonna be a great day of Apex.
It most certainly will be a great day of Apex, and I'm excited to be here with you. But of course, we need the other half of the dynamic duo, the man himself, Gaskin. Are you excited?
Of course, always looking forward to some Apex action alongside both of you. I think that EMEA is in an interesting spot right now. I mean, Apex Legends in general, a very interesting spot. A lot of new changes that I can't wait to dive into, and I think today is going to be incredible.
All right, now let's talk about what we saw go down last weekend, because we saw both sides of the coin with some of our teams instantly just popping off, stepping up to the plate and having massive performances. And then on the other side, we saw some of our more recognizable names starting off a little bit more quietly. So there's a lot of things for us to talk about here. Let's start off with the teams that did well. Obviously, if we're going to be talking about teams who did well, we can't leave out Fire Beavers, because what's crazy is that we're talking about them after only one performance, which is perfect for them heading into today. And they currently even sit in 4th overall with that single performance, directly below the team that we're going to be talking about next. And that team is 2R1C, a team that came up from the PLQ, and they are looking pretty good right now, something that I know that Dia and Zephyr were very excited to talk about. Now, it was actually important to note that they started off really slow on that first day. They finished in 13th overall, which isn't that great, but then they came back with a vengeance on the second day. 3 wins on day 2, with 2 of those wins being back-to-back to close out the day. So this is a squad that we know everyone is going to be keeping their eyes on throughout the rest of the split. And then, of course, the final team that we have to talk about is going to be Vexed. I mean, Vexed is literally at the top of our table right now. 39 points for the first 2 days. I mean, they struggled a little bit on the first day as well, but not really. They ended up top 6, and that's not bad, but it pales in comparison when you look at their day 2 performance. On day 2, they ended up in 1st, right above 2R1C, and found success on both maps. Onset.
And I'm going to look at sort of the middle of the table at the moment. Game of Drones, very, very interesting performances from them so far. 9th overall at the moment, which sounds pretty good, right? And with one game day under their belt, you would think, yeah, pretty good. But it was the dichotomy of their performance, which was very impressive. Like, they had a terrible start, and then all of a sudden, they went over to day 2, and then they were amazing. So complete change. And then Ascend, kind of a little bit different. Consistency has been the name of their game so far, but no real pop-up performances from them. One thing that kind of stands out to me is the lack of kills that they're picking up on World's Edge in comparison to what they're doing on Storm Point. So certainly some work for Ascend to do as they move forward. Dan, I want to know who you're talking about, my friend.
Well, I guess for me, it's about doom and gloom, right? It's the teams that have had a slow start to Split 2. Aurora, they were one of the best teams in the region during Split 1, but they were sadly unable to attend to playoffs. And their return, you know, it's been highly anticipated. Would they have that same form? They haven't really found it. Perhaps that's down to the huge meta shift that we've seen. In recent ALGS history, you could argue the biggest meta shift we've ever seen. And I think their ability to punish other teams with their aggressive comps is not quite working in this meta. So they need to find something if they are going to return to that hot form and be at the top of the table as they once were in Split 1. Elsewhere, we've got J Lings. Now, they've not yet really found the gelling that they perhaps could have. They are a team who consist of 2 that were previously on Invictus Gaming. You've got JMW, you've got Noises. When I saw this team form, I was drooling at the mouth. I thought this was going to be one of the best teams in the region because of the ability of those 2 players combined with nags of J Lings. However, hasn't gone down that well. And again, when you are trying to learn a new composition, a new team, new rotations, new POI, and a new meta, you can understand why they are a little bit off the pace. That being said, I do think with a team of this consistency, when you look at the players that are across the board and how they fight, they are going to be a team that features at the end of Split 2 playoffs. They're going to be there with their name in lights, Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's lots for us to focus on here today. Let's take a look at our current regular standings so far, as it obviously ties into that discussion that we were just having. Vex, obviously, at the top with a little bit of a point lead here, but the important thing is that all of these teams have set themselves up well for the rest of the split, at least on this first page. Now, Onset, are any of these teams jumping out at you?
I think there's a couple of teams that are certainly going to jump out, and you've got to keep in mind as well that some of the teams who are in this list at the moment have only played one game day. Today, right in front of us is the game day where they kind of level things up a little bit. So I'm looking at Gaming Gladiators. I think Gaming Gladiators have always been a team that we're expecting to do something special from their history, but I'm starting to worry a little bit. They had a consistent day the last time that we saw them, some really good placements, just the execution on end zone wasn't quite there, but I think that some form is starting to come back, and I'm excited to see what they can do moving forward.
Yeah, and then obviously there's also some names on here, Gaston, that we're going to be looking at to hopefully pick it up.
Yeah, I think that Aurora and Jailings are not going to be in the bottom 10 when we get to the end of Split 2. That would be my prediction, and they shouldn't be with the players that they have on those rosters and the experience on those rosters. But with the way the format works and how this split is going down, you can't afford to make mistakes. You can't afford to have too many dull weeks. So they've had their, slow start, but it has to be picked up. Otherwise, they are going to find themselves struggling to catch up with that pack who's starting to take the lead. And there's other teams here, Reply Totem, Le Site de France. I'd be expecting those guys to be pushing for those playoff spots as well. So there's a few little kind of scratches on my head at the moment, but maybe things will change as we move forward.
Now, obviously, you mentioned it earlier on set. There's still one more group that needs to get a second play day on the board, and that's what we're going to be looking at here. Who are we playing, or who are we seeing playing here today? It's going to be groups B versus C. So this is the matchup. The first time that we actually get to see these two groups going up head to head this split. So let's talk about that. Who are we going to be watching for when it comes to this combo?
It's an interesting one, right? There's a lot of teams in here which I would call middle of the pack teams, but there's also a couple of teams who have started running away from things, and I feel like EMEA at the moment is slightly top heavy in some of the performances we've seen and the history of some of the teams with their performances. You look at Pioneers, Alliance, Fire Beavers, they've always been there or thereabout, and I feel like Fire Beavers, you talked about how impressive they were on their first game day. 3 wins in one game day is insane, and I also think they've got a bit of a fire lit under them as well, missing out on that all-important land that they played for. Couldn't unfortunately make it themselves, but that is kind of that fire when we were going to their listen-ins in that first day that they played. You could feel it. You could really, really hear how much those games meant to them, and I think they're going to be super dangerous today.
I'm assuming that you meant those fire puns for Fire Beavers, right?
Yeah. That's
okay,
fine.
just making sure. All right. Well, obviously, we could talk about each and every one of these teams and go far too much into depth, but it's time for us to start narrowing down our focus a little bit here. Let's start talking about the teams that specifically we as individuals want to be keeping our eyes on here today. And Onset, we'll start with you.
Start with me. Okay, let's get into this then. I am going doom and gloom, a little bit like Dan did earlier on, but I'm not going doom and gloom for what I expect to see today. It's what we saw in their first game day. It's Aurora. I mentioned how Fire Beavers should have a fire lit in them. I feel like the same about Aurora, another team who, they were top of the pile when it came to Split 1 when it finished the Pro League, and unfortunately they weren't able to attend that LAN. Now they have those visas cleared, and they're going to be very, very excited to potentially qualify for the next playoffs and really kind of put their foot forward in the way that you would expect. But for a team who only, averaged 2 kills in their first game day, that is not something we expect whatsoever. Alongside an average placement of 11.67, it was a very, very off day. And for a comp who likes to play Edge, a team who likes to play Edge, there's a lot of traffic around it at the moment, and finding those isolated fights is very, very difficult for them. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of adapt and how they progress as these game days go past.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head with Aurora there on set, and I'm going to look at Pioneers. I mean, Pioneers have been on the tip of our tongues and often making us very hungry with the puns about the cooking in the kitchen. They've had some changes. We see Zane coming to the equation now from Jailings. He individually showed a new class, I think, that we were very much not expecting at LAN. Adding on to what is already there with Naski and Serdell, this is a roster who are a real threat in this region. And even though they didn't have the most standout day when it comes to their performance in day number 1, they still finished second place, and a lot of that was down to the victory they had with 12 kills. It was a massive game, and that's what the Pioneers are capable of. Even if they have a last place finish with 0 kills, they can turn into the next game to suddenly become the best team in the lobby, and I think a team that has that ability is always going to be a threat here, Lauren, so we've got to keep an eye on the Pioneers.
I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say that I would be excited to see more emoting out of KCP. But we've mentioned him a few times now. My team to watch is Fire Beavers. I mean, like we've said, we've only seen them play once. And in that one play day, they did insanely well. 3 wins on that first day. 2 of those being back-to-back to close the whole day out. The other one being at the beginning of the day, the very first game of the split. And they get the win with 18 kills. And if we're talking about kills, then we have to talk about the fact that they still have OJ in the top 5 for individual kills with just that single play day. I mean, a phenomenal performance out of Fire Beavers. And I swear to God, we even said this when we were watching the games last weekend, Gaskin. I'm convinced that every single time Fire Beavers finds a rock in that final zone, they are going to get the win. I don't know what it is, but they just happen to love it. But if you didn't hear us talking about your team just now, or if you want to focus on multiple POVs, well, our award-winning multi-view is back for Split 2 of the ALGS. You can go to the command center down below on your page if you're watching right now and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you can follow so that you can watch ALGS your way. Multi-view, make sure you check it out. It's always a fun time. But now it's time for us to start talking about the map rotation. Obviously, we will be starting on World's Edge and doing our first 3 games there before we switch on over to Stormpoint to close the whole day out there. And when we consider that this is the last combination of groups to go up against each other that we haven't gotten a chance to see yet, it could definitely make for some interesting games. And I know it's early in the season, but every single point for these teams is going to count. So I'm excited to see what some of those teams that need to pick it up a little bit, if they're able to do so, or for teams that are at the top manage to stay there, because it is almost time to get all into all of our action for EMEA today. So chat, I hope you are ready. Make sure that you are getting hyped, supporting your teams, because I'm hyped. I'm ready to get this thing going. Hopefully you are too. It's time to send it on over to Onset and Gaskin. Let's kick it off.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Dan, look at us both. We're so excited. We're like kids at Christmas right now. Finally back here on the ALGS and finally getting ready to cast some Apex. But the last time we did it, Dan, the game was a lot different. Let's be completely honest here. Let's be real. One of the biggest meta shifts we've ever seen in Apex Legends. We've had 2 game days to kind of see how the teams are adapting. And to be honest, some teams adapting better than others. And you can see that in the standings so far.
And I think that's something that we've seen historically through Apex Legends anyway. There are some teams who do adjust faster and will have naturally a quicker start to a season or to a split. But then when teams start to catch up, whereabouts do they lie then? Do they still find that same success? Can they still find the same consistency and pick up the points? Or do the other teams surpass them and start to become better at what they're doing, learning maybe what they were doing originally? I think that's what's very interesting when we have meta shifts like this, is you do see teams start to learn from one another and try and better one another at some of those situations.
Well, good news, everybody. No waiting around today. We are getting straight into the action. EMEA is ready to go. The dropship is ready to go as well. And I'm pretty sure that Dan and I are ready to go as well to get into these games. And it's going to be an interesting day for sure. As we say, game days kind of slip away quicker than people expect sometimes. And before you know it, after we're all said and done, we're 3 game days down and there's not too many to come. So World's Edge is where we're going to start for our first 3 maps of the day as we see our teams dropping in for the first time.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see whether we're going to get any sort of battles going down, any contests. It looks like over towards the top right, we're going to have Climatizer. Could be a little bit of a little scrap going down if the teams decide they don't want to share it, often because of where you're going to have the ability to either get a survey beacon or you're going to get a ring locator. You're going to have to choose between whether you want to go for the information or whether you want to take that fight. And already we're going to see we're going to be heading southwest. So the teams down at Thermal, for example, Alliance, going to be delighted with that one. They've got a ring locator to work with as well. So this is going to be good for them. Like, I think that most teams who have got any ability to get a scan and get a circle here, they are going to be able to position themselves quite rightly.
Looking at the contests at the moment, you just mentioned Climatizer. We also see one over at Staging at the moment, but we're going to go over to Climatizer at the moment just to see how this is going to pan out. And I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised, in 3rd game day that we are still seeing these contests going down. We historically see that one team will have success, one team will come out of it with a couple of games with no points. And it's, when you're really scrapping for points and every point does matter. I mean, if you go to the end of the season, you see how close those standings are for the qualification spots. It's always a little bit of a shock for me to see these teams deciding, hey, we don't want to give this up. This is our POI, or maybe thinking, hey, we're still going to contest. We still think we can take this team, as Keller Gaming got some decent armors to start off in this contest.
Yeah, and Keller Gaming also have access to that ring console right next to them as well, so they can get the information first, and then if they want to move quickly away from this fight, they have the ability to do so. The other teams that have those ring consoles, Alliance, Aurora, and GG, they are all within the vicinity of that first circle as well, so they're going to get second circle information, can most likely wait in their drop locations, get third zone information, and then they're going to be in arguably one of the best positions to try and take this game. So they would be my 3 teams to look out for at the moment: GG, Alliance, and Aurora.
Well, interesting to see the SPS have kind of split the loot at the moment with the team across from them, and it looks like both are happier to coexist, and I think that's, with a POI as big as Climatizer is, it's probably the smarter thing to do. Just, give up some of the loot in order to survive and start your rotation. Certainly a more mature approach, I think, to a contest than what we do see sometimes. Another contest that was going down was the one I mentioned a little bit earlier over at staging, and you can see the passion inside of the building at the moment, just trying to play close to each other, because there was a team that was contesting them off of that rip. It looks like nobody has gone down at the moment, so once again, a little bit of respect being shown between the two teams as far as taking the challenge is concerned, if not getting that first knock. But Phoenix Legacy going to have a little look at this one.
And that's one of the reasons why I didn't highlight them when it comes to the teams that have the ring console, right? They are currently being contested. They aren't going to be able to get the info, and they are probably going to be locked in staging for quite some time now, because not only were they being contested, but there's other teams now coming into the area that are also going to have eyes on. Maestro are going to be there. GG also going to have eyes on. But with where the circle's going, they can afford to stay there and survive there for quite some time. They just may be unaware of where exactly that zone's going to go, because they're going to have a very tough time to try and get the ring console under their belt just because of the eyes on.
I'm going to be interested to see if we can get some of that ring information as well, and see where that circle is going to be pulling from that first zone. You could probably suggest it is going to be a staging zone, maybe finishing up on that hill zone, that hill house, excuse me, between Harvester and staging, or maybe pulling a little bit more south. We'll have to see as the game does progress. But Aurora, a great chance for us to just kind of pause for a second here, Dan, and talk about week 1 for Aurora, because it was a very, very interesting week 1 for them, where they barely managed to pick up a kill, let alone points. Not something we expect to see from a team, and I'm going to be honest, not a comp I expected to see at all in the lobbies so far. You have Ash reintroducing herself, you have Wraith reintroducing herself, and then of course you have Seer, because, well, everybody plays Seer.
Yeah, well, I think that it's a composition that maybe is more traditional to their old style, as Pioneers also looking to try and get involved and maybe even ape onto a team here. I think they did get information a team was below them, so KCP looking to potentially take a fight, but I love this. Nasky just making sure, utilize Catalyst to block those doors, lock them in the building, and make them do something if they are going to try and get out.
Yeah, reinforcing those doors from the outside means you control that door. So it's a small thing, but adds up to a bigger thing, a bigger equation when you do get into that fight. That team is now, like you say, Dan, locked inside of that building. The only way that they can leave without exposing themselves by kicking those door downs is through this top balcony door. So Dynasty, even though they're in a great spot, they really are going to struggle to do damage from here now, because they can't command any space in and around them. Pioneers will control this building and will have a little bit more space to play with, and with a charge rifle in the hands of Zane as well, you would expect those blue shields to turn to purples pretty quickly.
However, with Pioneers arriving, Dynasty are probably like, okay, we're in a good spot, right? If there's another team that's arriving here that is looking to try and play these buildings, the likelihood is this is where Circle's going. Dynasty may have that information, we don't know. We know for sure KCP did get that ring console. They did gather info, and that's why they're choosing to Valkyrie in and make sure they hold one of the spots. Now, Aurora, that you were speaking of a little bit earlier, they're going to be running between two teams here, but this is where the Wraith comes in handy. This is why Wraith has been so good now in this new meta. With the changes and the Wraith portal being able to extend far longer than it used to be, those Wraith portal rotations are so much more comfortable that you can make your way into a building, and it looks like they'll slip between these two teams.
Yeah, it makes that traveling through that tunnel a lot safer. You don't have to expose yourself on the high ground. Gaiman Gladiator is probably hoping that they would and be able to get some decent damage down. But I mean, if you're looking at the setup at the moment, and you're looking at the loot that Gaiman Gladiators have managed to pick up, as well as the position, they're in a great spot. 2 purples, you saw all the attachments on that flat line as well, a gold armor. 2 early game is going to be certainly something to be happy about. Speaking of being happy, Horizon's not going to be too happy as it's Alliance who pick up one of the first knocks in the lobby, and no surprise to see its effect.
Well, Fire Beavers now, quite rightly, Glitter pointed these guys out because they have been absolutely insane, and they make sure they get the elimination onto V2 as well. So our first team goes down, 19 squads now remaining. It's taken quite some time for a squad to fall, but it seems somewhat apt that Fire Beavers are the first team to get that wipe, get those kills, and make sure they are the kill leaders. Because if we see the domination that we saw in week 1 here, now in week 3, or sorry, match day 3, there's no reason why Fire Beavers can't get close to solidifying their playoff spot just after a couple of match days. Similar to what we saw from FaZe and how well they performed in the North American region, it does seem like Fire Beavers could certainly be up there.
Yeah, crazy to say, isn't it? You know, after only 2 match days, Fire Beavers putting themselves in a position to book their spot at LAN and really kind of have a bit of a chance to maybe experiment with some different comps, maybe try and really solidify their game plan ahead of when that tournament takes place. But looking at Mirage Etoile at the moment, you can see that E6 are kind of making their rotation very slowly and very traditionally, as E6 like to do. Playing right with their backs to zone, doing a little bit of crafting on the way. Probably just going to get those blue armors up to purples, and that's exactly what they are going to do. You can see Graceful popping his armor into that crafting unit to make sure that he can fight successfully on edge with everything they need to have to make a successful fight. Passion eliminated in the meantime as well, so our first 2 teams are already down, and Passion were one of those teams that were inside a staging we saw a little bit earlier on. So obviously with that zone pulling away and pulling a little bit south, they had a tough decision to make, and the rotation didn't quite work out for them.
And you saw E6's composition there. You've got a Crypto and you've got a Seer. You've got no ability to get any ring consoles. You are purely relying on survey beacons and getting that scan of where other players are. So sometimes that can be to your detriment. Sometimes you can maybe be fooled by where their other teams are and setting up. But of course, sometimes you might just work out where that ring is purely based off of the player information you get from those new look survey beacons. But very interesting looking across the legend selection here. Of course, we have a ton of Seer. 90% of the lobby is running Seer as expected. The 1 Ash is the main difference as Fire Beavers are being griefed as they try and make their way through here. And actually, they are going to make their way out. We've seen rotations like this. We saw this in the first match day on set where Fire Beavers, they got absolutely griefed as they tried to make their rotation. They went back into the zone, then they returned a little bit later, and they still were able to find a victory.
Yeah, it's interesting how Fire Beavers are approaching these lobbies at the moment. We saw when we were watching back the games the other day, you know, Fire Beavers almost make counter rotations sometimes. They land over at Fragment. I'm pretty sure they have the whole of Fragment to themselves in this lobby as well. So if you think they're landing on one of the most central POIs and then they're kind of wrapping out against the traffic, think about where that first fight took place, right? Coming out of Epicenter. And they try and catch teams off guard as they're rotating in or try and loop behind them. And they're not afraid to take a little bit of storm damage to clear one side of the map. So Fire Beavers obviously have their game plan, how they want to approach things. And it's working so far for them. You can't really take anything away from them after performance in week number 1. My question is always looking at the bigger picture, right? Would that work in a finals lobby when we got to a LAN event? That's the question that has to be answered. But at the moment, Fire Beavers doing everything right as far as picking up points in these lobbies.
So Heroes are still making their way in. I would say that often with these circles, one of the biggest indications of where we're going to be finishing is look at the teams who land on the POIs where that circle is pulling. Alliance would be one of my main focuses here because Alliance and Thermal Station, they are 2 names that have gone alongside each other for what seems like an eternity at this point. If Alliance are staying in Thermal Station when they also have the ring console, likelihood is we're going to be heading even further southwest, and I'm not expecting it to pull back up towards staging. However, we have seen some teams make it a wrong decision when it comes to their commitments, and because you are being held out by teams, you're not always going to be able to make those rotations as well. But Heroes, they are going to find themselves at least in the chance to try and push in here. I don't think they're going to be held out, which is okay for now, but my worry is the next zone. Like, they're into zone 1, but zone 2 suddenly becomes a little bit more difficult here in Harvester.
Yeah, it looks like they might have a rotation to make, but it will be an uphill one, like you say, and maybe that Wraith portal is going to be important to that rotation when it does occur, but is it going to be available? Do they have some ulti cells to play with? We'll have to wait and see what's in the backpacks of the other players alongside Heroes FFX here and see if they do have that ability to use that port to get into a position. Maybe it's a case of just, you know, trying to walk this in because they're not too far from that next zone, as I say, and it looks like it actually might be pulling slightly away from Thermal back towards where we originally thought. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this circle does actually pan out. If we could bring up a map overhead to give us a little bit more indication when this zone closes, that will certainly help everyone at home to understand where this zone is going to be pulling. But it's an interesting one, Dan, for sure.
It really is, yeah. I think a lot of these teams are kind of looking at the zone, desperate to know where it is going to be pulling next. Apologies, you can't actually see where the zone is right now, but you can see where the teams are starting to move over towards. A lot have shifted right, which means that you are going to see some people have that ring information. There we go. Now we can actually see where it's going, and it does pull back up towards staging. So I think this is going to be Alliance making a late move. They were holding for as long as they could in thermal because of the likes of KCP and Dynasty that you see there. They are kind of waiting and were probably holding them out, but then when you get over the top of them, you can make a move and you can make your changes. So we're going to be pulling a little bit more towards the bridge side. Those who were in Harvest are going to be very happy with that pull indeed.
They certainly are, and that's the building I think everyone's going to want to take hold of. You can see Fire Beavers using the Valkyrie to redeploy. They had to come out of zone, of course, which is why you're seeing them taking a little bit of damage to those the white meds having to be popped. And Ojiri's trying to take a few angles here just to make sure his teammates can get healthy, and that's such a smart thing to do as a teammate. If you know that your teammates are weak and you've got some shields and you've got the most HP on your team, you've got to be the one to just get information, to hold out, to make sure that nobody is going to be making some plays on you. But the problem with the train carts is there's so many angles to be played from. You've got to hold out all of staging. You've got to hold out teams coming through this tunnel with that port going down as well. That's certainly alerting 9impulse to what might be going down in a few moments time. But I've got to say, it's a really smart rotation coming in from Fire Beavers to find that spot, to find it free and hit that Valkyrie ult right into where that zone is going to be going. Really, really good play from them.
So only 2 teams wiped out at the moment, V2 and Passion. However, 18 squads remaining, Zone 3 turning into 4 in 40 seconds. I imagine those 18 squads are going to start to deplete very fast, because now we've got this situation where a lot of these teams who still haven't made their way into Zone have got to go for either a desperate attempt, or they're going to have to take a fight to maybe try and steal one of those positions away from someone. Aurora are one of those teams, and they are a little bit unsure at the moment whether they want to go around the train tracks or through, but it looks like they are going to have their hand forced. They're going to have to take this fight to train station. Are they going to be able to use the portal? No, they don't have the portal right now, so this could be tough for Aurora.
They might be able to use the rift though from Ash if they have to force their way into zone a little bit later on. I have to see how this plays out. It's a very interesting rotation. I think Aurora wanted to try and wrap behind that team and just pick up some KP, but they were just being held out. The team was too aware to it, and the longer this game goes on now for Aurora, the less damage that they are able to do in this next minute and a half. It's a worry, because they're trying to force their way into zones with blue shields, and usually when you've got teams that have already been doing a little bit of damage, holding down that zone, you're going to be coming up against purples, maybe even a few reds at this point. But in the kill feed, look who it is once more. It's Fire Beavers again, and it's Maestro who are on the receiving end.
Still 18 squads though, so still teams getting away and ratting out just to make sure they try and get those placement points, because we know how important they are. Just to go back to Ash for a moment as well, I think it's a really interesting legend selection that Ash is going to be involved, especially now that you have the survey beacons doing essentially what Ash always did with the death boxes. It takes away a little bit of the uniqueness, but Pioneers just getting eliminated. Their rotation didn't work out. There were far too many teams that were looking at them, so we're going to be down to now 17 squads. But remember, a lot of those 17 squads have already lost some players, so I would say we have, what, maybe 13 or 14 healthy teams right now.
I got a big smile on my face, Dan. You know why?
Why?
First game of Pro League cast this year. Cool zone perfectly. I love it. That's why I tell you where to go when we play ranked.
Is this why I listen? There's not many people I listen to, but I mean, I will always trust your judgment.
You can ask any IGL in the world. You call zone or first zone and it's perfect. Yeah, puts a smile in your face. Anyway, at the moment, one team who are in a great position and right in the middle of that zone, holding down that building I mentioned a little bit ago, are going to be GG, Gaming Gladiators. Dynasty trying to force their way in, and this is the difficulty, pulling away from Thermal. All these teams now holding down the chokes. Gaming Gladiators here as well on the outside of it, trying to do a little bit of damage, and they're kind of overextending through this choke at the moment, trying to pick up a few KP as they hold down zone 2.
KP is the game. But whether they can actually get it here is going to be a real question. You can see Aurora now just getting eliminated in the kill feed as well, so their rotation was too tough, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you said Aurora were looking to try and third. Aurora were looking to try and get that KP, but they were forced away, and then they were forced into a situation they weren't comfortable with, and I think that explains Aurora's season so far, is they've not been able to find the same aggressive tactics that worked in the previous split. It's not happening for them now. Speaking of aggression, Gaming Gladiators, they want to try and push up on this team, but of course, there's Watson fences there that might just hold them back.
Only got us 15 seconds or so to make this play, though, so Leogri's going to have to stay healthy, and you can see the meds are starting to deplete a little bit as well, even though he's got the gold armor, and the shield is obviously going to be doubled up with that shield cell. Hardeki taking damage as well is going to make this really, really tough, this push. This off angle is going to be horrible to play with. The Watson fences just slow the fight down, and you can see the zone is starting to close behind them as well. So Diamond Gladiators looking for damage, managed to get a little bit themselves, but Hardeki's got to be so careful. You can see he's only got syringes to play with, doesn't have a med kit, and Leogri's going to go down. This is GG having their hand forced at the moment. Eternal doing a great job to hold down this choke.
Eternal holding them, and then GG getting grief from behind, and this is the problem when you go for one of these late rotations. You can try and force yourself through one of these chokes. That now we've got such apparent defensive legends that are going to be in the meta. You are going to be greeted by the likes of Watson fences or Catalyst with some Dark Veils. There is always going to be something, as now it's the same here. Another choke. It's Heroes this time to get eliminated as J-Lings will hold on, and Watson very present in the lobby today.
GG out. Saw Fire Beavers eliminated as well. Aurora, we mentioned, they've gone as well. And J-Lings, I watched their rotations on World's Edge from that first game day. They were not pretty. This time they're looking a lot better. Nightmare Esports trying to hold down this high ground, but just being harassed by all sorts of artillery coming in, whether it's grenades, whether it's smokes, whatever it is causing problems for them at the moment. And they're going to have to leave with J-Lings below them. And the question is, who is going to win this rotation out of this Harvester building?
Alliance were also eliminated just before we went into that third-person overview. I think they would have been a little bit frustrated with that ring pull, considering they had dropped down to thermal and maybe not made a move a little bit earlier on. But J-Ling's looking to try and make a move, and they will. Nags is going to initiate it here. They've got the Digi threat, they've got the smokes, and it looks like they're going to be smoking this team above them.
Yeah, we can't see anything, but Nags certainly can with that Digi threat. He's just shredding through them at the moment. Nightmare Esports get eliminated immediately, and it's a perfect time to go to a listening, so let's jump into the comms of J-Lings.
Yeah. We might want to drop back down.
I need to loot really bad.
Yeah.
Do you need bats or anything? No, I'm looting around. Can we go below? Can we flip?
We're going to walk into Ravine. Yeah, I'm dropping down low ground, okay?
Wait. Hey, don't close it.
Jay, you got to come down.
I need to come.
Yeah, come. I open for you.
Guys, I think we have to fire Ravine, okay?
Yeah, we do.
Guys, bats.
Bats here too.
Yes. I'm taking bats.
Any light ammo for me?
Yes, light.
No, they're in this corner, you see, where they just stand?
Yeah, just chill. We have time.
I see it.
We have
need
time.
to repeat this, guys, okay?
Yes, I know.
Tell me when you're opening it.
Well, can we swing left?
now?
Swing left. You ready? Wait, break that. We're going to swing for this rock on the left. You ready? I'm going.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm buying. I'm burning one. But safe on me, Val. Take it slow. Time. Step by step.
Power button.
Yeah, I have no zero.
Cure him if you can.
No, I can't. We can always climb up, maybe. Wait.
Yeah?
Yes.
On me. On me is good.
Okay, I'm listening to you. I'm with you.
I'm taking it slow.
They're right below me.
I know, Jay. Wait. We can walk up to this rock and just play the zone.
Yeah, we can play the rock on this rock.
Drop in the jet now.
Break that rock. Careful.
Wait, hold on left.
Run Polo.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm just vibing.
We need to watch left. Scan left.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to break the stroke. Give me a second.
I need southern bats. Guys. Southern bats.
Bats here. And cells.
I'm low.
It's the...
Where?
Dropping
There's 14 behind this. They're dropping low ground.
We might have to join that.
Yeah, we should. I think we do. Yeah, let's join it. I'm nading.
Just be careful.
Go.
Drop. I shot one.
It's all you, Cam.
130 on him. No.
Oh, nice try, man.
Yes.
Well, that was our listening presented by WD Black, and I tell you what, it was pretty hectic, but it was pretty effective at times for J-Lings, but just a little bit of miscomms it felt in those last moments, Dan. The call to drop came in a little bit late. They seem to have a good position up on that high ground, and a little bit of, as I say, questioning maybe if the call, not following the call, cost them their lives.
Yeah, I think maybe chemistry just, again, something they're going to be working on as they form a new squad here. But, you know, you can see the difference. There's a couple of players who wanted to look for the kills, a couple of players who wanted to play for the zone, and often that can be the difference for whether you get eliminated or not. But now we are down to just 4 squads in this circle. So Horizon are holding this middle dead center, and they are going to be in quite a fantastic spot for now. But they're also going to have a lot of eyes on them. You can see the team down to their left, Bambino and co are going to be on the low ground, so they're going to have to push up at some point, which could make it very difficult. And now you can see making the move, Sab's draft and Imp, and it looks like they want to try and take this position off of Horizon, or at least get on top of them.
Trying to fence them in at the moment. It's really, really smart play as well. I wonder if they're controlling their own doors at the moment, the team that's inside, or if there's Catalyst reinforcement coming in from another team, which means they're kind of trapped for now. Phoenix Legacy make the move for the high ground. Alpha Draft with the R99. He's got the R400 combo with the 301 in the back pocket as well. Certainly completely looted, booted, and suited to do some big damage in these final moments. Going to make sure those piercing spikes don't cause them any problems in those final moments. But it's all about waiting, Dan, in these moments. Waiting for that first knock. Who is going to be the player and the team that has to make the play? At the moment on the outside, it's looking like Alpha Draft knows he has to make a play. They can't hold this angle for too long due to that team kind of LOSing them on the low ground. And at the moment, Horizon just waiting for the damage to be done.
Really surprised Phoenix Legacy did not take the height here. This would have been fantastic for them had they have done so. Instead, they tried to play a little bit more of a safer route, but they're still okay for now because they've got the gen down. The Dark Veil also out to give them the cover and the smokes. Visuals are everything right now. Is there going to be any seer ults would be my biggest question. If you've got a seer here, this could be the game-winning ultimate for you because you're going to get all of that info, all of those wall hacks, and be able to see through everything that's cluttering your visuals right now.
When's that wall going to go down, though? It should be going down in just a few moments' time. Eternal trying to work their way up slowly, carefully, step by step, toe by toe. They're going to have to tank some damage, though, and Alpha Draft does come back out to get that first knock, and now the engagement is starting to go down. Phoenix Legacy wipe Eternal, but can they get the reset? No, they can't. Horizon managed to hold that building for just long enough to jump out at the right time. They were the jump scare, and they will be the champions at the end of game number 1.
Horizon also the only team to have a seer in that final 3 as well, and they did perfectly hold that building, waited for the right moment. I think it's a shame for Phoenix Legacy that they didn't play the high ground. Maybe they were forced down low by Horizon in the middle. If they were, then even more credit to Horizon because that's very difficult to do from within a building to scare a team from going on top of you. But I also think that Phoenix Legacy didn't really know where the third team was, and they feared if they had gone onto the high ground, they would have been a little bit too vulnerable, so they had to play the safer route. But credit to Horizon. They got into that building nice and early. They called the rotation. They got the zone, and they get the victory for it.
Perfect job holding down that final building, like I mentioned. And someone I want to hear the opinion of course, is going to be Glitter Explosion. Lauren, come back and join us, please, because game number 1 is done and dusted. And I got to say, it was a very interesting one, for sure.
That was a great way to kick today off, let me tell you. I mean, that had all of the action we were hoping for, and we even saw a little bit of a resurgence from the teams that we talked about needing to pick up their gameplay a little bit, specifically talking about J-Lings. I mean, Mark, for now, we're going to send you away so that you can get a break. I'm going to bring Gaskin back in so that we can talk about all of this post-match breakdown stuff because we got to go through this, okay? It started off a little bit slow, but I think once everybody figured out where the zone was going to go, it all just kicked off.
Yeah, I think that a lot of teams had, the initial ring console and they knew where the circle was kind of going, but then it was that shift away from thermal and back up towards staging, and there was then an element of panic from a lot of these teams who hadn't predicted that, who maybe didn't even have the information as well. They suddenly had to try and make their way, whether it was via Valkyrie Ultimate or whether it was via a Wraith portal, but there were so many teams who just got absolutely shafted when they tried to make their way through some of these zones, because it was so tough. The amount of choke points that were being held, we had Watson fences everywhere. Watson, by the way, more prevalent than I think we've seen in quite some time in certainly the zones we were watching. And there was, only 3 Watsons that featured, but how many times did we go into a POV and there was a Watson causing an issue? It was a big problem for a lot of these teams today.
I mean, we even saw that below J-Lings when we were watching their fights. They were these are the fences right here, right before they decided to push out. And honestly, they played that entire endgame almost perfectly. We heard you guys talking about it. It was the decision to drop down low that really kind of ended up being their downfall, going down to bit fix, but overall still looking very strong on the day.
Extremely strong, and I think that we're going to be now seeing teams look at some of these compositions that have found success, look at these circles that have been where we finished, and I know that you can always look back at games and say, oh, I wish we had this legend or that legend, but with what Watson just did in these final circles in these games was very impressive. But that being said, Horizon did not feature the Watson, and it was very important that they had that seer. You might have heard me at the end of the game, I was saying whoever has the seer here should be winning the game because you get so much information. You are at such a disadvantage with the amount of visual clutter in the game right now if you do not have a seer. A seer counters a seer, and seer also counters a catalyst in a way. So you almost need one if you are going to be in those final zones.
All right, well, speaking of the final zone, let's take a look back at it. Walk us through how this all went down.
So I thought there was 4 teams. I think there was only 3 at the time. Phoenix Legacy came from the high ground, and I thought they were going to be able to get on top of Horizon. But what Horizon somehow did was force Phoenix Legacy underneath this building here and made them in a very awkward position where they were probably going to have to int the third team that is down on the low ground. You had the Dark Veils up, you had the smokes out, so everyone had to just kind of wait for those to dissipate. The timers on them can be quite long, but once they have gone, you can then start to just get involved in the scraps. And you could see that's what Phoenix Legacy were doing. They were just biding their time. time, waiting for Dark Veil to go down, and as soon as it did go down, they jumped on Eternal. They knew full well they couldn't be the team that was in between the sandwich, so instead they got involved in the fight, they did as much damage as possible, and tried to at least pull out second place. And you can see they did get that second place. Eternal got wiped, but we didn't see the POV from Horizon, but I guess we didn't really need to, because for them it was just a matter of waiting, holding on to the building, holding on to the cover they had, which often usually will result in a victory.
And in a victory, I mean, 19-point victory, not too shabby to start off the day for Horizon Union, considering this is now their second play day, so they're starting off really strong, getting themselves some points on the board, but pretty evenly distributed kills here. I mean, 7, 8, 7, even farther down, Jailings with the 6, Kella with 5. This was a great start for a lot of these squads, trying to set themselves up well for the rest of the day. And then you can see that even the ones that didn't necessarily have all the kills at least got some placement points on the board. They're specifically looking at Bitfix Gaming.
I think it's crazy that in that final... we had 18 seers in the lobby, and in that final 3, 2 of the teams did not have a seer. So I think that is very impressive that 2 of our Wattson teams were able to get into that final circle, and we saw how Wattson was very useful as well. But if we look at the teams that were a little bit lower down the leaderboard, of course, we saw the likes of V2, Passion, Pioneers eliminated very early. Aurora still not finding maybe that form that we have hoped would return from the split 1. We saw their rotations, we saw what they were trying to do, but they just got caught out a little bit and were forced their hand. They had to try and make a different kind of approach. As for Fire Beavers, I mean, they still got the kills, right? They still got 5 KP, but they didn't get into the latter stages of this game, so they also got caught out. They were forced back into the zone. They went for one of their counter rotations that Onset was speaking of, but on this occasion, they weren't able to successfully get back into that zone.
Yeah, definitely a strong start for some of these teams and a little bit of a slower start for some of the stronger teams we might have anticipated kicking things off, but there's still tons of time left on the day. That's only the first game of 6 that we have here today, so that means it's time for us to send it to a short break, and when we return, we'll be getting straight into game number 2.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of Split 2 of the ALGS EMEA region. We just had game number 1 go down, and it was Horizon Union that came out on top. Phenomenal performance for them, but we are instantly getting straight into match number 2. I'll be joining you for a little bit here. Gaskin will Onset take the break. Hopefully, you know, I'll do my best to live up to Onset.
It's not that tough to be better than Onset, so it's okay. He doesn't set a very high bar. He needs the rest. He's getting old nowadays, and we need to make sure that he's okay. We can tuck him in a little bit later after NA, but already the teams have dropped onto the map, and we are going to see the zone is going to be heading northwest here. So this is going to be an entirely different kettle of fish, a very different team orientation. It's going to be a lot of rotations that aren't necessarily going to work out for some of these teams on the southern side. Ring consoles, very important here as well. Who's got them? Jailings have got one to work with as well. They made a good rotation last time. We're also going to see one to work with on the side of Alliance. They also have a survey beacon, so they're going to get not just ring information, but player information. And as I look across Legend selection, Glitter, we're going to again see some off-meta picks. I see a Caustic, I see a Mad Maggie, I see 2 Ramparts and 2 Cryptos. We're not going to see the Ash this time, but certainly some teams and some players are trying something a little bit different, as already we've got a contest.
Seems like we've got Passion here looking like they want to get into a little bit of engagement. We have talked about it in the past, but the Catalyst's ability here to defensively kind of hold these positions is massive for some of these teams. But Passion doesn't want to have to worry about any of that. Instantly the action getting taken to them by Maestro. Both teams getting very low. Passion losing 1. Maestro able to hold on with their Catalyst here and fending them off this POI. This could be a massive start for Maestro.
Biggest question for me, are we going to see the likes of KCP or Aurora try and get involved in thirdness? This is why Maestro desperate to just finish this fight, complete it quickly, so then they can claim all of the loot, claim all of the bounties from winning this one. But it looks like it is going to be a full-on retreat from the final member of Passion. Also, flatline from a distance, never fun without any scope on the iron sight. It's not going to work out. But at least Maestro win, they get ring information, and they are going to now be able to just loot up and try and do what they can as they move forward. But as for Passion, that's one of the frustrating things here, Lauren, when you are just contesting anyone on this map. It's a 50-50, right? If you lose it this early on, then you just have to sit back, you have to watch, and you start kicking yourselves. But the good sign is at least one player still alive, and maybe they can rescue a few placement points.
Hopefully they'll be able to at least find some place for them to hold and get some more points on the board. It's definitely less than ideal for them to start off the day this way, but now Maestro able to keep themselves here comfortably. And as we're looking at the zone, I'm not gonna lie, would I be a little bit biased in saying that I'm hoping KCP gets themselves set up well enough to maybe emote another team? Yes, that's what I want to happen.
Yeah, because we saw this happen, on day 1, didn't we? Where KCP had a Lava Fisher drop, and it pulled very heavily towards Lava Fisher. They do have Ring Console as well on the left-hand side, so they will know whether it's going Lava Fisher or whether this might be something like a Countdown or even a Skyhook. But as we see teams are starting to move away from Skyhook, I would suggest that you are right. Maybe we are going to be going a little bit further west here. BFG are going to be there alongside KCP. 0-0 from Passion is making his way up, that last remaining player. If he can just kind of find a place to live and to hide, maybe there could be a placement point or 2 that he could pick up on. But the teams that are gonna struggle and that are gonna be rotating, like look down in the southeast, you've got all these teams down towards Lava City and Lava Siphon that are gonna then have to not only make a long way across the map, but probably have to fight with each other when they get to some of these choke points, especially if you come across some of these Watson teams that we see in the lobby.
Heavy magazine.
We're on board with Dynasty here for a little bit, watching them getting themselves looted up. Everybody at least on blues for now as they're making their rotation into the zone. I also did notice when we were watching, Maestro had already made their way trying to chase down that solo on the map. I think that they were coming up a little bit closer to 0-0, so we'll have to see if he's able to find that safety spot like you were talking about and at least keep himself out of their clutches for now, as Dynasty heads on over to try and give themselves a little bit more information right over by the Mirage à Trois, and they end up running into Maestro because of it.
You can see there at the top of your screen the match day pick rates as well that we've seen so far today. I mean, Sia 90%, very prevalent. Not as prevalent in match number 2 though, I will say. Only 15 squads have picked him in match number 2 here. So that means there has been a few teams that have diverted away a little bit. We're starting to see more Valkyrie though come into the equation. Maybe teams noticing that this lobby does have a little bit of vulnerability when it comes to those late game rotations and just going over the top of them and taking advantage of it. I'm really interested to see where the Caustic is and whether that is going to be part of the endgame circle here, because one Caustic can ruin everyone's day, that's for sure.
Now it looks like Fire Beavers getting a little bit aggressive here up against Gaming Gladiators, able to get one of those knocks. And this aggression is something that we even talked about when I was highlighting them as my team to watch. I mean, they started off the split with an 18-kill game. That's something that they're comfortable with. And now you can see Gaming Gladiators' perspective here. They're now down 1, trying to figure out how they want to handle this situation because Fire Beavers has just completely pushed them off of that.
Passion also finally eliminated, so down to 19. But you're right, I mean, Fire Beaver's a very aggressive squad, but they're going up against Gaming Gladiators, a team that we would always credit for being aggressive and amazing in 3v3 fights as well. I would back Hardeki, Leogri, and Artiko in any engagement, but it seems like they were caught on their rotation by a very well-equipped Fire Beavers. They've got all purples, they've got all the weapons they could ask for. Nemesis R9 for Taskmaster. I mean, if you give Taskmaster a Nemesis, I think the whole lobby should be terrified, because we've seen the amount of damage that he outputs, especially with a gun like the Nemesis, which, as we know, is very powerful since it's been added. So I think that the Fire Beavers are continue to look to be aggressive. They're going to continue to look for that KP. I don't think they need to necessarily change to be a zone-heavy team, especially with a composition like this. They can afford to use that bang to rotate late alongside the Valkyrie, and they can pick up some of this KP.
Looks like Fire Beavers are trying to give themselves a little bit of a position here, get some high ground so they can maybe scout out the area around them and figure out if there is any more teams that they could catch on a rotation through and get some more KP, at least some unsuspecting KP as they check those chokes behind them. And this is a really good opportunity for them to kind of push these aggressive fights. I mean, they put themselves in such a solid spot already points-wise, we talked about this, that they do have a little bit more freedom when it comes to their play style. If they want to be a little bit risky today, they did so well the first time around that that's okay.
Yeah, I think that once you've had so many points in week number 1, I mean, we spoke to Hodzik yesterday, and most teams will have an idea of how many points roughly throughout this split they're going to need to get to playoffs. And if you are edging on nearing that number that you've given yourself in your head, then it means you can be a little bit more free with how you want to approach the game. And if your approach is generally an aggressive one, then boy, you're going to stick to it, right? You're not going to try and divert away from that. The problem is when you are very far away from that points total you have in your head, and you start to overthink things, and you start to maybe change that strategy you might have. As for the Fire Beavers here, it looks like they are going to be making their way through Skyhook, because a lot of the teams now have moved away from Skyhook and into Countdown, but now the late rotators are all moving in the same areas, so Fire Beavers are not the only ones trying to move through Skyhook. That's why they are being contested at the moment. That's why they're taking this fight, but they utilize their weapons just to force the team away, and now they can move in a separate direction.
And I don't think that their path past that one squad will be too difficult making their way through Skyhook. Like you were saying, everybody's already kind of shifted over towards Countdown. And we even saw earlier, we saw those Watson fences that were already set up. A lot of the teams had already found where they want to hold for the time being. So it's going to be very congested over there on that side of the map, meaning that now that they've made it past that one squad who was a little bit gatekeeping in that area, they should be good to continue pushing through.
Yeah, should be. And I think there's a lot of teams that should be good as well, but it can all change very quickly when a team comes out of nowhere, or suddenly a Valkyrie skyward dive comes into the equation and really can change things up for you. But in these next 50 seconds, there's going to be a lot of teams that are trying to force their way into zone. KCP still firmly staying put here at Lava Fisher. This could be a direct replication of what we saw in game number 2 of match day 1, where KCP held this building for the entire game after dropping here, and then they just moved up onto that hill just north of them where that RV truck was, and they won the game because of it. And as you said, they were emoting on teams because they were having that much fun, as V2 were eliminated earlier on and they won a little scrap here.
Ooh, and they end up taking out SPS, only getting one player knocked, able to get a quick reset as well because they don't have to worry about too many people in their vicinity. This was a very, very quick fight for V2 and getting some quick points on the board for themselves and not even having to draw too much attention. Massive. And
we haven't really spoke about V2 much at the start of this split, but I do think that they are an incredible 3v3 engagement team, and I was disappointed that they were eliminated so quickly in match number 1 here, but at least they've been able to find a little bit more form in match number 2, and maybe that can be a little bit of momentum that they needed. Also, looking across the legend selection, I know I mentioned that Caustic. It's actually Aurora who are running the Caustic. They're running Caustic, Wraith, and Bang. Again, they're just going for the off-meta picks. They're trying to find something a little bit different to work. It's a big risk from them, but we'll see whether it pays off going into this one as Nightmare Esports make their Valkyrie rotation.
It's going to be a little bit rough for them to try to find a safe space here, considering how many squads have already claimed their area. And as I say that, you've got 7 taking a lot of damage in the air, down to just Flesh, but somehow still makes it out alive, able to get a bat off here and get themselves a little bit healthier. Also get some high ground to figure out where the rest of the teams around them are. Surprised that they didn't end up losing the Valk, though.
Always the fear when you are at the whim of your Valkyrie. And you just hope they're not going to get taken down, so you also get shot down at the same time when you're taking off. But with the changes, we've seen a little bit less Valkyrie, that's for sure, because of course you take far longer now than you used to take off, and it just means you're so vulnerable to being shot down. But once you're up in the air, usually things are okay. But this is going to be the biggest moment of the match when we see this next zone shift. Is it going to pull towards Lava Fisher, or is it going to be Countdown? If it's Lava Fisher, it's good news. If it's Countdown, it could be bad news for those teams who have predicted early. Looks like it is going to be more Countdown situated. So teams like GG and Aurora, this is great news, especially when you consider I've just spoken about Aurora running a caustic. They're going to be in a spot to lock down one of those buildings in Countdown and make life a living hell for the rest of the lobby.
Fire Beavers is actually going to be one of those teams that I believe has to push through GG if they want to get in somewhere safe and find themselves a little bit of real estate to hold down. So they're going to have to decide which direction or exactly how they want to push their way into Countdown, because like we'd mentioned earlier, there were already so many teams set up with Watson fences in the area, but it looks like some of that space has opened up as we see OJ able to at least move inside. Did take a little bit of damage for it, but will easily be able to heal that up. And Fire Beavers somehow able to skate right past GG.
Yeah, I think just because GG were forced back into the building and GG were very reluctant there to poke out and try and do some damage at fear of just all the other teams that are in the area, it meant that Fire Beavers were successfully able to just walk on in comfortably and find a spot. It's not going to be a game-winning spot from where they are right now, but Pioneers, they're in a little bit of trouble and they're going to be taking this fight.
I believe that they're actually going up against E6 right now. Some nice shield cracks coming in from Pioneers. So let's jump on in with their comms and see what they've got to say.
Can we get out of the shield?
Right now.
They're swinging me.
They smoked me off.
They cracked me. I'm popping a bat.
Yeah,
I'm with you, Dal.
Yeah,
I'm playing in
There's one
the
on the
middle.
right
I'm playing in the
side.
middle. They have no more juice left.
Yeah.
One at the car, left side.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't have wall now. I've got a wall in the middle and we push right, push right.
Nice.
Okay.
Push right, push right.
Yep. Coming through your wall.
Kill that guy.
I stunned two, and I cracked another.
Kill that guy.
One.
Zero,
Sear
one.
launch, sear knock. Careful 3P now.
Running, he's running. Kill this guy.
Careful 3P, 3P,
I'm
careful 3P.
Yeah.
I'm behind you,
Stay on
saying
me.
in ass.
Yeah. Sears, in front of me, the crypto. Maybe low ground.
Come back. Maybe Saint, Del, come here and scan.
Yeah, I'm coming.
It's
He's
his
in
drone.
drone.
Don't let him get banners.
The absolute decimation with those nades on behalf of KCP, completely taking out E6. And as that's happening, there's another engagement. Dynasty, who had been holding this building, now fighting Heroes. Maestro's getting in on this. I mean, we knew this was all about to kick off as soon as the zone shrank down, but things are starting to get really hectic.
I also love the call of they're out of juice. Once you've depleted the abilities from your enemies, that's when you need to take advantage of it. That's when you need to get aggressive. As now Dynasty will make the skyward dive and try and get over all of these teams that are in Lava Fisher, but there is not going to be much room to play. It looks like just on this left-hand side they can take a building, but we know KCP are on the other side of it, so Dynasty might be out of the frying pan and into the fire here.
Some serious charge rifle damage coming through there as well, but they somehow land in the middle of everyone without losing too much for it. Now looking down on Fire Beavers, seeing how this position is going to be playing out for them. Seems like they now have more teams around them and that they're trying to figure out which one they want to push. Heroes does go down in the kill feed as well, as I believe Nightmare, I think, is below Fire Beavers, so they're going to have to choose if they want to go for GG over on their right. Nightmare below them. They know that they're a little bit surrounded. They're going to have to push soon.
And just looking at the map overhead here, we can see where the circle's going to be pulling, so we start to go a little bit more north. So you were mentioning GG earlier as like gatekeepers. They found one of the most solid positions in the game right now, but I'm also keeping an eye on that fight on the northern side. Jailings going up against V2. The winner of that will have the entirety of that northern zone, so that could be a massive fight for whoever's able to win that engagement.
Countdown still getting a little bit hectic, but you asked for it. Here's the fight right as it ends. And it looks like Jailings securing that spot for themselves. And now they have no one that they have to worry about in that vicinity. Massive for Jailings.
Huge for them as Pioneers now are going to be getting involved. Is this Dynasty that we're here? It is going to be Dynasty. They moved here earlier, as I said, out of the frying pan into the fire, and the Pioneers, they have the kitchen analogies at the ready. So they're going to well and truly be full sending this one. They want to take the fight.
The confidence on KCP right now, and the way that they work as as a trio is just so impressive. They are just pushing in and completely wiping out Dynasty, not allowing anybody to hold an area that they have deemed their own, hunting down the last remaining player as Dynasty goes down. Pioneers still up. Zane knocked, but getting reset, and they'll be able to heal everything up. I mean, they own this POI.
They own it at the moment, but I'm a little bit worried about where they go. It's going to have to be a Valkyrie ultimate, surely, a Skyward Dive just to get out, because Zone is going to be closing. There are other teams that are also in the area that have already got out. So where did KCP go would be my biggest question. It was Maestro that dived first. Now KCP start to move. Phoenix are just going to have to walk up. It doesn't look like they are going to be thinking about the Skyward Dive just yet, but if they do think about it, if Imp goes for it, they're going to be the last team to get up into the sky. Okay, the last team to arrive sometimes can be the worst place to be, because all the positions are going to be taken, and they are taking so much damage from this zone.
I was wondering if they were going to go for it or not, because it did take them a long time to make that decision. Somehow they're able to find a safe place to land. They will instantly need to heal up. Hopefully they have a little bit of cover to do so, but I have to say that it does not seem like that is the case as Imp goes down. I mean, you've got, what, 2 health on... okay, Sabs is low. Alpha Draft is going to have to heal up here. This is going to be rough, because now this is down to the gatekeeping that we were talking about. Everyone who's been holding this area is not going to let them push in. GG had the cover, and they knew that they were coming in, and after the damage they'd taken on that Skyward Dive, there was just no hope for Phoenix Legacy after that, and they do go down.
Yeah, they landed between J-Lings and GG, which is not a position that anyone would want to be in, as now J-Lings still own that northern zone. But the circle is going to be pulling now northwest over towards the rock areas, which I think Horizon are currently holding right now. Remember, Horizon won game number 1, and they had one of the best positions. Here's Aurora, here's the Caustic that we were talking about, and here is the nuisance that is Caustic. Barrels are down, there's a team inside, and they just suffocating them now, and quite literally gassing them out.
Every time they bring in these weird picks, it seems to do well for them. They're comfortable kind of changing things up here in this meta. Nice shots coming out of Branches as they decide to make the push in and see if they can wipe this team out. Aurora still looking relatively strong. They're getting more knocks on the board, and Eternal does go down. Aurora, massive push for them, clearing out lots of space, and now they have all of these loot boxes at their disposal.
Malawan's got an RE45 as well to get involved with that final circle, if they can get to the final circle, because there are a lot of teams here in Countdown that are going to have to move up towards it. But as I mentioned, Horizon are the one team who are holding the northwest zone right next to those rock formations that you can see on your screen, and maybe teeing themselves up for a second victory going back to back here. I'd say J-Ling's one of their biggest competitions on the eastern side of this map, but all these teams in Countdown, they've got to move together, so there's going to be a lot of potential KP for those teams who are already in this next circle.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot, how much harder the macro it's been for these teams after all of the changes that came through with the new season. And right now, 2 for 2, Horizon figuring out those zones and being one of the only teams that's able to hold a really solid spot in the zone. So Horizon looking very strong right now as Aurora looks down, I believe, on Fire Beavers over to their left, while all these teams are forced to collapse out into the open for this last circle, and this is going to be rough.
This is insane at the moment. There's no way you can walk out into the open without being shot by someone. Fire Beavers and Aurora eliminated, and Horizon are still there, watching, waiting in the wings. And that rock formation I was talking about, they are now one of 2 last remaining teams. It's them against J-Lings here.
J-Lings being the other team that not only had a solid spot, but had cleared it out, made sure Skyhook was safe, and now it's down to the final moments. Here's Horizon Union Urban landing some nice wingman shots here. The wall is down that they're both going to have to play around and decide who's going to make the push here. Horizon Union looking like they want to get a little bit aggressive, but we've had a little bit of a pause here for both our squads.
Yeah, we're not going to see the ultimate down for either team. The Dark Veil was just changing things right now. Of course, the Catalyst could just freely go through it on each side. J-Lings have also got the gen down as Nags absolutely shreds, and 2 members for Horizon have now fallen, and J-Lings surely on top, surely take this one, will take this one. And they had that northern position. They dominate the northern position, and they dominate Horizon in that final 3v3.
That has got to feel good for J-Lings. I mean, we talked about them being a team that just has so much potential last weekend because of the new combined roster. Then they were a little bit slower towards the end of that. They said they needed to pick it up, and now 2 games where they did well the first one and then they win the second one on set. That was fantastic performance from them.
A really, really good performance, and I'm so glad that Dan caught one of the most important moments of the game, which is that fight that happened in Skyhook. Just that 3v3 engagement put them in one of the best positions to win that game, and that is how important clearing out one-sided zone can be. If you win that fight and you can walk up while everyone else is doing damage to each other on the other side of the zone, coming out of countdown, it puts you in such a great position. Getting there's one thing though. Executing is another, and that's what J-Lings did in those final moments, which is a little bit of a contrast from the decision we saw in the previous game where they got a little bit kill hungry and maybe weren't all on the same page, but they certainly were in that end game there.
I mean, they completely locked up their performance, fixed from game to game the small communication issues that they had from game number 1, and that's a mark of an impressive team. We're going to be taking a look back at the highlights so we can talk through some of those impressive moments, because I know that you didn't get to cast them on set, and I feel like you missed out on some good stuff. I'm not gonna lie. But
hey, I was watching in the wings. Don't worry, Laura. I was watching in the wings. It was an absolute pleasure to watch that game, and I think it was an interesting zone as well, because I think a lot of teams initially were like, "Is this gonna go Lava Fissure? Or are we gonna have the KCP zone?" And then it started to pull a little bit towards Countdown. And when I saw that first zone come up, I had that question in my head as well. I was like, "Is this a Fissure zone or is this gonna go Countdown?" I just felt like it was ever so slightly east, maybe, of where a Fissure zone would have been. And I think KCP kind of realized that, and then realized they had to play for kills around the edge. And they did that really well as well. It's one thing to kind of see how game plans change, and you mentioned it, right? How the macro is such a big influence on end games and decisions that are made at the moment during this meta, because there is still some unpredictability in what we're going to see. And I think KCP managed that really well. They hit a pretty good Valk ult towards the end of the game as well. Unfortunately, they didn't win that 3v3, but that could have easily been KCP in that final moment versus J-Lings had they won that fight.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, we mentioned it, Dan. I mean, Horizon's now 2 for 2 with their zone predictions. They've set themselves up well. Even if they didn't get the win in this one, they still know where they need to be as a squad.
Yeah, Horizon's predictions on rings at the moment are solid, and if you can consistently find yourselves, in that final circle, you are going to be up there when it comes to points totals. And they were finding the KP. When you have a circle like that, when all the teams are pushing from the southern side and it's literally them and J-Lings, we saw how quickly it went from 9 squads to 2 squads in the snap of your fingers, because both J-Lings and Horizon were able to clean up the pieces and pick up the KP. And those are the kind of games you want. Those are the kind of big games that you need to give you the confidence throughout the rest of the season, where you say, look, we know how good our kind of rings are, how our zone predictions are, but if we could also pick up the KP on the teams who maybe are struggling with their macro, then we are going to even be more confident going into the next few games.
And these are some of the fights that you were talking about on set. I mean, Pioneers just completely dominating everyone that was on their side of Lava Fissure when they realized that they might not have the best rotation into where the zone had pulled, but their team fighting was on point.
And I think that's something that stood out to me from the stats in week number 1. KCP historically been quite a zone-heavy team. The placements have always been pretty good, but it's just those fights at the end of games or whatever it might be where they have to take a straight 3v3. They haven't looked the strongest, but you have Zane, right? We've seen how straight this man can shoot. He's one of the best to do it when he's in those engagements. And the Catalyst fight that we saw on the outside of Fissure to the north of it, to me, was an absolutely perfect example of how to take a team fight and use abilities and also wait out the abilities of your opponents. So you're taking on a 3v3. They waited out the Cyril. They didn't give them information. And then once they realized they were split, they used the cat wall to just completely split that player off, zone him off. 2 of them took that fight. Zane just held the angle, made sure the other 2 couldn't push, and then they had a 3v2, which they took advantage of it. It was just perfect calls. And the thing I loved about it most is the calls from Nasky are so clear and everyone just follows. There's no question on it. And that's what makes an effective team fighting team.
Yeah, even when we got to hear their listen, and their comms were phenomenal. But we talked about how important J-Lings acquiring their position through Skyhook was, and we talked about how on point Horizon has been with their final circle calls. So let's jump back in to that final circle, Gaskin, and walk everyone through it.
Yeah, there was an interesting one. I was keeping an eye on who has ultimates and who's able to use what. The Seer ultimate is always going to be the biggest thing in these fights when the Catalyst walls are going to come down. But the Catalysts have such a big responsibility in these fights because they can walk freely through the walls without having their vision impaired or any sort of damage taking as well from any sludge that's on the floor. So when you look at Phoenix, he had a lot of responsibility to make sure that he could get into positions to actually do the damage. But what happened was Nags got into a position on top of the rock and maybe caught them off guard, that Horizon just got one clipped. And as soon as one player takes that much damage, that was enough for J-Lings to say, okay, let's full send it. I think this was the moment here where J-Lings went up. There it is. Nags absolutely destroying J Savage. And at the same time, Phoenix got deleted as well. a lot of these fights come down to how you manage the visual clutter. How are you going to stop yourself from being impaired by the visual smoke? Are you going to have the digi threats to work with? Jaylings had all of the tools that they could have asked for there.
Not only did they have all the tools, but they had all of the kills. 10 kills for Jaylings and taking home the dub for a total of 22 points. That's got to feel good after a pretty decent performance in the first game as well. And then that kind of points bunch actually surprised here on set. Maestro ended up with 7 kills themselves.
Yeah, 7 kills for them, and I'm just looking down a little bit as well, and I was impressed with Aurora in that game. They did not have much success with the, let's call it, it felt like a little bit of an off-the-cuff comp, I'll call it, the Wraith Ash. They changed that up and went back to something that is a little bit more traditional for them with the Maggie and the Caustic, but we always talk about how if you're playing a composition where you're using a legend which isn't being used by the rest of the lobby, it becomes more influential, and we saw how effective Caustic was in that team fight, just using that Nox gas, flush the team out, send in the Maggie ball, and all of a sudden it becomes a very, very easy fight for you. So Aurora going back to something that's brought them success historically and kind of leaving the Ash pick to maybe another day.
And shout out to Pioneers and V2 as well. Both squads only able to get 1 placement point, but 6 kills. Their fights early on, really, really helping them out, at least in that points department. And then, of course, this is just match 2. But now that we've got 2 matches down, we can start looking at the daily leaderboard here. And we can see that Jaylings and Horizon, big surprise, Gaskin, tied right now at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, the 2 teams who have got the victories and the 2 teams who have shown consistency across both the games. Maybe Jaylings didn't have the same consistency as Horizon, but they were still able to get to that top 5 in match number 1. And most importantly, for both the teams is the ability to be able to get rings, the ability to be able to get zones and actually have the predictions. I mean, knowing that they have been able to play for Zone 3 and Zone 4 so successfully, where other teams have maybe been struggling because they don't have that info, has really been a huge advantage for them. But then also their decision making to put themselves in those spots is what we really have to credit. Of course, one of the things is having the info, but it's about what you do with the info, which matters.
I mean, and then even looking towards the bottom of that, a couple surprises for me as well. I'm looking at Alliance down there, looking for them to pick it up a little bit throughout today. I mean, even with what we saw out of KCP, still not in a great spot on the overall daily leaderboard. So, I mean, we still have some time on the rest of the day, so they can definitely do something with it. But we only have 1 more match on World's Edge, and that match is about to get going. So I'm just going to hand it back on over to you guys. Let's keep it going.
Let's keep it going. Let's keep it rolling. Match number 3 and our final game on World's Edge is just around the corner, Dan. I'm kind of glad that Lauren pointed out Alliance, because it has been a quiet day for them so far. You would say that first zone that we saw in game number 1 was a zone that might fancy Alliance a little bit. They can play around Thermal for quite some time. They seem to hit a pretty good Valcolt to get in a good position, but we didn't catch how they went down and when they went down in that first game. The second one, maybe not a zone which is great for them, but certainly with the games disappearing in front of them, Alliance have got some questions to answer.
Yeah, it's a tricky one with Alliance, because I feel like we always go down the route of, oh, okay, it's going southwest, it's Thermal, you know, Alliance, it's their home ground. But how many times have actually Alliance failed when the zone goes towards them? And sometimes it's better when it's a little bit further away from them and they can make their rotations. However, this one was perhaps just too awkward because the amount of teams they had to go through when they went on their rotation north. They would prefer, I think, more of an eastern zone so that they can just shift their way across through Tree and the rest of the light and maybe have a little bit more of a comfortable journey. But we'll have to see. They need to do something, because 0 points, not good enough in match number 2. They need to start picking it up.
Yeah, 0 points is bad. I think that's fair. I don't think anyone's going to roast me for that, right? 0 points. Not what you want after 2 games. I have to see if Alliance can bounce back now in our final game on World's Edge. Also interested to see if this contest keeps happening, because it is one of my pet peeves when you're seeing a contest, because nobody wins at the end of the day when that does happen. Well, sometimes a team can win 3-0, but there's always going to be a loser. And it looks like Climatizer is once again going to be split between 2 teams. So also we're going to see the staging contest once more. So what do I know, Dan? What do I know?
Yeah, maybe just no one happy with taking what is left on the map after you've seen all of the POIs be taken. Where do you really go? You go to a no-name POI that maybe doesn't have the loot, and perhaps they just feel like that fight is going to be worth it, especially with the consistency of where we've seen the ring consoles actually spawning. You'd see Maestro and Passion, they have the ring console again. Climatizer ring console is going to be there for them as well. KCP still got one at Lava Fisher. Alliance have got one at Thermal. Like, all the teams that have been getting ring consoles have been consistently getting the ring consoles.
Well, just looking at where this ring is going to go, it looks like this could be a thermal station zone. Maybe very similar to what we, a little bit more southern, I think, than what we saw in game number 1, but Obviously, Horizon Union, the winners of our game number 1, are going to be pretty happy to see that. Just trying to catch what their rotation is going to be, and it looks like it is going to be right from the northern side. So it kind of elevates their performance in that game number 1 to lock down that position from where they do land over at survey camp to get down into that zone and find a good spot to play. And I wonder if the KCP are going to have an interesting decision to make here, because KCP seemed to bet on the fact that it was going to be a Hill House finish over at Thermal Station, right? And they were wrong. Now, I wonder if they're going to play it again, because to me, that would be where I would play for this zone, where I would expect it to go. But when you get it wrong and you make a little bit of a wrong zone call, sometimes I can just play with your mind a little bit, and all of a sudden you second guess yourself.
Yeah, you start to have that seed of doubt planted in your mind. But I think you're right. I think this is a little bit more southern based off what we see from Ring 1. And of course, the players will know a little bit more with the Ring console information as well. They will get that Ring 2 information, and now they can look at it and say, okay, well, this looks like it is very much pulling a little bit more southwest, because that's where I expected to go with the previous one. I thought maybe it looked a little bit like this, but when it does pull away from you that heavily and goes up towards staging, it's so punishing, because then you have to usually fight your way uphill a little bit. You have to go through chokes, and it means that you are just in such a tough spot. So it's a difficult call to make for some of these IGLs. Some will maybe play for the zone 3 ring information, which can often leave yourself vulnerable as well with the late rotation, but it can pay off.
I've got to give a lot of praise, by the way, to J-Lings, because it has been an astronomical turnaround, to be honest with you, from what we saw on the first match day. I mentioned that I, sadly, if you want to call it that, watched the map overhead for entire games, entire sessions, and J-Lings in that first game, their rotations were slow. They seemed like they were second guessing how they wanted to play, how they wanted to approach things, but all of their calls so far to get into that endgame fight have been really, really good. Aurora, they're already where they think this zone might be ending over at the Thermal Station, and they want a little bit of scrap here.
Yeah, and if they're not the only team, that means several teams are thinking the same thing. Alpha Draft's gone down, as well as Sabs and Aurora. This is the team fighting ability that we expect from this squad, and now they're maybe on more of a comfortable pick for them all, having the traditional style that they've approached for the last couple of seasons. I do think that now they're going to be picking up far more KP. It looks like they win that engagement, they force the third player away, and now Aurora can just hold this train station down towards Thermal. And I think it's good to play on what's comfortable for you, not just play on what everyone else is playing, right? I know there is a meta developing. I know we have a very heavy Seer and Catalyst meta at the moment, but these legends are not for everyone. They are not the playstyles for everyone either.
Yeah, it certainly has to fit the personality as well, and I think that at the moment Aurora just trying to locate this last player from Phoenix Legacy who's managed to escape for now. And I love this from Aurora, right? 2 games. Game number 2, not too bad. They picked up a couple of KP, maybe didn't get the placement points that they needed, but some teams will go into their shell after a couple of, so we say, slow games, a slow week number 1. But Aurora decided this is where we think end zone is going to be. In this building, this is going to be our place to hold down. We are going to take this fight early. We've got good armors. We've got the weapons we think. We've got the comp we think is good for Siege in the building. And certainly they do with Maggie. And they take the fight, they win it. And that's what I want to see from this team. Just show confidence. Show that kind of fighting spirit and that fighting ability that they have, and take an early engagement to put yourself in a great position for endgame.
And here's where you mentioned, Pioneers going down towards the Hill House you were speaking of. They've also noticed there is a team lower than them, and we can see they've got the ring information. They are going to be heading further down. This is not going to be the same kind of zone of staging. So now Pioneers have got that reassurance. They don't have to worry about that seed of doubt, right? They know exactly where they're going to be heading. It was a little bit more difficult with them in game number 1 because the ring still did kind of give up a potential for this position to change. But it looks like Pioneers might want to send this.
Oh, they want to scrap. They're going straight into this, and they want to try and isolate this fight as well. The Catalyst, though, is going to slow things down. Nasky taking a lot of damage from these piercing spikes, and Passion, even though they might not have the shields, they've got an RE45, and that is going to even things up for sure. Amaz picks up 1, Horizon picks up 1 as well, and Pioneers, I'm not sure about that push. I have to say, maybe it was an armor check where they thought they got a little bit of damage, they could see the armors, and they thought they had the advantage, but the RE45 is the ultimate equalizer. But going down that zip and not seeing maybe the piercing spikes that were down, maybe it was Amaz putting down those piercing spikes as they took the zip. It just slowed everything down. It just looks such an awkward fight for them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused, but I understand the idea, right? Nasky wanted to go down, break the sludge on the floor, get the Dark Veil up, they wait, they re-heal, and then they engage, and they utilize the abilities on the other legends. But because he took so much damage as he came down, I think that Passion felt they had the advantage. They had the grenades, they had the utility, they had everything they wanted to work with, and they had abilities of their own, that it was just an easy fight for them once they had done that initial damage. So certainly one that Pioneers maybe will want back. Perhaps Pioneers felt like that was worth the risk, and if they had won that, then maybe they could get a big game on their hands. But certainly as they go back through the VOD reviews, I think they'll be looking back and saying, okay, we probably could have been a little bit more patient with that one.
We'll have to see how that one does reflect, and it'd be good to go back and listen to the comms on that fight to see exactly what was said and how things are working. V2 are going to pick up some kills on edge of zone at the moment. They're over in Fragment West and get a little bit of a singe on the skin as they have to take a little bit of zone damage on their way forward as well, but a lot of med kits to work with. They should be absolutely fine to just walk their way into zone, but a few KP for them is certainly going to be good. Nuba side, only 13 damage, Dan, but you can see team kills also being picked up, so doing just enough, and at the moment they look like they want to keep holding this for some time. There's a few stragglers still outside of the buildings and trying to rotate in towards that zone, and V2 taking their time here, playing it patient because they know there's some KP to play with.
Yeah, this is interesting from V2. Proper sabotage going on down. It looks like they're going to wait and go for some sort of ambush because it's Keller Gaming who are arriving late. And are they going to be unaware? Are they going to walk right into the trap here? Or are they just going to be able to scamper on past?
No, they do have Seer, which is certainly going to help them. Use that heartbeat sensor just to make sure that if anyone is ratting, that they will be able to sniff them out a little bit. They don't have the banner, though, and I think that Yuso is going to have the responsibility here, and that smoke's going to give things away. Maybe the smoke... Whoa, dear. He's going to try and survive. He's going to be clenching. V2 are trying to hold him down. The smoke was pretty good for getting him out of dodge. Now he's having a wiggle, and somehow he's out there.
He's moving. He's grooving, and he is on his way as V2 now will go on the hunt here to try and make sure they pick up this extra KP, but it looks like the job is done. Keller Gaming and Yuso, I mean, credit to that man. Credit to the fact that he's been able to get in there and have the confidence to do so as well. Do you have the meds, though? That's my question. Doesn't matter, because he's in the circle.
I was really worried then. Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing.
They do also have the ability to just bring back Misi as well. They don't have to go to a respawn beacon because they have a mobile respawn beacon thanks to what is in the crafter this week.
I was going to say, you've never seen like a good action movie where like Indiana Jones does something cool, he's running away, and then he just like trips over and falls down a hole, and that's the end of Indiana Jones. That would have kind of been how it felt if he had gone down in that situation to zone. But V2, I think, a little bit frustrated, maybe. They played for those kills. They didn't get them. Somewhat surprising to see that player not be just completely fried, considering there were 3 V2 players there. Maybe a bit of miscoms in how they wanted to play that one, but away from that action and over towards where we saw this first game zone end, and Fire Beavers are going to be holding down the same place they were at this point. They're going to work their way into zone, though, a little bit deeper towards Thermal. Alliance, though, this is the team we wanted to watch. The Rampage, something we don't see too much, is starting to hit some bullets, but the only problem is Effect has gone down, and he's their entry fragger. He's the one who does so much damage for them.
Love this from Hackies, though. Get the ultimate down just to try and force the team back, make them think that they are going to be vulnerable, and they are very much going to be in the eyes of the enemy, but not able to force them back enough to keep Effect on his feet. So Alliance down to just 2.
Well, it's Yuki, Effect, Hackies, and of course Sheila, the new addition to the lineup. They're the first team to somehow manage to scrape 4 members onto their team, which is, I'm not sure it's in ALGS rules, but, you know, Sheila does what she does, and certainly does cause some problems to lobbies. We've seen some clips already of players getting swung on by Sheila, and she is certainly taking some names, but Alliance at the moment, they're going to have to play as a 2-man team because Effect is going to be respawned for now. We'll be able to get back in. The question is, are you going to be pushed? Are you going to be able to hold this high ground? The fact that they do have this building to play with, Dan, is always a good sign, especially with a little bit of range to hold that team back. So Effect not only able to get back into the game, but also able to pick up all his loot off his box. So it's almost as if it didn't happen.
Yeah, I think because the mobile res beacon is going to be in the craft, and we are going to see a few moments like that throughout today where teams are going to be able to just easily pick up their teammate as long as they can force back the opposition from just aping them and trying to take them completely out. But you're right, you know, the Rampart, something that was a little bit different when people were kind of theorizing as what was going to work when it comes to legend compositions, and I think naturally it has worked. We saw it work as well in day 1 when it came to Alliance actually locking down some of these final circles, and in those final moments having the walls to work with. It's not really Sheila the reason, of course, why Rampart is good. It's just having those walls to make that kind of fake cover in those late games when often there is no cover because it can be in the middle of nowhere.
You can keep the walls. I'm taking Sheila. That's all I'm saying. Hit fix. Down to just 1, though. Inside the zone, having to play under the tracks. And look at that zone pool as well. We're going right down towards tree now. So a very, very Interesting couple of games actually for zone pools. A little bit unpredictable in game number 2, certainly a little bit unpredictable in game number 3 for teams, and Bitfix Gaming with Zerafa as their last man standing. You would expect with this, what you would call priority position playing under these tracks, that if a team sniffs out that he's a solo, they would be more than happy to try and make a push and take him out to take that spot away from them. But V2, who we saw in Fragment, now they're having to work their way through Harvester, and it looks like they want to take a fight here on the tracks.
I'm just looking across Legend selection, as I always do on set, but maybe I'll go back to it a little bit after this fight, because V2 are going to have to be hesitant. They want to push up, they want to get engagements, but you've got to look at their weapons that are available. A Nemesis R9, range is not going to be good for them, and V2 might have to go back into the zone.
Or maybe have to go back into the respawn screen, or maybe into the lobby screen, because things aren't looking too good for them at the moment. They do get knocked. Danish in position here to hold down these fences, trying to hold out all of these teams rotating from the Harvester side. And I mean, you're looking at the Evos, you're looking at the damage they've done so far. Haven't really had too much of an influence on this lobby, but this is an opportunity for them to maybe steal away a few KP, get a few armor swaps, and level up their game as they move towards the end zone.
I never trust a player that uses it 2 times on a wingman. I'm sorry, I just can't trust you.
I'm the same.
I think that I wouldn't invite you over. I wouldn't let you meet my parents. It's just one of those things. Don't take it personally. But now if you hit some shots, maybe I'll take it back. But I will say the Danish are on a spot to do some damage as Dynasty also getting involved.
Yeah, doing a really good job here. Picking up those kills. This is where the zone is going to be ending, pulling towards the southern side of the tree. And Dynasty in this building going to be in a prime position to get towards this end game and maybe look to pick up a very, very good placement. You can see that Alliance are holding down the choke at the moment, so they're going to have a really nice rotate towards that end zone as well. Element 6 are going to go down while this fight is occurring as well. Effect back onto the map and back having an effect on the game as well with that 30-30 repeater. Now they're just trying to clear their backs. This is something we saw a couple of teams doing. Take yourself back to that previous game with Jailings, making sure they cleared their backs, won that fight on the northern side of the zone to make sure that they could walk things in. If Alliance can do something similar here as Bitfix Gaming will also drop, they could be in a great spot with a high ground walking in towards that end zone too.
And I was keeping a keen eye on that fight in the map overhead because Element 6 were running Gibraltar, Valkyrie, and Caustic. It was something that was a little bit different. They were trying to get into a position in Tree where they could utilize those legends, but unfortunately they went down to Dynasty as we saw. So we don't have to talk about Gibraltar just yet, but maybe he'll feature a little bit later as Firebeavers again doing the damage from a distance here. Taskmaster is such a fiend.
Yeah, he just peeled him like a banana off that head glitch. Lovely shots coming in with that Nemesis, and Firebeavers looking to take this priority position on the fences. And at the moment, Danish, they're fighting as well, and they're trying to force their way in, and Firebeavers are going to be here and waiting when that Dark Veil goes down. And with Young Hong Kong being taken down, you would imagine Firebeavers are going to be in a position to maybe take this fight. Look like V2 maybe back on their feet as well. Jailing's right in the center zone as well. I think Nags might be trying to just hold down the push that's coming in from the team just on the other side. There's Passion eliminated in the meantime, and all of a sudden we're down to 13 squads here. We've lost quite a few squads in that rotation.
Yeah, a lot of teams as they moved down towards Thermal and the likes were just held out by other teams that were in far more comfortable areas. And oh my goodness, god damn, for sure, as they'll go down. Killer Gaming get eliminated by Jailings, and that's what happens when you've got a digi threat and you got some smokes. You can just shred through it.
Yeah, that's what happens when you got a digi threat and the player you shoot doesn't. That's pretty much what happens. That's what we've been doing in rank, Dan.
Literally.
We see a team, smokes go down, and boy, do we be flying. But a great execution there on that team fight coming in from Jailings. And once again, Nags being able to pick up some important damage and kills to clear some space for them. And they're turning their attention now towards where Firebeavers were. The other side of the action is in Tree, though, and just outside of it, it's going to be Heroes who take out Nightmare Esports. They have some rotating to do, though. 55 seconds is all they have to force their way towards zone, and it looks like another team is coexisting in this building alongside them.
So with those kills, Jailings force themselves into first place now. They overtake the likes of Horizon, but whether that'll be the same a little bit later on will remain to be seen, because Storm Point still comes into the equation, and we have seen a lot of teams struggle from the World's Edge to the Storm Point shift, because it completely changes when it comes not just to legend composition, but of course playstyles, because it's an entirely different map. But as we noticed, the map is going to be shifting here on World's Edge. We're going to be going a little bit more southwest, back towards the kind of thermal area. So this is good news for Alliance. Alliance are still waiting just on the edge of thermal, and they are going to be able to walk into this next circle, and they're one of the only teams there as well. So that's good news for them.
Alliance in a really, really good spot. And how important was that res all of a sudden? Onto Effect. You try and hold down this choke as a 2-man. You get on a heartbeat sensor. You get seer queued all of a sudden. giving away that you are a duo. Your position is going to get pushed. Speaking of pushes, here comes Aurora. Remember, they early on in this game thought this was going to thermal station, so they're now having to force their way through, and they get the first knock as well. So Aurora going to get flanked from behind, though, but amazingly and immediately managed to switch their attentions to the team behind. That's the difference between M&K and Controller sometimes. You can switch your aim on a dime on M&K, but look at this fight. It's just carnage inside of this tunnel.
What on earth is going down? Aurora don't know, but Aurora is still hitting the shots. Malawan is doing the damage with the R9, 114, and still Aurora alive, but surely this goes down. They will go down eventually, but what a fight. They didn't go down without a fight, that's for sure. V2 were the ones who cleaned things up in the end, but V2 also on their P's and Q's. They've got to make sure they watch out. And oh my goodness gracious, what am I seeing?
Digi-threat's always a good thing to have in your hands, and it's going to be V2 who come out on top of the great battle of the train tunnel. But Aurora did a lot of damage to a lot of different teams and players while all of that was going down. The great thing here for V2, you can see Joke. He has the Wraith. Does he have the Portal available? Leaving this tunnel is usually a death sentence. But if you do have that ability to use the Portal to get into a good position with Wraith, then all of a sudden they can be involved in a much more comfortable endgame. Speaking of endgames, look at J-Lings. They've worked their way in inch by inch here, and now they're going to try and form an assault onto this player up on the high ground, and Nags again with the entry damage.
Danish get eliminated. 7 squads now remaining, and J-Lings have got the gen down as well, so that means they've got the ability to just heal on slowly, and they will hold this position for quite some time. Of course, they're not in the final circle. They will have to move slightly west, but I think they'll be pretty happy with it. And you were speaking about, you know, the train tracks and getting out with the Wraith, and I think that it is so important that you can safely get the team out so you're not all necessarily taking damage at the same time. You can all portal through and be very healthy when you get out of the other side of those train tracks. It will be interesting to see what V2 decide to do in the end, but there is a battle going down. Fire Beavers and GG and V2 below them.
Yeah, we're all having a bit of a fight here, and you can see GG versus Fire Beavers. GG have the damage done. Fire Beavers having to take the time, and it looks like Taskmaster hasn't got any batteries as well. You can see the shield cells being popped, which means that he's got to take his time. Taskmaster also getting cut down a little bit on the cross here, but Fire Beavers want to push. Ojo Rain's taking a great off angle here behind the Catalyst wall. They managed to just focus on one player, and Fire Beavers, even though they took the damage, they deal out even more here.
Oh, nice. You can see as well the hip fire comes in. Gaming Gladiators get eliminated, and Fire Beavers will win that engagement. Quickly checking their behind to make sure they're not being pushed, but it's J-Lings who are deciding to get involved. They want to take this spot over towards the train tracks, and they may keep V2 in those train tracks that we were speaking of. And if V2 stay in there, they've got a slither of the circle to work with, of course, but then the question will be, can they actually get out with that Wraith portal? Does it allow them to get out with the red zone, or are they going to be taking too much damage?
Catalyst wall's going down, and look at the angle here that Nags has as well. One team being separated from another in that team fight, and it just presented KP to J-Lings Esports, which they did not have to be asked twice about taking. Dynasty going to go down at the same time, and it's going to be 5 squads now remaining. And J-Lings, again, Dan, they've played this one perfectly. They've just walked this in step by step, inch by inch, and they've done a great job of surviving and making sure that they're there for the third party.
Biggest question I have, what happens to V2? What do they do? Can they physically get out of those train tracks before they're being taken down? A lot of that responsibility is going to come down to the Wraith and the Wraith portal, but even if they portal around on set, they are just going to be portaling into J-Lings. So this might be a case if they just try and survive for as long as possible and take the placement points. Here they are. Here's V2, because look, they can portal around to the right, but then they are just going to be walking into another squad. So they could just try and stay alive, maybe take a 3rd place here. This is a really tough call.
Very, very tough call indeed. You have to say, from the way that things are looking at the moment, Alliance have the high ground, and they are in the best position if you're looking at armors and positioning combined. J-Lings 2 reds to play with, but as you say, they've got to work their way down from the low ground with teams above them. They're hoping that Fire Beavers try and make a play onto Alliance here, and everyone is kind of hoping that they make plays on each other to create an opportunity for them to take the space and take the fight and don't have to do that initial entry damage. But Yuki, he's got Sentinel, and I wonder if he's going to charge this up. If he can hit one shot here, it's almost like the mini Kraber. We know you hit a headshot with that charged up Sentinel. It does so much damage, and maybe Sheila's going to have something to say about this endgame as well.
Always awkward when there's 4 squads, but I don't think they'll be aware of where V2 are, as V2 probably just have to accept their death at this point. I don't think they're going to be able to pull around, but here comes the attempt. Joke is going to try it, and you're going to arrive right behind J-Lings here, so you could ruin J-Lings' day, but can you actually get the portal close enough is my biggest question. Hey, J-Lings, how's it going?
Says hello, gets a little...
You hold for me. Yeah, I can hold.
There's only one guy on me.
Yeah, just ripped to shreds. They are indeed. V2 leave that decision too late. Allow J-Lings to reset here, and now with the Bangalore roll going down, the Rolling Thunder is crushing all of the J-Lings players. One will go down as well. Alliance now swing out onto it. Effect is going to be taken down as well. So Alliance getting separated from each other, which just opens the door here for Fire Beavers to add another win to their collection. Fire Beavers hold strong, and they will take home the final game here on World's Edge.
And J-Lings, I'm sure, will just be pretty frustrated about that one. They weren't given a legitimate opportunity to even try and fight in that last circle because they were griefed there at the end. But at least they got the KP, and they still got the top 3, because it could have ended up them finishing top 3 with their position anyway, as they were probably going to be watched by the 2 teams that were waiting there. But at least V2 got out of the train tracks. I was happy. I got a resolution to my question mark, and I think that's happening. It's good. It's nice to have sometimes just answers, Lauren. I like answers.
Okay, you like answers, but then I also need the answer to how, when we came back into that overview, how Fire Beavers had just decimated Alliance while we were watching J-Lings get portaled in on. Because by the time we came back out of it, Fire Beavers had moved. They'd gotten themselves a little bit of high ground, and Alliance was down to 1. But story of the day for me so far is the consistency that we're seeing out of J-Lings. Okay, keeping themselves in a top 5 spot 3 games in a row now. This is with some KP every single time on the board. This is where they needed to be after the first weekend. So
100%. I mean, the J-Lings did a really good job of getting into that end zone. I think they would have been pretty frustrated. I think that they got portaled on so late, because that the V2 had more than enough. I don't know if they had the ultimate available. That's something we'll have to check, of course. You know, if the portal was available for them to use, or if that was the last second in which they were able to use it. But, you know, if you get portal behind and you take even 1 punch of damage, whatever it might be, 1 melee, a couple of bullets, it's going to affect the game, because not only does it take away HP, but it gives away your position as well, of where other teams might not have been aware of where you all were. And Alliance tried to take advantage of it, and Effect just got a little bit split from his team, as I think it was Yuki tried to swing out and clean up the damage that was being done. But we talk about the important fight that puts you in a great position. We saw it from J-Lings in game number 2. That northern fight that they won them game number 2. In that one, it was Fire Beavers taking that fight against GG to completely command the western side of that zone. Sorry, I just did my mental compass there to work out where they were. But taking that fight where they seemed like they were at a disadvantage, but then just deathballing it and deciding this is the fight we need to take it now, it opens the map for them. And it's brilliance from Fire Beavers realizing what the most important fight is to take. And when they realize it, they just don't second guess it. They're all in.
the real question is, was there a rock at their disposal, Than? Did they have a rock? Because I'm telling you, my rock theory is going to be correct.
I looked around World's Edge. There was a few rocks available for them, and I do think they were able to play those rocks, get a little bit of high ground onto Alliance. And this is just Fire Beavers doing what Fire Beavers do, right? They find some rocks to get some high ground, they push their advantages, and at the moment, they just aren't missing. I think that's the problem when you've got a team who is this confident, who are going to be taking those engagements. As soon as you've taken a shred of damage, Alliance would have been on the back foot, and Fire Beavers, they just push their advantages.
All right, well, let's take a look back at our highlights and walk through some of these moments from this game, because this one was jam-packed with action.
It certainly was, and I was impressed with Aurora. I think this fight from Aurora early on kind of showed what their game plan is going to be. I wasn't as impressed by KCP taking this fight, I have to say. I do think, you know, on reflection, the great equalizer was the RE45, because we just know how much damage it can do so quickly, and it turns the momentum of a fight in a second if you don't know that your opponent has that. But again, KCP are going to want to look at that one back and thinking, was this the right time to take this fight? Was there a little bit of overconfidence maybe from a couple of good team fights going our way? But the zone as well. I mean, I was confused as to where it was going a few times, and we saw that big pull towards Tree towards the end of the game, and I thought Alliance were in a great spot for quite some time, but it was, again, Fire Beavers who managed to make the most of it in the end game.
I mean, across the board right now, we're seeing so many of these teams that we had talked about, whether that was the good or the bad. I feel like both of those, of the categories of teams have hurt us when we were talking about them at the top of the show, because we're seeing them stepping up to the plate time and time again, Dan. And at this point, I'm wondering who's going to be stopping the likes of the Fire Beavers, because they're going to have so many points by the time everything's said and done.
Yeah, I think the onset said it at the start of the show. Like, EMEA does seem like it's a little bit top heavy. There are a few teams who seem to be just getting themselves away from the rest of the pack a little bit. And I think that's evident today with some of the results that we've seen and some of the consistency we've seen from teams, and also lack of consistency from some other teams that just haven't shown up today and hadn't shown up in their first day either. A team that has shown up, J-Lings, we mentioned them right at the start of the day. Okay, they didn't maybe get the result they would have wanted in this game, but it's another top 5 finish for them. Their rotations have been brilliant. Their team fights have been excellent. They did get griefed a little bit in that final circle, but it's all about Fire Beavers really with what they were just able to do. Winning that early engagement was massive because they were able to then control this side of the zone. V2 played spoiler a little bit. You've got to credit V2 for actually getting out of the position that they were in, but I think Onset is right. It will a lot come down to whether they had that Wraith portal a little bit earlier, because that made the big difference.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's Fire Beavers who are able to capitalize on all of the chaos as it's going down. Jailings could not possibly get out of all of the damage that came down on top of their heads after they did get portaled on. And here are the match 3 results. Another 10 kills going the way of Fire Beavers, but we asked where Alliance was. This was a zone that favored them, and now we see them coming out in second place. 7 kills for 16 points. That's not too shabby, but the 12 kills on set for Jailings.
Yeah, pretty damn good game from Jailings again. And I mentioned how 0 points is not a good thing. Well, 16 points overall is certainly good for Alliance, and that's going to put them in a great spot heading into Storm Point as well, where they've been playing pretty well on Storm Point in comparison to World's Edge. So V2 as well getting into that end zone just about, I will say, by the sliver of their teeth, or by the, by a Wraith portal. They had a really interesting rotation actually, which I'd like to go back and watch, because they were playing really hard on that edge for quite some time and kind of creeping their way in, but it was an interesting game. And also Aurora, 4 kills for them. But again, that tunnel fight, if they would have come out of that one and won that fight, they would have picked up probably like 5 or 6 KP in doing so. They did so much damage. It was almost disappointing if you're an Aurora fan not to see them complete that task, which almost at some point it seemed insurmountable for them to come out that tunnel alive.
And then on the second page here, Dan, I mean, we see Passion with the 6 kills, which is good for them considering they didn't get a lot of placement points, but big surprises down there at the bottom.
Yeah, Passion seem to be turning up with kills whenever they win those early engagements, right? They are contesting at the moment. They did actually retreat from their contest in that game, and they then got full sent on by Pioneers, and we have to give them credit for winning that fight. But as Onset said, sometimes the RE45 can be the difference maker. A team that I have a question mark about is Element 6. They keep changing their comp. They don't seem to be comfortable at the moment. I know that E6 were a little bit of a meme at times during the LAN because they were literally running any comp that I think Twitch chat were even voting on at one point. But it doesn't seem like they've necessarily found their home when it comes to the composition they want to run, and they seem to be trying and testing everything. Whether that changes going into Storm Point will remain to be seen.
We'll have to see what these scores do for the overall daily results here so far, because things were close heading into this third match, and now Jailings is just pulling away from the competition. Onset, they look so strong.
They do, and I love the way that Jailings are playing as well. I love seeing a natural evolution of a team and seeing what their plan is and things starting to come together, because on Invictus Gaming, 2 of these players previously, they got to LAN, they were getting into some good positions to end zone, but they weren't able to output enough damage to give themselves a real chance of, being in a strong armor position, a strong HP position to close out games. Well, now they seem to just be taking fights, and when they are, they're winning them. They're outputting more and more damage, this is forcing them into these better positions. It's that natural evolution, like I say, that you're seeing from the pickup, from their rotation, their change of POI, that's all starting to come together, and relatively quickly as well for them. So I've been super impressed by them, but also Fire Beavers, just Fire Beavers. Like, they're just really good.
We'll have to see.
There's not, sometimes it's just like, they're just good, right?
Yeah, and we'll have to see, though, if they're able to remain good when we switch over to Storm Point. That'll be a question mark for a little bit later time from now, because it's time for the halftime show, which means we get to bring in a pro to chat with us about things that we've been seeing so far in today's matches, do some analysis, and just kind of hang out with us for a little bit. And today, we have Kashera from Ascend, obviously. Kashera, it is so nice to have you joining us here today.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be here, talking with you guys and for everyone watching Apex. And yeah, I think that's it.
We have some stuff we want to talk about here today. We'll start things off because we want to get your opinion on some of the teams that may have impressed you so far, or teams that might have needed to improve, in your opinion.
So far, at least today, Noises is giving a masterclass on how to IGL, at least in World's Edge. Jailings has been incredible throughout the 3 games. Fire Beavers, first day, this day, I think every other single day, they're just gonna run through EU. They're showing such a good level of Apex. And maybe who needs to improve? I will say maybe Aurora. From top 1 EU, they definitely need to figure something out. They're very talented. We all know that what they can do, and maybe it's the meta. Maybe it's because everyone started playing their legends, and maybe it hurt them a bit. I really wanted to see them figure it out and just came in. Maybe this Storm Point they're gonna show something. Maybe next match day, but soon I will say that I would like to see them popping off and showing up like they did Split 1.
I like that answer. And I think another team that I definitely want to get your opinion on as far as potentially needing to improve is Pioneers, because we've seen them have some insanely good fights earlier on when they were in their POI, but then we also saw them push a little bit of a fight in this last match that went up against Passion that obviously didn't go so well. So what are your thoughts on Pioneers right now?
They have a pretty good game plan. Like they're approaching the game the right way. They make good decisions. It's literally everything comes down to details. I think like this last game was maybe they disrespected a bit the push. They weren't careful enough because they were clearly in an advantage situation. But yeah, like I think they will bounce back. They are showing really good Apex, even though today they struggled a bit on these first 3 games. Definitely one of the top 5 in EU. And I think we're gonna see more action from them and more games where they are on the top.
All right, Onset, anything you want to be asking Kashera today?
Well, firstly, I've just realized that I'm cosplaying as Kashera today. I mean, we look at almost with the same glasses. We've got a bit of a beard going on. Yours is obviously a lot better than mine, and we've both got
I shaved today.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to say I shaved today, but this is me really trying hard. But I want to talk to you a little bit about, obviously, as an IGL, right? You've just come off of probably the best performance of your career in London. Amazing performance, you know, second place. It almost won the tournament. You come second place in that final game, but then you get hit with a new meta, complete change around of everything. You start to feel comfortable, and then you find yourself in a position as a leader of a team who makes the decisions, having to completely relearn certain things. How has that been for you, transitioning from one of the highest points of your career to then suddenly have to go back to the books, so to speak, and learn so much about a game plan that you want to take into this season?
That's Apex. Every time every time we're on top, something happens, something changes, and we just have to keep working. Definitely, it's one of those games that you have to keep studying the game, keep working hard, and keep having in mind that not only you, but the team needs to understand what you want to do. The team needs to understand like how the game changed, not only you, and what everyone needs to do so the team can perform and so the team can keep achieving the results that we want. It's definitely tough. I think the meta changed deeply, and mainly for us that we were used to playing crypto in those POIs that didn't need the beacon, that we can just take the zone anywhere we wanted, and having in mind that the character changes, the class changes, it was definitely hard. And for an IGL, mostly comes down to what you're comfortable with, what you're confident with, and the more you practice, the more you play. Sometimes it's not really about like playing the meta exactly like everyone is playing. It's playing a game or having a game plan that you feel comfortable and confident, and the team that is around you trusts you on it. But yeah, like everything, you need the competition to see actually if your game plan is good or bad. Sometimes you're doing amazing in scrims, and then when it comes to the day, you get exposed to all the issues that your plan has, and you just have to keep working, putting every single day the time, and hopefully in the end you come out victorious.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal answer, Kashera. Dan, do you have anything?
Kashera, last time we had a little chat, I had a surprise for you. I made you cry. I'm not going to do that again, all right? We're going to keep smiles here. We're going to make you happy. Just a quick one from me. Give us a surprise package. Give me one team you think will make playoffs that maybe we haven't spoke about. Who's someone that is maybe going under the radar a little bit, but you think could make it to playoffs?
I will say 2. Maybe because today they kind of changed my mind a bit. I'll say maybe Horizon Union and 2R1C with VJX. I think these are the 2 teams that maybe last split they weren't as flashy. Of course, like the roster changed a bit, but I think this season they are the 2 teams that I think that can surprise. I might be wrong, I might be right. well, we'll have to see. But I think those are the two teams that people need to look for.
All right. Well, Kashera, phenomenal answers as always. Thank you so much for taking the time to jump on and chat with us
thank you
today.
for the invitation.
Obviously, best of luck tomorrow, the rest of the season. I mean, you guys are great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it's always nice to be able to talk to Kashera. Now we have our fourth match of the day coming up right around the corner. But before we do that, let's talk about how you could potentially be getting yourself involved in all of this ALGS action. Of course, I'm talking about the Challenger Circuit, okay? Registration ends on March 22nd. So make sure if you want to get your team in there, you register. You can head on over to battlefy.com/ALGS to get you and your team signed up. And then the tournament will be starting on March 25th. And we've seen how many teams can make their way out of the Challenger Circuit into ALGS in the Pro League. And so trust me, you do not want to miss out on the opportunity. Okay, but we also need to take a look at the map schedule because like we said earlier, our first 3 matches are done for the day, which means World's Edge is also done for the day. That means we're going to be switching things on over to Storm Point. Will this change things up for the teams that have found some success here today so far, or will they be able to remain consistent and keep themselves at the top of the leaderboard? Well, I am very excited to find out what the answer to that question is because match number 4 is right around the corner. So Gaskin, on set, take it away.
Hey, we're getting straight into it. I love this. Dan, no more breaks. We go straight into the games. And now we move things on to Storm Point, which is... Yeah, exactly. Gameplay. Give us gameplay. Dan has the big red button which starts games, everyone. He'll tell you he doesn't, but he certainly does. Trust me about that one. But now we get the little bit of carnage coming through, right? Because World's Edge, we started to find a little bit of a pattern. We started to find some of the teams finding some really smart rotations, really comfortable rotations. And now it completely flips. And that's why I love the fact that we have 2 maps now in the Apex Legends Global Series, because we do get that change. And we know that some teams are so damn strong when it comes to Storm Point.
Yeah, I think that Storm Point, we have teams who are very strong, but on the flip side, we have some teams who have been historically very bad, right? We've seen crazy differences across both EMEA and North America, like so vast in that some teams will get like 40 points on World's Edge and then 1 point on Storm Point. That's how bad some teams have been when it comes to that transition. But we have seen, of course, plenty who are pretty average on both. And I think if you can be consistent, if you can find those averages across both maps, then naturally you are going to be up there when it comes to that final discussion of which teams are going to make it to those final moments and potentially even be talking about playoffs.
Yeah, I think one good example of that, and worryingly a good example for that if you're a Pioneers fan, is Pioneers. If you look back on their first game day, they averaged double their points on World's Edge than they did on Storm Point. So Storm Point, they struggled. They were averaging just under 6 points, I think it was, overall, and they were averaging 12 on World's Edge. So the fact that they've just had a bit of a slow start to the day with World's Edge, which is somewhere that they've been much more comfortable, you have to start to worry a little bit. They're going to have to completely change their performance, and you would hope that in the scrims and in the intermission between match day 2 and match day 3 where we find ourselves today, they've worked out where that adjustment had to be made, because it's time for them to turn up and perform here on Storm Point.
And now I'm very interested to see what happens in terms of contests here. I did think there was a possibility of a contest at Fish Farms between V2 and Keller Gaming, and it looks like, yeah, so V2 and Keller Gaming, who remember had that little scrap already in the northern side of World's Edge, and we saw that waiting game where V2 tried to hover around the death box, but then Keller Gaming were able to escape. Well, it looks like revenge can maybe be sought out here.
One of my favorite things when you land on a contest here, and this contest obviously going over at the new POY, Mirage Etoile, is when you find an R99 down. There's no better feeling, because you know it's going to be close range engagements. You know it's going to be a position where you can really do some big damage. And Keller Gaming, I'm pretty sure one of their players did have that R99 in the pocket. One thing that's difficult to do, though, when you're contesting a team is if you don't have a catalyst, it's very difficult to break down those doors. You can see the team inside have managed to reinforce them, and now Keller Gaming have kind of only got one place to push from, unless they want to commit to a door and kick it down, but that's just going to leave you so exposed.
Keller Gaming also running the only Bloodhound in the lobby at the moment, so the only team that is going to divert away from the Seer when it comes to a Scan Legend. But Keller, they're on top. They just can't seem to decide how they want to engage on this one, as it looks like now they're trying to surround the team below them.
Trying to surround them, trying to get their damage down. The smoke is going to be slowing things down a little bit more. Nobody with a digi threat to play with yet. Otherwise, this fight might be over a little bit quicker. But the bang smoke also does a little bit of chip damage here. There's that first knock, though. Gadam is going to go down. Nubicide gets the first one. Joke will get the second. And V2 burst out from the low ground, having held that position for so long. Close things out. Keller Gaming done. And I've got to say, I think that is why you're on Catalyst if you know you're going to get contested.
I also think that V2 are just a superior squad when it comes to their team fighting. They were last season, and they seem to be doing the same in this split here today. There's the overview of the map then, so you can see where everyone has been dropping, where the contest just took place, and also where the circle is going to be heading. You can see a few teams already around Antenna. Aurora are going to be heading up towards the same kind of area. There's going to be potential for 3 teams to be scrapping in that area at the moment. But all these teams on the western side, like Heroes, like Firebeavers, KCP, Dynasty, are all going to have to move in a similar direction. And because the way that Stormpoint works, there is a lot of chokeholds you often have to go through. Naturally, you're going to see engagements happening there. And probably why we're seeing more Bangalore here. We're seeing half the lobby is running Bangalore here on Stormpoint. A lot of open areas sometimes where you have to have some form of cover, and sometimes smoke will be enough of that.
Yeah, it certainly will indeed. Firebeavers, you can see on the left-hand side of their screen. This is a team who hasn't struggled too much on Stormpoint. Certainly just continued with their game plan of finding fights on edge, trying to isolate them, and then force their way into zone around that zone 3. At the moment, it's just about looting up for them, making sure that they get those armors crafted up, and this is something that we're seeing teams do more and more on edge of zone to make sure when they are the team that's pinching in from behind, they can take that fight and have the armor advantage of a team who's rotated a little bit quicker. KCP, though, they're dancing on top of a dinosaur right now, Dan. They're over at the down beast.
And that's just disrespectful. I think there should be no dancing. Instead, you should just be politely walking upon said grave and respecting the history that is below you. But Pioneers, if anyone's going to do it, I guess it is going to be them, right? They're the kind of guys that would do such a thing. But we heard from Kashira. He said that Pioneers, you know, they've not necessarily had a bad game plan here. They've been winning some of those engagements, but perhaps got a little bit overconfident in that fight we saw. Perhaps disrespected Passion there. And because of that, they found themselves going down. They're in 18th position right now. So we need to see a turnaround from Pioneers if they're going to be picking up a good amount of points this week.
Looks like they might have a little bit of info as well on that heartbeat. The team is below them. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen as well from the first 3 games of today who are the kill leaders. JMW right up there, Nags alongside him as well. And if you've got 2 players ahead of OJ Rain and Taskmaster, usually means you're playing pretty well, and that's why Jailings are where they are. But Heroes are the team that are down on this low ground. KCP up on the height at down beast, but this is going to be a fight that's going to slow both teams' rotations down for sure. You can see they've got quite a long way to go. And at the moment, it looks like one player is trying to make a little bit of a swing, get some damage down, and that player is going to be Zane. And why wouldn't it be Zane? The man on the controller, we know what he can do. He one-clips everybody in his sights, and he's looking to do exactly that here for Pioneers to get them that opening damage.
Just has to be careful that he doesn't walk into an alleyway and take too much damage. You could see he was trying to shoulder peek a little bit to get a sight line, try and get some initial damage so that he could then call the cavalry in, but it looks like Pioneers are more than happy to play this one patient, take a little bit of zone damage, and take this fight, as the 99 could be enough for them to actually send it here.
Yeah, we're not talking about the R99, we're talking about a headshot from the hands of Zane on your screen. The wingman certainly piercing away, but the longer this fight goes down, Naski's patience will just disappear in front of him. He full sends him, but Pioneer's not there to back it up. Finally, Zane gets the knock. That's going to even things up a little bit of a reset now going on, but Hero should get the finish onto Naski here, which means that they will maybe be able to get a res, whereas the other side, Pioneers have to take this fight and they have to take it quickly.
It's a 2v2. Heroes just inside. Pioneers are above them at the moment, so high ground at least for Zane. But a lot of this comes down to abilities, right? Do we have ultimates? Is there going to be a Seer ultimate available for Dell? No. Already was used. Does get the banner back, and now Dell has got angles to work with here, and that's going to be a good amount of damage with the Prowler.
Surely can isolate this player inside as well. They try and fake the res. Dell's going to fly through after hearing that audio cue, and all of a sudden KCP have turned this one on their heads. They were down in a 2v3, but now it's a 2v1 in their favor. Dell's having to take his time, though. You can see he has to pop them Phoenix kit, which means he's going to be out of the fight for a few moments. Zane's going to have to just be delayed even more by that Catalyst reinforced wall. And this is just causing Pioneers all sorts of problems. I get the feeling that if they win this fight, which they look like they will, there might be a few extra bullets going into the death boxes here of Heroes.
Well, Pioneers, they made it look a little bit ugly to begin with. I mean, I understand the full send from Naski. I don't think he fully expected all 3 players to turn and look at him and him to get deleted that quickly, but he trusted in his teammates that they would be able to follow up with the damage. It was a very brave decision, let's put it that way, but thankfully, you know, with mobile res beacons being in the crafter, KCP will be back on their feet in no time. It's just a matter of now, have they been in the zone too long, right? Is it going to be too difficult for them to make their rotations through because they are so far wayward of where this zone is going to be that it is going to be a long, treacherous journey for them.
One team who is right on the edge of zone, but on the safer side of it is going to be Jailings, who have been nothing short of impressive today so far. I mentioned that Nags and J&W have been up there at the top of the kill leaderboards. Well, they've been up there at the top of the points leaderboards as well. As Alliance, a team who finally found a little bit of form. We know that Alliance like to leave it late sometimes, feel out a lobby before they make their moves towards the top end of the leaderboards. They're going to be making their way towards Fish Farms right now, as Mirage Etoile is going to be in that red zone, so out of bounds for them to play. But Alliance deep into zone here. You can see that they're backing on this one, maybe pulling a little bit towards them because their back is completely cleared. Alliance love to play from this position, have the lobby in front of them, and just pick them off one by one and kind of weave their way through the tapestry of the lobby.
And because this doesn't look like it's going to be a pull to the far southeast, so sometimes you'll get circles like this that really pull into the likes of Fish Farms, right? And it's very easy to predict the circle, the way it's going to go. This circle, however, is probably going to land between the likes of Antenna and Launchpad, and maybe around the rock formations that are between the two. So there is not much playable area that is safe. Some of these buildings, however, will be committed to early on by a lot of these squads, and then it's about trying to rescue them. It's about trying to maybe retake them if you are one of the teams that is arriving late. But for the likes of KCP that we were talking about earlier, this is a horrible circle to be walking in late on because almost every playable area is going to be taken by the time you arrive.
Inferno in one of the good positions, you would say. Although I think it's a good position with a little bit of trepidation still about it, about where that zone might pull. We do see end zones just outside of the buildings they hold down right now. You can see the armory in the background as well is going to be held down. So a couple of teams starting to coexist, which is usually a good indication of where they believe the zone is going to be pulling. But Alliance, we mentioned them, they're inside of the zone. You can see on the northern side of the zone at the moment, E6 have worked their way in, who have been a little bit quiet today as well. KCP, by the way, Naski's back in the game. They are still at down beast, however, so they certainly are going to have to find some crafting materials and some white meds to get back into this game. But for zone 2 closing, this better start getting their skates on a little bit here, because zone 3 really does burn away at those meds.
Yeah, I imagine the Skyward Dive will come out for KCB pretty soon, and they'll pick up a Trident just to make sure they can traverse across the map as quick as possible. But most teams have found their way into this second circle, as Jailings now watching teams that are rotating around them here. And certainly where Jailings currently hold in Jurassic Park right now is a very popular area for where people are going to be rotating through. A lot of open space, but of course when you get to one of the 3 entrances or exits, you can be funneled in and you can really be focused and gatekept, especially if there were to be a Watson team, for example. And we saw that Watson teams were very prevalent in the first games of World's Edge, but perhaps not going to be as apparent here. Still only 3 Watson teams that are going to be on the map.
Just a little note as well, the team that Jailings were firing into the back of there was Fire Beavers, and Fire Beavers did not want any of that fight. They continued their rotation south, and that's going to open things up here for Jailings to walk through Jurassic Park, where there's no one for them to deal with at the moment, apart from this Prowler. If they leave it alone, it won't hurt you. And there is a close-up of Crypto in the drone, really participating.
Great interactive legend to make sure that you can be a part of your team in any way possible. We're not seeing as much Crypto now. I'm seeing a lot on the timeline as well of Crypto not being good enough to be competitive, but there are still a few teams who swear by it and want to stay involved with Crypto, because can make a difference in some of the engagements, right? The EMP can be a game winner at times, or even just a fight winner at times.
Yeah, it can also be a game loser sometimes if you accidentally EMP your own team. It can be...
Seen it happen.
That's why I don't run Crypto, because I know there's a high chance of that happening if I do it. But V2 trying to work their way in a zone as well. They're going to be able to slide down 35 seconds until that zone does close. They should be able to take the building in front of them. I say that, but there's actually a team inside of it. So this is going to be a forced fight now as V2 have to move their way forward. Jailings trying to force their way through, but you mentioned this choke, Dan. You mentioned leaving Jurassic Park is sometimes a difficult thing to do. And it's not just because of the amazing exhibitions that they have on. It's because teams won't let you. So Jailings have got 14 seconds to take this fight before zone damage is going to start causing them problems.
And just on the other side is KCP as well. So KCP came in with a Trident, and they are very close to Jailings right now, but it's whether KCP want to take this fight or whether they just want to completely avoid Jailings, because otherwise they'll just find themselves in the same spot where they would also be trapped. And it looks like Jailings are going to just try and walk around as Noises goes down. He's the first one to be falling here for Jailings, and this is a rough spot.
This is getting even rougher as well. Phoenix Legacy were eliminated, by the way, in the meantime, but there are more teams in the vicinity. V2 have gone out as well. Noise is still on his back. But KCP are kind of thinking about having a look at it. They can hear the noise of this fight kind of going across the map at the moment, and they want to try and get involved. Noises is going to be finished off as well. So now Nags is like, okay, JMW, how do we play this one? Is he going to be able to get the Phoenix kit off in time? That's the real question. Might have timed it absolutely perfectly. Yes, he has. But Jailing's down to 2 and still just taking zone damage, which is making this a horrible looking rotation for them now.
I'm impressed that KCP were able to just walk on by. They were just able to go into Jurassic Park, go out of one of the other doorways and say, okay, well, we're just going to scoot on next to you while you are held at this gateway and we'll find another one. Now KCP are coming back into the fray. Now KCP are maybe realizing there's KP here, probably because KCP have noticed that they are also going to be held out on their next rotation as well.
Very, very interested in this. I'm sure Jailings are thinking, why are you holding us here? The zone is there. You need to get into zone, and that's causing problems for everyone at the moment. This just might be Jailings trying to survive, hope that KCP can do enough damage for them to just scarper by and escape. But at the moment, every single team outside of KCP who's involved in this is having a mess, and it's having a little bit of a mare. KCP are just waiting to take the pieces, eat them all up, and fill up those bellies with KP, because at the moment, they're the only team who can really come out with any kind of success in this situation.
Yeah, Horizon Union eliminated Pioneers, just making sure they try and pick up the extra little bits and pieces, but now they're realizing that time is against them. They can't afford to stay in those areas for any longer. They don't want to wait for Nags to try and come out of his little hidey hole that he had found himself in, and now they have to start thinking about the next step of their journey, right? We mentioned the circle and where it was going to be going. It's going to be heading southeast, but not quite as far as Fish Farms. Instead, it's going to be between and just outside of the likes of Launchpad and Gale Station, and there is some buildings that you can play. Yes, we know that. There's some rocks that you can play behind, but there's also a lot of dangerous open waters and open areas that can leave you very vulnerable to those teams who have already set up.
Well, Nags says, this has not been a fun game for us so far, boys. But don't worry, I got this. He's going to try and rat his way into some decent placements. They did pick up a couple of KP as well, so every placement point that they can improve on is certainly going to add to their tally at the top of that leaderboard. Element 6, just inside of the next zone, trying to hold a team out. Firebeaver's taking a lot of damage, though. You can see the Taskmaster's trying to pop a battery. Nine Impulse is trying to hold for his teammate. Aurora in the kill feed as well. And again, the digital threat is going to have an impact on this fight, as is that damage. I mean, look at Nine Impulse go now. He is doing so much damage to so many players, and he almost single-handedly, for Firebeavers there, eliminated Eternal. That was disgusting.
One of the reasons why you want to have a Havoc as well, just the amount of ammo that you can use, very different to the likes of an R9, for example, that runs out of ammo very quickly, even with a good clip. But Firebeavers are able to get the damage, are able to get the kills, as now E6. I said that they were struggling a little bit with their composition choice. Are they struggling in this engagement?
But E6 trying to take down Aurora at the moment. Slayers is going to have time to pop those meds. Looking at the kill feed as well. You can see Mars is in there, having a little bit of a poke with a charge rifle. E6 in this smoke should be able to pick up a little bit of loot as well. Aurora have managed to rotate away from this fight, and look at KCP. What looked like a very difficult start to the game for them, all of a sudden is starting to evolve and progress into what could be a little bit of a high point game for them, but they've got a long way to rotate. They're on the quick side of zone. That zone is going to close behind them, and they have to make some plays and decisions quickly.
Yeah, so the zone going a little bit further south, away from Launchpad, closer towards the likes of Gale and Fish, but again, still in those kind of murky open waters that are going to leave you so vulnerable and so exposed if you try and make your way in late, as Dell is going to shred for 112, and Zane's been able to get the opener as Jailings finally get eliminated in 11th.
Halo fans, stand up for a second as 117 pops up on your screen. Pioneers trying to take down all of these players, though. So Dell does go down as well, and it's all left up to Zane now. But what other player would you want it to be left up to in a 1v1? He wins the fight. E6 taken down, but now they're getting harassed. The third party shots are coming in from distance. Can he stick to res? It looks like he might just have enough time to do so.
Passion also having a scrap elsewhere. Dynasty get eliminated. Now just 7 squads remaining. In Passion, I'm very impressed with what they've been able to do. After being contested for their opening games in World's Edge, they have started to rescue things with a couple of big team fights in the last couple of games, which I'm sure they'll be happy with. Cleve, last remaining player on Aurora, trying to escape and trying to play some placement. But KCP, they're back up and they're healthy. And I lied, he's not the last remaining player. He was just so far away from his team. He looked like the last remaining player, but that's what you could do as a Wraith. That's the advantage of having a Wraith on your team.
Well, look at Firebeavers. Firebeavers still alive as well. 7 squads remaining in this lobby. Taskmaster, I swear, he spawns into every game with red armor. OJ Rain's going to have red armor as well, and 9 Impulse just behind them, and he just needs 24 damage to get that foot up to red. So Firebeavers are going to be so dangerous on this rotation, but now here comes the Skyward Dive. There will be space to play for. But, oh my god, a And my goodness, that is going to change things here for Fire Beavers.
I don't think they can have time to get the res as well, right? Because the zone's coming in. They are going to try it. And no, they give up on it. They say, all right, well, it's just the two of us as we go on our merry way. And now you've got to walk into this circle. And this is even worse because all these teams that find themselves in the area are going to do so much damage. But oh my God, the one clip was almost there as 9imps comes from behind.
I mean, he's turned a 3v2 into a 2v2 almost immediately. The zone is going to be the problem, though, for them. Trying to follow up is going to be OJ right now. Oh my God, he gets one. Surely he can't turn this one round. Surely he can't clutch this one up. Everybody goes down. Passion survive as Fire Beavers will be eliminated. Pioneers also taken down. We're down to our final 5 squads.
Fire Beavers coming back with a vengeance after being plucked from the sky. But now this was the mayhem that we thought would unfold. These were the murky waters that we're speaking of. And actually, they don't look that murky. They look pretty clean if I'm looking at it from this POV. But it could look murky when we see all of the death that's about to happen from some of these players as they try and make their way into the center of it. 5 teams all going to have to work their way in and use whatever cover is available. Trix is the man to be watching out for, though. The Kraber could be a big influence for the end of this game.
He was clay pigeon shooting a few moments ago onto Fire Beavers, but now he's just trying to influence the lobby. 252, Malowan, don't stand still for too long. Can he get away, though? He's only got the white shield. Luckily for Aurora, it looked like that player just managed to get around the corner, was just about to get around that corner as another player just poked away at Trix, stopping him getting that finish. Aurora now trying to portal out of this position, trying to find somewhere safe to get the res. Cleve is on his own. He might be able to jump into the void, but no, he can't. He's got 15 seconds till that's going to happen. And now Aurora might be ended. Aurora down as Bitfix Gaming sweep in and clean up the pieces.
But Bitfix are the team that have to move the most, though, as it is going to be southeast now of where they currently reside. Alliance already waiting in that next circle and arguably in one of the better positions at the moment. But at least because there's only 3 squads, there's going to be a lot more room to play with here as you're moving in. There's not going to be as many guns on you, so you can think about it. You can slow things down. Strategy can be very important here, and of course, ultimates as well. What legends do we have available? Are there seers that are going to be available for these teams? You can see Bitfix do have one, and I wonder whether they're going to have the ultimate available as well.
Bitfix also have that Kraber, and that can be a complete game changer. One shot is all you need to clean out so much space. You can see the Trix is waiting for someone to bob, someone to weave, someone to stick a head up for him to remove. Trying to become the Apex Legends equivalent of a plastic surgeon here and rearrange a few pieces of a face for someone. But at the moment, nobody's showing for him. 3 bullets to play with, 1 is all he should need.
And of course, on the other side, Alliance, we've got the Rampart that is going to come into the equation. Danish also available. They've got a Watson, so we've got 3 entirely different compositions in this final circle. Are we going to see the Seer really pay dividends here, though? Are we going to see the ultimates come down, or is it going to be something like a Rampart Sheila that makes the difference, or just having the walls? Look at the amount of cover that's available for these teams. The walls could be everything.
Hackers is trying to play the anchor for his team at the moment, trying to let Effect and Yuki do the damage. Bitfix Gaming, though, they're taking damage themselves. And now Trix, even with the Kraber, might not be able to fire a bullet in anger. And Jung Hong Kong moves in to take down Zerafa. This should open the door, potentially here for Alliance to move in and pick up the pieces. Bitfix are taken down, but Danish still incredibly healthy in this position, Dan.
Yeah, they just did a lot of damage as well to Alliance, who had to back off, but they weren't able to get the knock, which is important. But here comes the shreds now as Danish make it a 3 versus 1.
That was about as clean as you could ask for. They turn this fight completely on its head. That is what you need to do. If you are the first team to engage with 3 squads remaining, you need to make it quick. You need to make it clean, because then you can call yourself a champion, and that's exactly what they do in that final moment.
And we talk about legends. We talk about what is available for you in the ultimates. I think the Bangalore was a big difference there for Danish. They had the ability to get the ultimate down, which was just doing so much damage and forced teams to actually go into the engagement. They were able to capitalize off that damage, and then they take the W because of it. Always good as well in a meta that is so heavy with Seer and Cat at times to see just something a little bit different coming into the fray here, Lauren.
I mean, a lot happened in that game. Specifically, we had a lot of early game fighting. There's lots of stuff I'm going to touch on when we go through the highlights that I was trying to pay attention to while all of those fights were happening, specifically between KCP and Jailings. But the ending there for Danish, they absolutely dominated their area, played it perfectly, and did work so quickly that they didn't even give Alliance the opportunity to third party at the end there.
Yeah, it's so difficult to do in those situations as well. Usually you're in that position where it's like, okay, we've got a lot of damage here. Let's play for second. Let's play for these KP. That's guaranteed points. And then if we can finish it quickly and we can get armor swaps, maybe we can hold off Alliance. But there was a few contributing factors. Like Dan said, they got the smokes down. They had the Digi threats. That made the fight easier, that they didn't take too much damage. But they also took that fight on the high ground, which meant that even if they got a little bit of damage done and they weren't able to armor swap, whatever it might have been, Alliance still had a tough position to try and take away from them. We used to see an effect last season on the Horizon. If he takes to the sky there, and it's last season, maybe that fight's completely different. But now he's on Valkyrie, can't get up into the sky and fire that gun as quickly. So I think a combination of things, a little bit of composition, a little bit of high ground, and a little bit of efficiency in that final circle, and that final fight really did put them in a great spot to win that one.
And then, I mean, the Kraber coming out for Bitfix, that put so much work in and ruined the opportunity there for Fire Beavers to even get themselves in a solid position at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think Fire Beavers on the petition to sign to get rid of Kraber. They are now added as one of the pro teams who say, yep, okay, I'm done with it now. We got taken out of the sky. It's all well and good when you have it in your hands, but when you get plucked out like that, oh, it's so painful, obviously. But sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. That is the risk of running a Valkyrie. You can get taken out of the sky a lot easier now, ever since we had those changes wayward ago when the patch did come in for Valkyrie, and you just have to accept it for what it is. But as soon as you see a Kraber on the map, you've just got to be well aware of it, and maybe that was the first time anyone had heard the Kraber, and suddenly everyone ducked down a little bit when the guns came out.
Phenomenal performance, though, across the board from all the teams. Danish definitely getting some serious points, some KP on the board for themselves, starting off really strong in Stormpoint. And we had said we were wondering if, when we switched maps, would we still be seeing the consistency out of our teams that had been performing at the top of the lobby, or would the map shake things up a little bit? It definitely shook things up for Danish as they are able to take home that win. We go through the highlights here. Like I was saying earlier, lots of early game fighting, the 50-50 right off the rip. That was not something that Kella was excited about.
No, especially when you find out that the other team's running Catalyst. I think that was the real difference maker. Being able to barricade those doors just makes it almost impossible to push, especially with early loot and everything that you can kind of find. You can't be aggressive. You can't 8-1 player who gets caught out of position. But this fight on Edge, it took so long. It took so long for the two teams to finally get it done. But in the end, it was Pioneers that actually turned 2v3 in their favor, managed to win that one. So a great performance from KCP to actually manage to hold this down. This fight, again, it went on so long. That was the Jurassic Park, JMW and Jaylings just trying to force their way through, going, why won't you let us rotate? Okay, well, we'll try and survive until we can get you pinched, as KCP came in to do the damage. But I mean, we'll go into it here, but you can see we've had other highlights, and this fight was still going on, which is how long it took.
See, and I'm wondering about this too, because I was watching the map feed and Jaylings was in this area and just waited. They were trying to gatekeep a team to come through. KCP was the team, but it ended up getting turned on Jaylings' head. So it was a decision that maybe was born out of a little bit of overconfidence from their performance in the first few games, and then we saw them on the opposite side, KCP kind of pulling it back a little bit, Dan.
Yeah, and I think what was even more impressive was how KCP managed to maneuver their way past Jaylings through Jurassic Park. I don't know whether they signed up for an extra ticket onto some sort of ride to get through the park, but they certainly, maybe it was a fast pass, I don't know at this point, because there was no expectation, I think, from Jaylings for suddenly KCP to be on the other side there, and once they were there, it was just impossible for Jaylings to try and escape. Then Pioneers went on to pick up some good points because of it, especially when you consider how long their rotation was. But let's talk about Fire Beavers, right? They just had the detriment of being taken out of the sky by the Kraber, but then they full sent it on a team and probably ruined the other team's game. They said, look, if you're going to ruin our game, we're going to ruin someone else's, and that's sometimes how we see things just start to have the domino effect. But in the end, Danish showing so much presence with their utility they had available from their legend composition, and then the damage they were able to output. The car, by the way, has been so good and so influential for a lot of these teams.
Closing out the game here really, really easily, just knowing that they not only had that height advantage, but the numbers advantage, cleaning up Alliance there at the end for the win. And that was a strong performance out of Danish. But on the flip side of that, even if Alliance isn't getting the KP, at least now they're kind of picking it up in the placement points department, getting 12 points, which is better than what we had seen in the first two matches.
Yeah, two good games for Alliance, a good game for Aurora as well. You can see they put 8 points on the board, which is certainly a much improved performance from World's Edge for them, and I'm hoping that they can put some more points and just keep that confidence flowing. Fire Beavers, again, you can always guarantee they're going to have some KP. 7 KP, though, for Pioneers. That's the one that might go under the radar a little bit. A tough fight for them at the start. It took them a while to get Nasky back in, but once they got back into the action, they didn't let that little pause in play on their rotation slow down their momentum. They pick up 10 points, which for them, after their World's Edge performance is very, very vital for them to just give a bit of confidence, maybe get the points on the board and give them a little bit of belief moving forward.
Definitely spreading a lot of the KP out here on the first page, which means most of the second page is going to be a little bit bare, minus V2, and that is partially a result of that early 50-50 that they had against Kella. But being able to get 6 KP with absolutely 0 placement points will at least be helpful for them moving forward for the rest of the games.
Just V2 doing V2 things, right? I mean, we saw it in Split 1, we're seeing the same thing again. Once V2 start getting these kills and actually find themselves in the late game, they can have mammoth games, and we're going to see V2 pick up some incredible points, but it's just breaking through that period of winning your early fights, getting through the mid game, and just being a little bit patient so that you get into the late game as well. A disappointing turn to Storm Point for Jailings to start things off, but as we noticed in Jurassic Park, things just didn't really go down well for them, and I'm still expecting them to bounce back in matches 5 and 6.
Well, we'll see what doors that opens for the other teams as far as closing that point gap up at the top. Jailings still in first place, but no longer with as big of a points cushion here. Fire Beavers following shortly behind, but Danish making a huge jump up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at how tight the leaderboard actually is. There's Jailings at the top, but even the separation between them and Bifix Gaming down in 10th, it's a fairly considerable one, but it's not one that's like unassailable with 2 games left. So a lot to play for here in these last 2 games. We're not seeing that point sponge that we have seen previously, and I'd asked, you know, for the EMEA region to throw some questions our way. Say, who is going to be the team that steps up? Who are going to be the players who step up to really challenge those big names at the top? Well, I think you're starting to see that. Horizon Union, impressive today. Kashera was saying it. V2, impressive today. Nightmare Esports up there as well. And I think you're looking at the other end of things. You're looking at E6. You're looking at Gaming Gladiators. You're looking at Maestro, Pioneers. All of those teams have history of having success, and today they're really struggling.
Well, we'll have to see if any of those teams at the bottom can pick it up, but there's only 2 more days or games left on the day for them to really have the opportunity to do so. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're going to find out real soon. Before we do that, we're going to be sending it to a short break, so make sure you don't go anywhere, because when we return, game number 5.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of Split 2 of the ALGS for EMEA. We've gotten through 4 of our games here today, and we still have 2 more matches coming up right around the corner. But before we do that, we're gonna hang out. We're gonna chat for a little bit, okay? Obviously, we just switched on over to Storm Point. We had already completed our first 3 matches of the day on World's Edge. Got 1 in the books now for Storm Point, and it definitely shook things up, to say the least. We had Danish coming out on top in match number 4 as our winner, and saw in general a little bit of a difference in success for the teams to the top and the comps here on this map, Gaskin.
Yeah, we saw a lot more Valkyrie come into the equation for Stormpoint, and you'd have to imagine that's because people are struggling typically to make their rotations on Stormpoint, so they want to have the crutch of just being able to jet yourself up into the sky. I do think that Valkyrie is going to slowly work her way out of the meta ever so slightly. It's not going to be this dominant for the entire season. I just think that because everyone else is running Valkyrie at the moment, people are just panicking, saying, okay, well, if they're running Valkyrie, we need to be running Valkyrie, otherwise we're going to lose that race, because that's what Apex Legends becomes at times. It could just be a race to getting to those good positions, and sometimes the best way to win that race is a character that literally launches you into the sky and projects you as fast as possible across the map. So a lot of Valkyrie. It was a 90% pick rate in match number 4 there. Whether that will start to dwindle a little bit now as teams try and find perhaps a little bit better of fighting comp, that remains to be seen.
And then on the flip side of that, obviously seeing significantly less Catalyst than what we saw at the beginning of the day, Mark.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise to me to see less Catalyst. I think Catalyst is a legend where, you know, obviously a lot of players are going to be picking it because of the class, because of what it offers you as far as, you know, hitting beacons, etc. But I think the one thing that Catalyst does as well that people are maybe struggling with a little bit is it allows you to rotate in a slightly different way. A lot of teams are trying to cut people off and isolate fights with Catalyst walls, but what you can use it for is a rotation tool. And like Dan said, the easiest rotation tool, you would argue, is a Valkyrie. If you can get into the sky, you can get into zone. But Catalyst allows you to do it in a little bit more of a structured way, but you have to be so on top of your P's and Q's as an IGL to call where that rotation is going to be. And that is a risk in itself, because you look silly if it goes wrong, but if it goes right, you really can isolate not only your rotation, but away from all of the other fights and force people to fight into each other. It's something I think that takes a little bit of work to get used to, especially to get the whole team on the same page on how you want to do it. And for an IGL, I think it's a very pressured pick at the moment, with the meta evolving in the way it is and people still trying to get their hands around how they want to move around the map, how they want to rotate around the map. I also have a question for you guys, which is, when you hear the team name Danish, do you think of people from Denmark or Danish cakes?
I think of Danish pastries. I think that I've been hungry for the last like 4 games now, and as my break does finally arrive, because Mark just decided I wasn't allowed to stop casting, I'm going to find a Danish. Yeah. I might go to a shop and get a Danish.
Sorry to break up the like good conversation, by the way.
Daniel,
but that's just been
go
on my
get
mind.
a snack.
I'm going to get a Danish.
Go take a rest.
I will.
You go do that. Okay, Dan, you're gone. Dan's gone now. Now it is me and you, Mark. And we're not talking about Danish dishes. Honestly, I didn't think of the food. I thought of Danish people. So apparently I was the outlier in that group, but I think it was potentially the correct assumption for the team.
I think it's incorrect, Lauren, because you told me I'm not talking about Danishes, which means I'm going to introduce match 5 by talking about Danish pastries. I'm not really. Danish do take home at game number 4, but Lauren, I mean, Stormpoint always throws up a little bit of a surprise for some teams, and in the leaderboards, they're always we see, I would say, Stormpoint creating an opportunity for teams to drop a bomb game if they get a good rotate and they pick up a few good third parties, and you can see like a first place with a 10 kill game, which really can change the leaderboards, and the leaderboards can change. We've got 2 games left. It's still so tight, and I think that we're going to see a lot of shuffling going on.
Yeah, I know. I think we're going to be waiting to see some of those Stormpoint specialists emerge here, see which teams can really take advantage of this map and which teams struggle, because all of that will come into play, like you're saying, with how close all of these scores are right now. It's going to come down to the point where every single point matters, and obviously this is mostly about getting those placement points for playoffs. It's not even about your individual score on today. It's about where you're going to sit in the overall ranking when everything is said and done. So these teams really have to be putting in work when you have so many other squads that had phenomenal first 2 days. So these next few days that we play are going to be integral for some of these squads.
They certainly are, and I tell you what, this looks like a very similar zone to what we just saw. It could be another Gale Station zone. I'm just saying, we could be going back down there. We could see a very similar end zone, or maybe we're going to go towards the Prowler Island. The third zone is going to be absolutely vital. Should I say the beacon is going to be very, very vital for teams to put themselves into the correct place. But hey, it gives me the opportunity to talk about Danish once more, the winners of our previous game. And you have to say this is a pretty good zone for them as well. Dropping over at Launchpad, they got a pretty sweet rotation in. They don't have to go through too many teams, and if they wanted to get there early, they're more than likely to do so.
You know, we're also not seeing those early game 50-50s. It seems like Kella decided they wanted to back off of that a little bit, give V2 that POI for now, and not have a repeat of what happened in the last matchup, which will at least set themselves up a little bit better moving on through the rest of the game into a safer spot on the map right now, as Danish is just getting some of their crafting out of the way. And that's something that we haven't really talked about too much so far, because we haven't had an opportunity to, but we have seen the Moby getting used to some seriously decent effect, at least in the case of, you know, Alliance back on World's Edge, and the Digis are huge today, something that they won't be having tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be a big difference maker. Like you say, if you're running Bangalore and there's a Digi, it kind of... It's a double-edged sword, right? Because if you're able to pick up digital threats and you're running Bangalore, then great, because you're going to be able to fight through the smokes, but also everyone else is going to be able to do so. And if you're the Bangalore team and you're running those smokes and you're the only team who manages to find a Digi threat, all of a sudden you become even more lethal on the map. So the Digi being in the crafter certainly is interesting, but Horizon, you can see Union right now, they're doing a little bit of damage. They get the first knock, it's going to be in the hands of Phoenix, and they're taking a pretty comfortable fight, as I say. It got a little bit more uncomfortable. Jay Savage should be able to clean things up, and it's going to be Maestro who are on the receiving end of this, down to just one now.
Able to get the stick on the res there. Horizon keeping themselves relatively healthy, and this is a good early start for them because they struggled in this last match, so this will be some good KP, at least also owning this POI, giving them loot, setting themselves up well. You've got two of them now on purples, and this is a solid start for Horizon Union.
Yeah, I mean, Maestro Sanya is out of there. He's not going to be involved in getting anything going his way, but we are going to see a little bit of a console being hit here, which is going to give some information on that zone, which I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of desperate for as well, because as I say, I got a funny feeling this is going to be a very, very similar zone to what we just saw. I could be wrong. I have a funny feeling that you just want to be right about where you think the zone is going to go. Look where the teams are, though. I'm telling you, it's going to be very similar. You are completely right. I do like to be right about where the zone is going.
I knew that that's what the true motive behind finding out where the zone was, as we see the Valve rotate coming out of Danish here, trying to put themselves into a better spot now that everyone is going to start trying to hold a little bit of real estate in this zone. But the fight didn't end. Maestro actually stuck around. You thought he was leaving, decided to go back, see if maybe he's going for a banner pickup, but Horizon wasn't about to let that happen.
Yeah, they just count the boxes, count the banners. They were like, yeah, come and get it. You did. That's pretty much what happened there. So Horizon Union, no sportsmanship being shown by them whatsoever. They're not worried about the speed of their rotate. They're all about those KP, and I think it's always a smart way to do things. If you do get that opportunity early on to get 3 KP, it's always better than 2. So playing that one in the way that they needed to, Bitfix Gaming, they're going to make their way from this southern side of the map at the moment. DYM were just behind them, so maybe just trying to rotate into Barometer and hit a late Valcolt from that height would be a pretty smart thing to do. But they've also got Phoenix Legacy, who are kind of racing them to this POI at the moment. It's going to be interesting to see who gets the high ground first at the moment, or if someone's going to take a little bit of a different route.
For now, they've at least escaped away from Dynasty, not something that they have to worry about. But Dynasty deciding they're going to go for a little bit of a drive, give themselves
for a cruise.
Just a casual, a Sunday stroll.
Get the vibes going. I know how it is.
Seems like they're trying to at least kind of mirror the rotation here, though. Bitfix stay on their tails and potentially get some damage out of them. Got at least 1 gold shield for Dynasty, which will be useful for them later on, but also not pushing anything too hard. There's really no need for them to do so right now. They've got space and knowledge of where the squads around them are, so they can kind of just hold here for now.
Yeah, they're going to be chilling. They're just going to be holding their backs. They do have the high ground, so anyone who's in front of them over at Antennae, if they've got the range to fire down, then they're going to be able to do so. But look at this. This is the counter rotation, which I love seeing out of Fire Beavers. They notice someone crafting over here at the mill, and crafting at the mill is horrid. You are completely exposed, and if Fire Beavers can get the first knock, then all of a sudden they will be aping this. They see this as free KP. The Calyx Wall's going to go down, so is the Cyril. They're throwing everything at this.
I mean, why not? They probably are making the assumption that it's just them and Heroes at this point, so they're able to really just dump their full kit in if they want to. They did get some damage down, but opt to not full send on it yet, trying to play this a little bit smarter. Clean that one up, so now they at least have the 1 down on Heroes and continue to make their push forward, but Heroes have probably decided they want nothing to do with this right now.
I mean, heroes are probably just like, why are you here? Like, that's the question, because this is completely against traffic. Everyone's trying to rotate their way into zone, but Fire Beavers, they're not too worried about fighting in zone 2 or zone 3 if they can get the job done quickly. And look at this spray coming in with a flatline as well. We're going to break some shields. The question is now meds, but they do have the crafter available that they just managed to pick one player off of, so they can craft some med kits if they need to here, Fire Beavers. They will be safe. Heroes, though, the white med's not looking too healthy for them, and you're seeing how quickly they're ticking down as well. One med kit and a couple of syringes to play with. Heroes are in a bit of a sticky situation now.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a rough spot for them to recover from. Trying to make the decision here on how they want to make the rotation. Do they even bother going for the banner? It looks like they're at least going to try and check for it. Fire Beavers could be on high, waiting for them to make this rotation around. It looks like they might be safe somehow.
Wait, are they crafting now? Imagine, like Revenge of the Crafter?
What?
They come back and like Fire Beavers trying to craft some medkit. Heroes get the knock. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. But KCP, they're wandering their way in towards zone at the moment. Pioneers on the outside. We saw, oh, it is going down. Oh my goodness, and Heroes get one. Oh, it's the Crafter. It is cursed. It is the cursed Crafter of the mill. I mentioned how it's horrible to craft here. And you're seeing exactly why. 9 impulse now. All of a sudden in a 2v2, but look at Clemmy. He's only got 1 syringe to play with here. He's going to be hoping that maybe there's a medkit on that crafter he can pick up.
Okay, but is this worth this fight anymore? The amount of resources that they've utilized just here alone. And yeah, they're Fire Beavers, they're shredding, but then Heroes is responding every single time, and the two of them have used their kits multiple times over. They're down to almost nothing on their meds, and sure, the Crafter's there, but the Crafter's gotten both of them knocked multiple times.
I think that Taskmaster has a massive advantage in this fight because there's no white meds to play with. They're trying to walk towards it. He's trying to pop the medkit, manages to do so. 107, 119. Heroes came back for a little bit more, but they did not come out on top, and it was the white meds that cost them. Fire Beavers make a risky play. The gold knockdown shield are going to be super helpful for at least giving OJ some white meds off of his respawn here, or should I say after being picked up, but it was a mess, but it kind of worked out in the end. That's maybe not how they planned it, Fire Beavers, but it certainly worked.
I'm stressed. That was stressful. I
told you, the mill crafting is horrid.
Did we have to do that so early on in the game?
Yes. Always.
Well, Fire Beavers, at least somehow coming out on top and doing well for themselves there. I think we might have a little bit of a restart situation.
I think that crafter was more cursed than we thought it was, Lauren, to be honest with you. It looks like the lobby might have... it's my fault. Blame me. I don't know how, but it's my fault. Just everyone does it, so just blame me.
Well, you did say it was cursed. You didn't say how far the curse extended. That was the problem.
True. Apologies, everyone. My bad. I'm happy to take,
It's fine. Now we're just going to be hanging out here for a little bit while we get that reset. I think that they did have a little bit of crash situation. So now we get to hang out and talk about some of that, or at least hopefully not see that type of a crafter fight ever again that early on in the game, because I don't think I can handle that.
I kind of enjoyed it. I'm not going to lie. It was a really Fire Beavers thing to do, though, right? I talked about how they counter rotate sometimes and they go against traffic. They might have a pretty decent position on edge of zone, but they're happy to rotate out of it to look for a fight on someone coming in, even if that means they have to take a little bit of zone damage themselves. And that's just confidence, right? They think that they're just a better fighting team, and the majority of times they are a better fighting team. They saw that crafter light up. They knew that someone was on it. They managed to get the pick. And then the only problem for them was that their white med started ticking away as well, and they had to go to the crafter, and they gave away their position, and it just became a little bit of a topsy-turvy kind of messy fight. But it's something we've seen them do even in some games last week. Where there was a World's Edge game where they started in Fragment, they went up north, then they went into Skyhook, into zone, then they went towards Epicenter, then they went back into zone because they got knocked, then they Valkorted after getting it was a crazy rotation, and I think non-traditional would be the best way of kind of explaining it, but it's effective for them, and it brings them points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to question them because they have done so well so far with this pure, insane play style. But while we're hanging out here waiting, let's actually take a look at some stats. Let's talk about individual players. We'll take a look at the kill leaderboard because, surprise, surprise, we've got J-Lings at the top, multiple players.
Yeah, we do indeed, and I have to find out if this is adding on the kills that we just saw from the previous game, because I think after 4 games, no, it is, of course. So Taskmaster Taskmaster is in second place now, so that's going to be 10 kills for him. No surprise, though, I like you say, to see Jailings and Firebeavers kind of sharing the kills. But Effect, I think this story is going to be a really interesting one to kind of follow, because he was a player who couldn't attend, of course, the playoffs with Alliance, and he was a big factor in them getting to that position. Now, take nothing away from Mande. What a performance it was from him filling in as a substitute for that squad. But Effect is a special kind of player. We heard it from Yuki's interview at playoffs, saying that you talk about controller players, you talk about where they are. Well, Effect is up here. He is above them all. And I think that seeing his progression through this season and towards, hopefully, his opportunity to perform at the next playoffs is going to be very, very interesting to watch. It could be one of the highest kind of rising stars that we've seen in Apex for quite some time. And I'm super excited to see him do it on LAN, because that is where it obviously matters most.
I mean, we even saw Noises up there, and we heard Kashera saying earlier that today he's just kind of putting on a masterclass of IGLing for that team. And so the fact that you've got all three of them up there in the top 10 position just speaks volumes of how well Jailings has done. But that's just for today. That's match day 3 with those stats. Let's take a look at all of Split 2 for our kill leaderboard, because this is going to add in lots of players, and Fire Beavers are just unstoppable right now.
The Beavers never stop. That's all that you need to know. That's I tell you what, if they don't make that hashtag, then your marketing's down, boys. That's what I'm saying. That one's going to go viral. But Unlucky in second place. No surprise to see him there, just absolutely doing what he does for Vexed. Kashera, though, I think that's a player I wanted to talk about, because, we've had him on the show. He's a very, humble guy when you talk to him. Very focused on his responsibilities as an IGL for Ascend, but seeing him up there as one of the top fraggers for the team as well, I think says a lot about how confident he's feeling as well, and how well he's been playing. So a shout out to Kashera, not just for joining us today, but also for his performances in the kill carry.
And then all the way down there at the bottom, a team that we had specifically asked Kashera about, talking to us a little bit about KCP. They had a slower start, I think, to the day than they probably would have liked, even though they had some incredibly strong engagements that we saw when we were talking about them going up against E6 over in Lava Fisher. Even with the failed push onto Passion, Zane is all the way down there in 10th place, holding on for KCP for the Split 2 kill leaderboard. And he's somebody that we have literally been talking about since playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the one good thing I think taken away from Pioneer's first game day is I mentioned that even though their placements might not have been like top 4, top 5 placements every game, whatever happened, they were getting KP. And I think that adding Zane is going to guarantee you to win some team fights that maybe they wouldn't have previously. And, we know, I mentioned him when we were casting, the guy shoots straighter than most people out there. We saw that crazy 1v3 clip, and that was, if you needed an indication, you could hang that one in the Louvre, and, people are going to look at it and admire it for quite some time, because it was just perfect shooting. Even if he's on controller, it doesn't matter. You still got to hit those shots. And I think there's a really fine balance for Pioneers at the moment when I see them in team fights, because I think it's great to have a player on your team that gives you that confidence that he's going to hit all his shots and he's going to win us this fight. But sometimes that gives you a little bit overconfidence, like, oh, we can go into this fight, we can just win it. You still got to respect the team that you're going up against. And I think maybe that was could be symptomatic of that fight we saw them take a little bit earlier on, where they had a little bit of overconfidence flying into that fight in the building.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that I was impressed with their decision to not be KP hungry when it came to the fight that we just watched them have with Jailings. They decided, you know what, we know there's a solo and we probably could clean that up, but after what happened in the last match, it was a much more mature and reserved decision to be like, no, we're going to go rotate in for a position and try to hold that instead, which did that end up letting Jailings get away. Yeah, sure, but that was the smarter choice to make in the moment, and being able to kind of reel it in a little bit and recognize that, I think overall in the long run will be massive for KCP.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of Zane, I'm pretty sure we got some match day 3 stats from him today to kind of indicate how he's been playing and what he's been doing. And you can see he's got 5 kills already. Might not seem crazy, but if you compare that, I think that will be the majority of kills that have come in from Pioneers. That's me speculatively saying that, but I've seen his name in the kill feed more than once. But a decent amount of damage coming out of him as well. Decent amount of assists, and he's just going to give consistency in team fights. And I think that's something that maybe Pioneers were missing previously, especially when they were trying to hold down some of those end game spots. And he is going to be a game changer. I think between him and Effect, they're the players to watch for what they can add to their teams as we move through this split. Both do something very similar for their teams. Both want to be entry fraggers, and up there when it comes to kills at the end of the season, heading into hopefully qualification for both these teams ahead of the LAN. And I think he's certainly having a standout performance, and that one play has put him in a great position on a great team to really go forward and move on to the next step of his career.
All right, you know what? We're still waiting a little bit on our players to get loaded into the lobby for our next match. So we're going to bring Gaskin back in to hang out and chat with us about everything we've been talking about because...
Hi, Dan.
Hey, how's it going?
You good?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your break? Was that a long enough break?
Absolutely perfect, actually. The right amount of time. Just sat back down. Game's still not started, no? Oh, nice. We can talk about pregame again, right? That's what's happened?
Did you have a Danish?
Exactly.
I did have a Danish. No, I didn't. There was no time for me to get a Danish in this time. But yeah, honestly, good to be back and interested to see what will happen with this restart here. I mean, I think that when you look at a lot of these squads and how they were playing that initially, frustration, I think, for a few teams with their initial rotation, but now you get the chance to just kind of reset everything. So it's a good mental reset for some. For others, obviously, it's going to be the other side of things where they may have been in a good position, but sometimes that's how it works in esports.
Well, we have been talking about them all day, so we're just going to continue doing so at this point, because when we saw those individual stats, we saw for all of Split 2 how well the Fire Beavers players have been doing when it comes to the kill leaderboard. Obviously, overall on the day they've been slaying out, it feels like they have been taking out their frustration of not making it to land on Split 2.
Yeah, and I think that Fire Beavers as a squad just seem to be getting better and better now. Every single time they're on our screens, I think when it comes to not just their decisions that they're making in game, but it's how they actually execute some of the decisions that they're making as well. They are flawless when it comes to what they're focusing on. Their team shot, very impressive indeed. They're always targeting the same things, and they're very quick to turn their targets as well. If they feel like the tide is being turned a little bit differently elsewhere, they will all just switch up and look at a different player if they feel like they're weak or they're vulnerable. I think that Fire Beavers are going to be a force to be reckoned with the further we get into this split, and if we don't see teams start to catch up with how impressive they are in their 3v3 engagements, then they could be a team that maybe we even look at to talk about on an international level what a threat that they could have at playoffs.
Honestly, this send onto Passion might be one of my favorite pushes that they've made, because they didn't, I mean, it was their only option, right? They ended up having to try to walk into the zone. It was a completely unfortunate situation after having lost one to the Kraber in that situation. But the push, if there was no knockdown shield, 100% Fire Beavers would have won that fight, Mark.
I think Fire Beavers are the kings of the death ball. And if you don't know what the death ball is, it's when a full team will, like, it's not about taking angles. They will just all send it in the same direction. And it works so well in Apex Legends sometimes. Because if you're the player who's holding an angle, you're like, oh, there's one here. Wait, there's two players just flying at me, holding down their right trigger or their left mouse button, whatever it is. It's going to cause problems for you. And it's something that, you know, it's almost counterintuitive sometimes to the way that you think, you know, an FPS fight should be taken. You want to take angles, you think of CSGO, right? And you're thinking, oh, you know, I'm trying to pick a player off. But on Apex, because of the momentum you can get by flying forward, sliding, whatever it might be, you can really catch people off guard. And Fire Beavers, the one that stood out to me still was that fight against GG on World's Edge. They're so good at isolating something and then just fully sending it. And they don't miss too many bullets, which is the great thing about it. If you're going to death ball someone and you ain't missing many bullets, you're certainly going to be able to get one knock at least.
Well, we're talking about the top two. This is actually a great conversation for anyone who's just joining the stream, because we might as well also be talking about Jailings. And that is awesome that that's the conversation we're having, because starting at the top of the day, they were a team that we were worried about needing to pick up their gameplay. And then today, they've just completely turned over a new leaf, Gaskin.
I was surprised they weren't already kind of at the top of the leaderboard. So I think I mentioned it at the start of the show. When I saw this team form, I was so excited because I was a big fan of Invictus Gaming and what they offered. And when you bring two of that three and align it with Nags, who is an incredible, individual talent, as I'm so lost for words at how good this team is, I can't even speak at the moment. But I do think that as they progress and as they start to learn how each other are going to work, especially on World's Edge, you've got to remember that Invictus Gaming were one of, if not the best World's Edge teams that we had when we went into playoffs during Split 1, with the amount of victories they were able to find and the percentages from like top 5 turning into victories. If you then add that into this new Jailings roster and maybe find a little bit of consistency across onto Stormpoint as well, then Jailings are going to be a force to be reckoned with, and they certainly are going to be a team we have to keep looking out for and keep respecting, no matter what map it is. I don't want them to just be a World's Edge team, so they're going to have to prove to us on Stormpoint that they can do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the question, and this will become a conversation that we talk about later on in the split as well, when we have more of those stats nailed down. Obviously, the new season has kind of thrown a lot of that out in the wind when we talk about storm point specialists or people that are doing better on World's Edge. We don't have as much information as we would like, but right now what we are seeing is we're getting consistency out of teams like Fire Beavers, and we're getting adaptability out of teams like Jailings when it comes to being able to recover in a meta that is a little bit chaotic right now, that everyone is still trying to learn, figure out, nail down. And so in both situations, it is very promising for these teams. Now, I think that the next game is almost starting to get underway, which means, Gaskin, we can probably let you go and enjoy your break again.
Enjoy your Danish.
Hopefully you'll have it Danish this time, right? We should have Danish.
I reckon he will.
Maybe.
If I know anything about Dan Gaskin, that man loves his snacks. He'll have a Danish somewhere in the house in a cupboard, covered in dust that he'll be ready to dig out from a few years ago, and he'll still eat that thing. Trust me. Yeah, he'll still eat it.
It's as long as it's the right moment, then it will still be good for Dan. But like I said, the match, guys, it's back. It's ready to go. We are able to jump into our 5th match of the day. And I'm just going to hope that we maybe do not have a repeat of that Crafter in Mill fight, because it was a lot.
I can't believe that you are not wishing chaos upon these teams once again. That was one of my favorite fights I've seen all season. It just shows the difference in personality that we have when it comes to casting this game at the moment. But it's going to be an interesting game. And obviously, this is the penultimate game as well. This is something to remember. You know, there's only one more game left for these teams after this. So this is one where they can really put themselves in a strong position to take away some points at the end of the day, or set themselves up maybe for a little bit of a disappointing finish where all of a sudden things start to become a bit desperate. And we know how in game 6 teams can start to play differently. They can start to get a little bit desperate for points, which makes them make a little bit more of a rash decision than maybe they would in a game 4 or 5. So a lot to play for here for our teams. And now that we're back underway, hopefully we get a bit of a different zone as well, because if I see Gale Station once more, then I'm questioning things. Don't know what those things are, but I'm questioning them.
You know, we never will know whether or not you were correct there either. I think you were just a bit off.
You would say that. I'm always 100% correct. We never saw the beacon. Never mind. I'm going to go back and watch all the VODs and just claim that it was right. Anyway, let's see where this zone is going to be going.
Hopefully we get a little bit of a different one here, and we'll see what that does for all of our team's rotations, as everybody is now out of the dropship and going over to their landing spots. Once again, though, looking for those 50-50s. Seems like we might be okay down over in Fish Farms, but our Phoenix Legacy with Jailings right now? Or maybe not. We're going for the 50-50 here too? Okay, well, let's just start off hot. Why not?
Well, it's Keller Gaming who are going to be at a 50-50 here, and this is going to be an antennae, so a little bit of a scrap going down, and some unwelcome neighbors, I would imagine. And I wonder if that is a team who has left on PLY where they previously had contested and thought we could split the loot here and get out before we have any problems. Purple Shield for Missy's certainly going to make this a little bit more likely. They could make a little bit of a push off the back of it. Not going to hit with those R99 shots. The only problem for Keller Gaming here is the R99, as great as it is in these contests and great as it is at outputting damage, only 25 bullets to play with, so has to just resort to maybe dropping back for a little bit and waiting for some support from a teammate.
They left one 50-50 to end up with another one. This is not what they wanted to do. A little bit separated here as well, so the scans will at least be useful so they can decide how they want to regroup as a trio here. Deciding that they are just going to full send on this. Why not? This is going to be GG. Game. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like things are going to be leveled up a little bit, and I just merely very quickly need to say something. The L-Star, I mean, the great thing about the L-Star is the mag goes forever, and you can see it right now, but we got a Pathfinder in the lobby, everybody. Raise your arms in the air, shout to the heavens, Pathfinder's back.
Oh, you would be excited about the Pathfinder. Unfortunately, he's knocked right now. Kella still making a very aggressive push. These scans coming in very clutch, and the L-Star really saving this fight for them right now. Shield cracks coming out. It is all but done for Gaming Gladiators, and that's a huge win for Kella Gaming.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for GG as well, because they probably landed game number 1 on Storm Point and were like, okay, no one's contesting us, so we can split a little bit off our drop. And then maybe they were split off their drop that time. They were like, oh no, all of a sudden we have to try and kind of recruit ourselves together and get in a better position to fight. We can get picked off if we don't, and it just throws everything off if you have a team contesting you that wasn't in the first game that does in the second. But moving over to the wall here, this is where a lot of teams are going to be trying to reside, as we do see that zone information in the top left-hand side of your screen. It looks like it could well be a wall zone, so that's why you're seeing teams start to coexist. Already 3 teams inside. You can see NM, you can see Maestro, you can see E6 all inside of the buildings, and E6, in my opinion, in one of the stronger ones for that longer game.
All 3 of these teams going to be hanging out here for quite some time now if they've managed to predict this correctly. And you can see that they were trying to deal a little bit of poke damage. E6 going to need to at least evo up their shields here a little bit in some fashion if they want to put themselves in a better spot for late game. But right now, everyone's going to have to coexist unless we see something crazy. And since it's Storm Point and I don't really know what's happening today, there's a very real possibility for that.
I like the fact that we got this zone as well, though. I think it's going to be, I mean, we do have zone information as well, which would indicate the wall would be where we are going to be going. A lot of teams who don't have that beacon information might be thinking this could be a cascade zone, so we might see a few teams trying to rotate in late from the southern side, where there might be a bit of carnage going down around that zipline building, which usually is a bit of a crossroads for teams to get caught on rotation and all try and bottleneck their way through towards the wall. But for now, Nightmare Esports are just going to be trying to, like you say, level up those Evo shields. We're trying to just do a little bit of poke damage, but Horizon on the outside of things at the moment, a little bit isolated in this fight. And this is happening on the other side of the wall at the moment as they're trying to poke and prod and do a little bit of damage. But Danish are going to get the first knock here from the shots coming in from that Nemesis.
Danish potentially still on a high after their win on the first Storm Point match right now, looking to really kind of push Horizon off of this territory. All of these squads trying to rotate in and see if they can pick up some real estate for now, and this rotation has proven to be a little bit dangerous. To see more Horizon players going down in the kill feed right now, so Danish may have done a really good job of not only pushing them off but forcing them into an even worse position.
Also seeing a crypto drone in the background as well, just kind of flying over Danish. They have to be very, very aware of that. The EMP could come in and really cause some problems, especially if you're running Watson as well, just destroying those fences and causing some LOSs to become available that weren't available a few seconds ago. But for now, they look like they want to be the gatekeepers of all those teams that I mentioned rotating in from the south. So they can hold this high ground. They can rotate in through the tunnel late towards wall. And I kind of like this position from them, knowing that going into wall this early might be a bit risky with teams already beating them on the rotation in. So they're just trying to play on the outside of it, gatekeep teams that are moving in. There should be some KP available for them at points in this game.
Now checking in with Jailings, who have themselves thoroughly Watsoned up right now. Also had lost Nags at some point, so now they're going to be playing as a 2 for the rest of the game. Like we mentioned earlier, though, Kashera really giving some serious props to Noises for just being an insane IGL today with the performance that we've seen out of Jailings. All 3 players performing incredibly well. They are a little bit at disadvantage now.
Yeah, they're at disadvantage for now, but obviously if they've hit that armory themselves, they're going to be a pretty good position where, as far as having ammunition, attachments, whatever it might be to work with. But any team who tries to push them is going to have a hard time doing it. They do still have Noises on the Seer as well, who's going to be able to get that exhibit down and get those wall hacks for the team trying to push. They might be able to just isolate a player. So with the zone pulling towards the wall, they will be kind of against the flow of traffic. They should have a little bit of a quieter time in the position they are in at the moment. It's going to be up to them to just try and survive, wait for some teams to fall before they make their next move.
So many of these teams with the Watson, these fences are coming in clutch right now for the spots that some of these squads are having to hold, giving themselves a little bit of safety around. As we're checking in with Ethernal right now, who are also using their fences to create some safe space, getting into that drone, seeing if they can maybe get some information on the teams that might be around them or looking for a safe path to rotate through. And it seems like they may have found a way to extend those fences a little bit farther. Everyone's just going to be camping for right now.
Everybody wants that battery, and I think it's stuck in the gym. That's what's going on right now. It's like, I really want to pick this battery up. However, it has been consumed by this generator, much like a Danish would be by Dan Gaskin. But look at where Fire Beavers are on the overhead, because it's always a good bit of fun to see what Fire Beavers are doing. At the moment, they are in zone. They're down on the southwestern side of things. They're kind of just passing towards where the mill is going to be, but this time there's no traffic for them or teams to try and run through. Alliance making a big play, though. The Valkyrie ultimate is going to be hit. They want to get into the wall here. They want to be very, very aggressive on this.
Finding themselves a nice spot as well that they could instantly get into. We'll have to see what they're able to do with that there. But now we're checking in with V2, who's got a team in their sights, instantly melting with that Nemesis, and going to continue to push in on and see if they can get that KP.
Should be able to clean this one up pretty comfortably. There's going to be 19 squads remaining, though. A couple of players still alive. This is a live look at the wall, though, like we mentioned, where we expect this end zone to be pulling towards. Maestro's still inside of that building. E6 still there. NM's still there as well. But Alliance are the latest team to join them. And you would have to say the healthiest looking team as well as far as the armors are concerned. They got a couple of purples. Effect, he's got purple as well, but he's going to have to pop a battery here to get back to full health.
All of these teams just playing the poke game right now with each other, now knowing that there's yet another team in the fray and trying to hold down their spot without having to worry about getting pushed too much right now. Nightmare Esports just trying to see what they can do as the zone will eventually continue to creep in, but they are right in the perfect edge spot for this, while everyone else is going to have to be keeping their eyes out, waiting for those teams to rotate in.
Enze up on the high ground as well. He knows that Alliance there. You can see the rampart walls have gone down as well. So that's probably going to give a good indication to Nightmare that that is Alliance, because I'm pretty sure that Alliance are the only team who are running Rampart at the moment. The interesting thing here, though, is this zone is going to be safe, yes, for Nightmare Esports, but if this pulls away, now that from where they are at the moment, which you would expect it will ever so slightly at some point, then they have to leave from the high ground. They have to push across, and we know that Maestro are across from them, E6 are across from them, and there's going to be so much crossfire going down as well from the likes of Alliance. I kind of like the fact they're trying to move earlier rather than later. Try and make a move now, as opposed to just wait until that zone closes when everyone's going to be focused on you.
You know, those rampart walls, we saw Alliance use them really effectively in Stormpoint last weekend as well, so they might be able to do something well even with that limited amount of playable area at their disposal. They've become very comfortable with their rampart here so far, as we can see. More teams moving in, starting to try and hold a position here. We've got Bitfix off on the side looking at Maestro. All of them on purples, potentially maybe trying to get a little bit of poke damage in here. We saw people inside. As soon as that door opened, all those Watson fences just waiting for someone to try and push in on them. We've got two ramparts, one on Bitfix as well.
I stand corrected. Well, Max is going to be running the rampart as well, and I tell you what, those walls fit absolutely perfectly down that little alley, so it's going to be a very, very tough push for anyone to try and make from that high ground down. They're going to be met with a barrage of bullets. Something to note as well is Alliance kind of picked up their game a little bit on that last one of World's Edge and the first one that we saw here on Stormpoint. And their first game day, they were averaging 4 points more per game on Stormpoint than they were on World's Edge. So Stormpoint has been the home ground of Alliance, so to speak. And you can see from the position they're in. And Hackers, in effect, already up to full red Evo armors. That shows that they're throwing out some damage as well.
I'm telling you, maybe the rampart was what Alliance needed, especially on this map. As you were saying, this is something they did. This is the map they did better on last week, and that's why I was saying those walls came in clutch for them last time around. But now we get to watch V2, who we saw rotating through, clearing out some solos, now finding themselves potentially creeping up on Aurora, if I'm not mistaken. But deciding they're going to go for that Valk rotate and start solidifying their spot in the zone.
Yeah, one good thing about the position they did it from is they had the tree for cover. We've seen so many teams, like Dan mentioned it, you know, the nerf that came into Valkyrie on that redeploy, just taking a little bit more time to get up in the air. When you've got a lobby full of 18 very, very good teams, it's not hard for them to really cause some damage. But speaking of causing damage, Aurora are getting caught off guard here. One player gets taken down. It's Cleve who falls, but V2 have got to stabilize here. You can see they've got to get some meds off. Joke's taking a little bit of damage himself. But Aurora, that's a tough one for them to take, as Ranches are going to go down as well. And at the moment, V2 are just running over Aurora.
And they turned mid-Valk ult to go for this fight, but are now potentially getting third-partied by KCP. After having made so much noise in this fight, they've taken a lot of damage. This could be an easy cleanup for KCP. They know exactly where V2 is.
It's really interesting, though, because KCP, Zane is very split from them at the moment. Zane is watching a different position, so KCP probably think that they can isolate this fight and get it done quickly. If they can't, they're smartly going to wrap back towards their teammate. I love this from KCP, right? We talked about this earlier. Do they get a little bit kill hungry? Do they feel overconfident sometimes in fights and take them where it's not the best decision for that longer game? That was definitely one of those situations. They had a poke, they had a prod, they thought, can we clean up some of this damage? As soon as they realized it was a bit too risky, they returned to their teammate and they play out the longer game.
Once again, an impressive display of learning from their mistakes. back on World's Edge. I mean, that was not only did they deal enough damage there, but really put V2 in a rough spot. They took back-to-back Bangalore ults V2 in that engagement, and that had to have been a little bit stressful for them. But KCP is really playing for the long game right now, putting themselves in a good spot and at least getting some more damage down for their shield. So they have got to feel good about that.
So another live look at the wall to see what's going on here. Maestro's still inside of the building. No surprise to see that. Fire Beavers, though, they don't mind not being inside. But Nine Impulse is going to have to get onto this Valkyrie ult. The smoke goes down, which allows them to get into the sky. But one of them already has broken shields. Taskmaster's shield's almost broken as well. And they're trying to get ahead of the traffic here, trying to overtake some of these teams with 28 seconds still remaining. They should be able to reset. The Phoenix kit is going to be popped, which should get OG Rain back up to full health. But they've only got 20 seconds until that zone starts to close behind them. And the difference here for Fire Beavers, yeah, they'll take a fight in zone 1, zone 2, maybe even zone 3, but zone 4, you don't have that chance just because those meds are just going to be kind of burnt away so quickly. And if you can't finish a fight within 10-15 seconds, then you are going to fall to danger to that zone.
Not to mention, if they had waited there, they had a little bit too much ground that they needed to cover, really, to get themselves into a safe spot, and then also worry about whoever's right on the edge, potentially gatekeeping them from making their way into the zone. So they don't want to have to add any extra pressure on themselves in order to find a safe space. As I say that, they are going into Jailings right in front of them, and this could potentially at least lead to a fight in the long run. They know each other's there, but they're not going to push that right now. You see Horizon out there on the outskirts as well. Fire Beavers shooting behind them to keep the rest of the teams rotating in off their backs. That's V2. They're finding themselves pinched between quite a few squads.
There's about 5 teams rotating in from the south towards where Jailings and, Fire Beavers find themselves at the moment. So Taskmaster's just trying to pick them off. He's trying to third-party everything, and Jailings will be like, that's cool, that's fine. If you kill everybody as a duo and we survive, that's going to be placement points maybe starting to come our way. They're hoping that Fire Beavers can do the damage, but damn, I love that from you. The Pathfinder zip, it's still viable, everybody. Maybe it won't be as they go down, but you know, it's making me happy, Lauren. It's getting the dopamine flowing.
Oh, well, we wanted even more legend versatility, and we're certainly getting that right now. But Kella Gaming, it doesn't work out in their favor. They do go down. Fire Beavers just on in a tear right now. Jailings still holding this down as a duo, keeping their eyes on everyone who's now rotating into their space. Fire Beavers, one of those teams. V2 also going down as we saw them kind of coming in on the back end. They're unable to make their way into any sort of safe real estate, and Jailings potentially now going to be having to fight off Fire Beavers.
My word, look at that zone pull, by the way. The zone has completely pulled away from the wall, and Fire Beavers find themselves inside of the zone. I think they realize as well that Jailings are just a 2. The Seer gives them that information. They will make quick work of Jailings. Jailings eliminated. Fire Beavers pick up more KP. 13 squads remaining, but everybody has to go south now that was inside of the wall that we were talking about. That's Alliance, that's Nightmare, that's Maestro. E6 all have to leave, and they all have to move down to this position that Fire Beavers find themselves in.
It's pretty clutch for Fire Beavers being able to kind of push out Jailings there and at least hold that spot for a short time, but it's going to end up being so far out in the open, and lo and behold, it's Horizon, who is one of those teams that is in the correct zone right now. We're watching Bitfix. We're on with Pioneers, and a lot of these teams are going to have to fight each other to at least get a little bit of safe space. As we see Fire Beavers actually popping up in the kill feed as well. So there's so much chaos going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Beavers managed to get a knock, but then they also had one player knock themselves. So I think they'll be just slowing things down, trying to reset a little bit, as Pioneers have a wonderful position here up on this high ground to just do so much damage. Now Fire Beavers find themselves under some sort of duress. Taskmaster can't get the armor swap, and now it's all down to one last player on the Seer. Hits 99, but 99 is not enough, and it's SPS who come through and eliminate Fire Beavers from this strong position.
You know, I saw them on the map too. I wasn't sure if they were going to be wanting to go into that building to push out Fire Beavers, but they do a fantastic job of taking that over from them. Alliance now rotating away. All those squads that were trying to hold the area up at the wall, having to make massive rotations and find a little bit of safe space, and pretty late right now too, as Alliance is trying to do that. The walls are going down from the rampart, and they're instantly having to turn their focus above them.
They are indeed. They're trying to get those rampart walls down, but they got destroyed almost immediately. Hackett's picking up that kill on 0 nothing, though, is going to give them just a little bit of space. The team who was shooting down onto them is now going to get shot down onto them themselves. Passion are eliminated. Alliance starting to heat up, and it's the perfect time to jump into a listening with Alliance.
Yeah, southeast, yeah? Watching southeast, yeah?
It's sliding down here.
We're still in. Yo, shall we go there maybe? And take God spot?
51 is on me.
Hikes, this is pre, we should go.
Okay, we can go.
What team picking? They're crossing.
No,
40, cracked him.
leave it. I'm taking high ground.
Yeah, we should go.
Coming. Can you watch me a little bit?
Yeah, we will.
One second, I'm taking high ground. Oh yeah, one close. Come in, back.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, nading
I'm nading corner.
Nading. Keep high ground, keep walling.
I'm walling.
Yeah, I'm queuing you.
Bats are clear.
Just here.
Bats are clear.
We have gold spot.
I'm walling.
Yo, I'm gonna...
Just hold.
I got myself as well, I guess. I guess gonna one.
Help effect.
I'm good. I'm just gonna keep holding so they don't swing.
Okay. I am popping the ult Axel. It's all you. We have gold spot.
Yeah.
Keep looking right too.
I am. I got Digi, by the way. You got Digi effect?
No,
Yeah,
I don't. I have PK.
I do. But
I'm just holding north. I don't have ammo.
Okay, you hold off. Me and Effect will hold this on the left.
I think... Can you guys close side? I'm gonna watch right side with repeater.
One sec. 75. They're gonna move it. We can kill them when they move.
We need to
Yeah,
push left, right?
You can hold left.
Yeah.
Effect hold me. Left. Get the kill sale.
You don't have a shield ult? Or do you?
I do.
Okay, nice. So if they smoke us off, we need to...
Go.
You need to
They're smoking us. We're okay.
Yeah, just let me know. They're walking in open. Back.
I'm watching right. You can let us
You
know.
both watch right. You both watch right.
95 on crypto.
You
What's
both
in
watch
60?
right.
What's in cracked?
20 flash.
Wait,
Well,
left team.
50.
Left. I don't see left team, guys. I don't know where they are. Oh, they're still...
We have height.
They're still there. They're all three there.
Yeah.
Where was someone?
I got her.
Nice, good shit.
68 purple.
It's the last two squads, by the way. Left and right. And there's a solo on the tree.
Yeah.
Solo is on the southwest tree on the big one.
Walk is going to rest.
86 purple.
These guys.
Missing.
One sec.
Fuck. They got the agenda too now.
How much ammo do you have?
We kill this right team. I have 76 energy. I need more energy, but...
I don't have light.
We kill this team. They have to move first, by the way. We kill this team and take the 3v3. Kill this team and take the 3v3. I don't have ammo.
What do you need, I guess?
Energy.
I don't have it.
I have 2 mags. I'll be fine. I'll just save it.
68 purple.
We just kill this team when they cross and then focus on the 3v3.
Okay. Both. How many guys on the right, I guess?
Full team.
Full team left, full team right.
68.
Solo is on the tree. Listen.
Okay.
Full team right here, and then solo on the tree.
I put in my ult hacks. Oh, you can. Yeah, nice.
I'm phoenixing. Get ready, they have to run. Get ready.
I'm watching left team, yeah?
Yeah. You should shield. Yeah, I'll hold left, Yuki. Shield them.
Okay.
Shield them when they cross the road. I'll hold left. I'm giving you
EMP, by the way. They're gonna EMP.
Break it if you can.
Gotta watch left. You gotta watch
No,
left.
no,
Can't.
no.
It's right beneath us.
98 on the left, guy.
Can I focus Crypto? Watson. Kill Watson.
I'm on the middle guy.
Crypto. Nice, last one.
Put it down.
I'm gonna kill him. Stand top.
Okay.
He died.
I fucked left.
I'm looking left for you.
We need to kill left.
Use my shield. Use my walls and shit.
I'm going past it.
I stand too.
Nice.
I broke the shield.
Nice. Nading.
Got no eyes.
I have no ammo now. I don't need to be close.
No eyes.
Full huggies now.
Yeah, it's on me.
I did 100 to go on the right.
You take fake. Their solo's gonna fuck them soon. Play slow. The solo's gonna fuck. Use my knockdown. They're fighting. Swing left on my knockdown.
I did 101. Okay, swinging left.
Yeah, you shield
Back one.
No shield.
Okay.
No shield.
Just keep using my shield.
1 HP, Watson. Walk, 1 HP.
Okay.
They're
Keep
climbing.
using me.
Behind you.
Let me use you. No!
Well, it's Pioneers who come out on top, but what a crazy listening that was, Lauren, in those final moments with Alliance. But KCP managed to pick up the win they have been desperate for in those final games.
Okay, that was fantastic. First of all, Alliance made a fantastic push at the right time to go from where they were originally trying to set up shop to where they were calling the God spot, right? And then between the Nemesis in the hands of Hackius and the Sheila on Yuki, they were decimating everyone around them. And when I wasn't sure if they knew about Phoenix, I wasn't sure if they knew the solo was there, and they were trying, when they said that they were hoping the solo would do a lot of the work for them on KCP, I thought they had it in the bag, but KCP was unstoppable at the end. We got to bring Gaskin back in here to talk about that, because that was a crazy end game. I mean, what's going through your head right now?
I think they'll be disappointed they didn't win it. Personally, I think that they had the ability to do so, and they had Pioneers pinned, but because there was one remaining member of Horizon left, and they were constantly aware of that solo, it made the fight even more difficult to plan. The plan they had was very sound, but the execution, I think, was a little bit off. But that's what happens sometimes in Apex Legends, because you've got to imagine you're not going up against your average Joes, right? You're going up against the Pioneers, who are going to have their own plan that they're going to be putting into effect as well. So I think we should be maybe not putting down Alliance, but giving more credit to Pioneers and how they played that and how they positioned themselves in that final circle.
No, absolutely. That was phenomenal. And we talked about that earlier while we were doing the cast on set. We were talking about how they have, from one game to the next, instantly improved on their decision making, on their patience, and on their timing when it comes to the big pushes like that.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, take yourself back to that position where two players from Pioneers, I think it was Dell and Naski, tried to overextend a little bit, see if they could pick up a third party, decided, hey, the time is gone now. Our timing is off on this. Let's go back to Zane. Let's reposition and let's think about playing from Command Center. And that's exactly what they did. And there's always moments in games that you're like, that was a brilliant decision when you come towards that end game. But I think one of the big influencing factors on that final fight was the fact that Hackius just had no ammo in his Nemesis to really do damage from. And we could always talk about, do they have the right angles? Do they have ultimates? Do they have this? Sometimes you just need to be able to shoot your gun. And if you can't shoot one of your main guns, it just really does hamper you if you're trying to catch a team on the cross. 20 damage, whatever it might be to a player when your teammate's swinging can make all the difference. And if you can't do that, it really can hinder you. But it was a great end game, a great fight between the last two teams. And I think that KCP are going to be very, very happy and slightly relieved, I think, with a winning game number 5.
All right, well, we're talking about the final circle a lot. Let's take a look back at it, and this time from KCP's perspective, so we can see what happened.
This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see what KCP's plan was, because they were on the low ground, right? They were very aware that they were going to have to push upward, and it was going to be a difficult fight to try and take. But let's look at ammo, let's look at resources, let's look at ultimates that are available for them. They've got plenty of abilities to be able to heal themselves back up, and they've got a lot of grenades to work with. That was the main key here for me, was the amount of grenades they were able to put down so they could just escape from that initial rock. And it was the damage that they put down onto Alliance as soon as they had escaped, maybe catching Alliance off guard with how quickly they had pushed out from those rocks. And I mean, Onset, you were kind of calling the action there. You saw how quickly Pioneers pushed out. I still think there was a chance in a 2 versus 3, and they almost pulled it off in Alliance, but Pioneers, they banded together well. They made sure they got shield swaps.
Yeah, now that we watch it from the Pioneers POV, it feels like Hackius kind of just got caught a little bit separated from his two teammates. Yes, maybe he was trying to take a little bit of space, but I almost expected that first player that went down there to be the final solo player, and it wasn't. It was a member of Alliance, which just kind of opened the door. I mean, Hackius has a really tough decision to make in that position, just because he doesn't have the Nemesis anymore. I can't exactly remember what his secondary might have been. It might have been a Peacekeeper, but you can't influence a fight from any range if you don't have the gun to do it with. So I think the Pioneers were kind of presented with an opportunity, but once they were presented, they took it, and that's what turns into a mammoth game for them. 20 points overall, 8 kills as well as the 12 for coming first. That's what we expected to see from Pioneers today.
And that's something that they needed too, after where their points were overall for the day so far. So that's got to be something that's going to make Pioneers very, very happy, considering we only have one more game left on the day. But Eternal, SPS, 7 kills apiece for both of these squads teams. We haven't really had an opportunity to talk too much about yet, Dan, and it's Stormpoint.
Yeah, the Stormpoint team's starting to come into the equation now. Just some teams that maybe just having a thrill out of the kind of insane action that happens. It's a little bit more all over the place. We don't necessarily get as much structure as we have in World's Edge, and some teams will thrive in those scenarios, and that seems to be what's happening here. On the other side, again, we're going to point out Aurora haven't really been able to find their footing in that particular game, weren't even able to get a kill, which is very unlike Aurora. They usually seem to be able to at least pick up KP, and Firebeaver's doing what Firebeavers always do. 7 KP still, but not quite finding the placement.
strong, aggressive performance from Fire Beavers. Now we're just going to be waiting for them to look for that placement. Only one more game to do so, but let's see what these numbers did for the overall series results so far. Once again, Jailing's still atop, but that gap has continued to shrink down just a little bit now, only 3 points above Fire Beavers. Even with the slightly lackluster placement points, it's all because of that KP that they've been getting on the board. Alliance putting themselves in a much stronger spot, and look at what happens to Pioneers after that 20-point game. They went from a team that we were concerned about heading into match number 5 to a team that is now just outside the cusp of the top 5. So like we're saying, one strong performance can completely shake up our standings, and there is one more opportunity for our teams to have that strong performance. Before we get into match number 6, though, we're going to be sending it to another short break, so don't go anywhere.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, and it is almost time for our final game of the day here in the ALGS EMEA Pro League. Dan, you're back alongside me for this one, and I mean, the standings are very, very interesting reading right now because you can see how tight it is, not just between the top 2 teams, but I would argue between the top 15 teams at the moment. This final game of the day could make you have a very good day when it's all said or done, or a very disappointing day, depending on how you perform in this final game here.
Yeah, and you can see the wins have been all over the place. Everyone's been able to kind of put their eggs in one basket in some of these games. Horizon Union, Jailings, Fire Beavers, Danish, Pioneers. Are we going to see a repeat winner? Because if we see a repeat winner, highly likely that that team could be on top of the pile, right? If they can have a lot of KP alongside it. So that's why I'm excited for this match number 6, because it has been blown wide open. It is not a guarantee for Jailings. It is not a guarantee for Fire Beavers. Someone could swoop in and take all the marbles here in match number 6, and that means that those teams who are on top have to make sure they have a solid game here. They can't afford to be average now. You need to be focused.
Horizon Union is certainly a team that I'm keeping my eyes on here, Dan. They could be the underdog story of today. Coming into today, they were sat in 28th position overall. Yeah, they'd only played one game day, but still, to jump up the leaderboards and be involved in as many end games as they have been so far today on both maps, I think says a lot about the improvements that they've made between week 1 and week 2 as far as the game plan and execution is concerned. And they have a chance here of taking home not only very good points today, but maybe even a first place finish, as we're going to see a little bit of a contest maybe happening over here at War. And Maestro do not have the armors maybe to take this one right now.
And they're going up against a squad that just hasn't really decided on their composition today. They've been maybe going for a slightly more aggressive one because of the amount of contest they've had. Keller Gaming, we're seeing them on the Pathfinder yet again. Bangalore and Bloodhound coming into the equation. And it does help, right, in these early fights. If you've got some of these characters that can kind of zip you in and out, Pathfinder especially, makes a massive difference. The amount of times when I'm in an early fight against a Pathfinder, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can just capitalize on that damage so quickly. They're now just trying to swarm all over this building. Aurora, they've got armor checks on them as well. They know they've got the armor advantage. This would be a somewhat of a disappointing outcome if Keller do not win this contest here at the Wall. Good shots going in. 70, another shield break, and it is going to be the first player to go down as Tax will fall here for Maestro. More damage being done on the outside. Juso has to be careful, though, as he has his shields broken as well, but there's no chance of a res here, so this could be a real opportunity here for Keller Gaming to pick up early KP.
Remember, this is 15th versus 18th in the leaderboards as well. These are two teams who need a big game if they're going to project themselves into the top half and try and pick up some points going forward. Keller Gaming on top, and Keller Gaming will win it as well. Maestro eliminated. So Keller Gaming, who are in now 17th, can start to climb their way up their ladder a little bit and say, okay, well, we've taken one team that's above us. Let's just use that as a little bit of a momentum shift. But the downside of playing a composition that is good for a team fight means that later on probably is not going to be good for necessarily rotations. You're going to have to be using those bang smokes to give you as much cover as possible. We already saw it in match number 5 on set. These guys, they really struggled to get across the map after they won the initial fight.
I mean, theoretically, you're completely correct. Emotionally, however, I would say there's no way that you can play a composition with Pathfinder and that can be wrong. But anyway, that's a conversation for another time. You are correct. KCP inside of this building at the moment, outside of the mill, and already in a pretty good position maybe for where they believe this end zone is going to be pulling. We have a look at our map overhead, and you can see maybe a possibility of a cascade zone. It might pull us slightly away from where that is at the moment. Not a lot of traffic around there, so maybe it is going to pull more towards some of those buildings just north of where KCPG find themselves, and it's going to be Phoenix Legacy. You're on the other side of this fight that's going down. Great shots coming in from Zane with their charge rifle once more. That break signals Nasky to go forward, but he's got to be careful here because the exchange of fire is going to take him down to about 5 HP.
So important he stays alive. We've already seen a couple of times today where Nasky has been the one to initiate that fight and then has gone down. You've got to hope that the team is there to clean up the damage if you are going to be full sending it like that. But the fact that he was staying alive now means they get the chance to reset, they re-armor up, and they can reassess how they want to approach this next situation. But looks like they're going to just stay calm here and wait and maybe have a little rethink about what they want to do. But it looks like there's going to be a crypto drone in the vicinity, having a little look-see to whether KCP were pushing up, but now they get the info that KCP are being patient, and they should be. You know, we just saw a huge game from KCP, which propelled them up the leaderboard. And realistically, a solid game here. KCP are still within a shout of taking maximum points here today.
Well, Phoenix Legacy, I mentioned how they were on the other side of that fight with KCP. Well, KCP are now at the mill, and they're involved in another fight. It seems like wherever they turn at the moment, there's someone there who wants to exchange a few bullets and have a little bit of a showdown. And at the moment, no real damage being done between the two teams, but the Seer ultimate going down is certainly going to maybe accelerate that process ever so slightly. They have an armor check. They have the players trapped at the moment. The question is, do they want to be aggressive on it? Do they want to try and push, or is this a position they're just going to try and wait for a pick to come their way?
That's like the third set of missiles I've seen today try and hit a door that's all walled up by a catalyst and missed. It seems like people just still not quite getting the trajectory right when it comes to using Valkyrie, which is surprising considering the amount of Valkyrie that is used. But one of those things that I think in the moment, you're just like, oh, please, are they going to hit? And then they don't. It's going to be Heroes that's below them. And when you are stuck in the mill, when you are a team that is down in the mill, you are at the whim of your opponent, right? You are going to be waiting for them to push you. It's near impossible to try and push the team that's above you because there's no escape route. There's no way for you to get out without being pushed unless you all send yourself out of different angles of the mill and try and climb up together. But then you're putting yourself at such a disadvantage because you can just get shredded as you climb. So you have to wait. You hope for maybe a third party, or you need a plan of escape.
Well, Heroes are going to survive, and it looks like KCP are going to wrap away from the mill at the moment. And I kind of like this play, to be honest with you. They might be able to just do a little bit of farming on the Prowlers just to get maybe some more meds, a little bit of ammunition, a few attachments, which is going to be important. But Nasky now has to turn his attention because Heroes have come back for a little poke at this, a little bit of an investigation on what might be going down.
This is what I'm saying. You're at the whim of your opponents. Pioneers decide they get off of the building, and that means it opens up to Heroes. But Pioneers will say, well, rather than be on top of them, let's just put ourselves outside of them, and then we can decide how we want to approach the fight, maybe when we give them a false sense of security here.
And Pioneers having to be forced in towards zone at the moment. Our Heroes going to be able to hold them out. This could be a little bit of a messy fight. It's only zone 1 going into zone 2, so it is a fight that doesn't have to be decided immediately. What's the med check going to look like for both of these teams? Heroes looking healthy, and Heroes trying to force their way in a zone as well. But it also looks like they've got a little bit of space to play with, so they should be okay for now. E6 though, they're involved in the fight themselves. A little bit of damage being done. This is away from the position that we found ourselves in by the mill. K20 trying to fire through the smoke with that digital threat, and Graceful trying to follow up on it. They get that first knock at the hands of Slayers. Now they get the second as well, and it's GG again, Dan. How many times have we mentioned GG today, and how many times do they just seem to be on the receiving end of a fight where they just don't seem to even be close to winning it?
Yeah, GG, who are in 18th, and with the likes of Heroes still alive, we could see GG drop down as far as 19th, 20th after match number 6 is complete. Very disappointing, considering, you know, some of the players on that roster, as here comes Bitfix Gaming now. E6 not allowed any sort of respite, and Bitfix taking full advantage.
Yeah, E6 putting so many resources into that fight. It lasted so long that when you're doing it in a prime position, there's always going to be a third party appearing. And speaking of third parties, here comes the fourth at the door, on the roof, and Zerafa's trying to escape right now just to stay alive. It's Aurora who have managed to make a little bit of a cheeky climb up here through the window. Now have to escape and now has to retreat. But it looks like they've made that decision. The fight isn't there. They don't have the timing on this one to clean up the damage. Now they'll just take their position that they had previously and look for some entry damage before trying to make a move.
I'd never seen death boxes stacked so perfectly to make a little barrier entry to the doorway. Look at it. Oh, it's just wonderful. It adds to the walls as well from the rampart. Just means that Bitfix have got a little fortress here in the base. And Aurora said, you know what? We don't fancy it. It seems like they have been able to reset. They've got too many resources to make sure they get back and healthy. And Bitfix win the third-party engagements, and now they can hold on and they can start to think about the rest of the game. So Aurora will be looking at that one. Maybe a little bit frustrated they didn't get there sooner. But at the same time, at least they were able to get out. How many times have we seen that where teams will just overcommit to a third party, not get out, and then be punished because of it?
Yeah, just almost like overcommitting at some points. There's always got to be the escape button being hit at some point. And in that occasion, Aurora chose the right button to press in that situation. DigiThreat's going to be pinged. DigiThreat's certainly going to be picked up by these teams at the moment. Jailing's there over at checkpoint at the moment, and he's going to be finishing just south of where they find themselves at the moment. So controlling this high ground for the long game is certainly going to be put them in a very, very good position. However, with teams also stacked up inside of checkpoint with them, they've got to be very, very careful. Noisy's only with the white armor to play with at the moment, and this deep into the game is somewhat surprising to see.
Just to give you a lay of the land, Jailings are only 3 points ahead of Fire Beavers right now. They are 9 points ahead of Alliance, so they have a little bit more of a buffer there. But if Jailings were to fall in these early stages, before they get to top 10, for example, it really opens it up to the likes of Fire Beavers, Alliance. Even Horizon could suddenly sweep on in and take first place. So Jailings need to have a solid game. They need to play it safe, get to the latter stages so they get solid placement points, and then you'd imagine the kills should come naturally. But at the same time, if they see a fight, if they see KP that's available for them, as long as it's not too big a risk, sometimes it can be worth taking those fights because the resources you gain from them, as well as the KP, can be well worth it, and maybe sometimes the position you gain from it could be well worth it as well.
Well, speaking of the lay of the land of the map overhead, here is where your teams find themselves at the moment. Alliance kind of creeping their way in from the eastern side of the zone. E6, K20's the last one alive, so E6 did at least manage to get out of there, although it looks like, unfortunately, as we see on the left-hand side of our screen, not for too long, as E6 will be, unfortunately, cursed by me once more and fall to their death. 17 squads still remaining, but a lot of teams still at the southern side of things. And the interesting thing for me here, Dan, is Fire Beavers found themselves in this position in the previous game, where they were rotating in from the south, and all of a sudden the zone pulled towards them. Now, checkpoint zone is a little bit more predictable. Down to the southern side of checkpoint, on the northern side of that mountainous range you can see in the middle of the circle, Fire Beavers are going to have to fight their way through a choke here. So their macro is going to have to be on point as to how they want to approach this and what fights they can take.
And also, because Fire Beavers, you know, only a few points away from winning, and also will want to be holding on to at least minimum second place at the same time, they won't want to take too many risks. They're going to want to be pretty cautious about their approach of things, but sometimes risks are everything in Apex Legends, and they can be the difference maker. That's why we always talk about, when we look at these squads, the difference and the biggest teams will be those who take the risks when their backs are against the wall. Fire Beavers are going to get a survey beacon, so they are going to get information as to where all the other players are on the map. Remember, this isn't ring information anymore. This is just about how the lay of the land, essentially. It can give you essentially ring information because you can see where everyone is in the lobby, and you can see the places where they situate themselves. You can see the places that might be available. But remember, it's a temporary scan. Teams can move. It's not like you get given a live update.
Enemy spotted near me.
One thing it can do for a team like Fire Beavers, though, is show where an isolated fight could be taken.
Yeah.
And Fire Beavers looking like they're trying to find one of those fights right now, trying to block off the team to their left with that Bangalore ultimate, trying to see if any damage ticks come in so that they can swing on it. And it looks like 9 Impulse is kind of trying to decide if he wants to go with his team or try and hit the flank himself, and Fire Beavers decide to play together instead. Jumping up on this God Rock, trying to see if they can focus out this team. In the kill feed, though, you can see that Bitfix Gaming do get the knock onto Hackers from Alliance, so Alliance involved in a little bit of a scrap, but now Fire Beavers trying to put the pressure on, and no surprise to see 9 Impulse once again at the tip of that spear.
We know that Fire Beavers do like to be aggressive, and they've already done the initial damage to say, let's go, let's make sure we follow up with this damage, and then now it should just be inevitable. It will be Dynasty absolutely obliterated there. As soon as the nades hit, Fire Beavers were full sending it, had the smokes to work with. Digis, I'm sure, to make sure that they can see through them as well. As Alliance, you spoke about them on set, and they get eliminated. And I was saying, Alliance were in 3rd place. They still had a shot at taking first today. They could fall down the leaderboards quite considerably with an elimination in 16th.
So tight on the leaderboards, like you mentioned. That could be a very disappointing end to the day for Alliance after 3 good games in a row. All of a sudden, the lobby can completely change those leaderboards, like you say. But I want to go back to Fire Beavers as well, because Fire Beavers now completely cleared the southern side of the zone. They do have one team which is going to be to their east, which they might have to deal with. But the zone has gone where we believed it would, just south of Checkpoint, towards those kind of bubble buildings, where we saw a couple of fights go down a little bit earlier on. Eternal on the edge of zone as well. 20 seconds until they have to move, and they're going to have to move to the north as well. But here's Jailings once more. Finally managed to get a little bit of damage done, and those armors up, but they don't have a great position to fight from here. They have to play these head glitches, and it's going to be all up to doing some early initial damage, or Nax just ripping through Vushi as he tries to swing down. 130 on the cross is certainly going to turn a fight in your favor.
Such an important fight for Jailings as well, especially as we saw Fire Beavers get those kills. Fire Beavers would have tied them up at the top of the leaderboards, but now with Jailings winning this engagement, winning this fight against SPS, Jailings return to top of the table. No other team in the area to third party here, it doesn't seem. I know there's a few charge rifles from a distance, but Jailings should be able to get back up. They should be able to reset, and it's about where they go next, because there's a lot of teams that are already in those areas and the buildings that are going to be somewhat safe. So Jailings, they have to say, okay, well, if we know there's a lot of teams that are in safe places at the moment, what are the areas where we can actually take? Where are the rocks that we can use to try and position ourselves behind? They're probably going to wait at the moment for the next circle information before they make any real moves, though.
Really, really important fight, that. And when you make a change to a team, when you make an addition to a team, what do you want? You want impact. And Nax just gave them that in that fight. That spray on the cross just completely turned that fight in their favor. For Nightmare Esports, they find themselves in a little bit of a nightmare situation. Limek, oh no, he's crashed. He's burned. It is one of the ugliest crashes you ever see, but a little bit like the same with car crashes. Sometimes you just can't not look when you're seeing something so horrifying happening. That was not pretty, to say the least.
Is this Apex or F1 Esports at this point? I can't really tell, but Nightmare... It is going to be a nightmare finish for them. 13 squads now remaining, and it was just like free KP, free loot arriving for the likes of Eternal here. But Eternal have still got a lot to do from their position, it must be said, Mark. They've got to go from south to north. They've got a big old mountain in their way, and if they try and go west here, there's already teams that are blocking them off. So it's kind of you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't here for Eternal. It doesn't seem like there's a comfortable rotation, but Bitfix do get eliminated on their little move, trying to go through this mountain area as well.
Do you have the Valkyrie? I wonder if they've got the ultimate available to just take to the skies and maybe thread the needle a little bit to find somewhere to play. 11 squads remaining means there is going to be space. Taskmaster's found a rock, and apart from that, he hasn't got too much to work with. But look at 9 Impulse. The man just walks in straight lines and just burrs everything that's in his way. He is destroying teams at the moment, almost single-handedly, backed up by his two teammates. This is one of the standout performances I've seen from a player so far, and it's 9 Impulse, not Taskmaster or OJ Rain that's doing it this time. Taskmaster is on fire.
And that puts Fire Beavers into first place as well. So then attention goes back to Jailings. What do they do in response? But of course, sometimes when you get into these situations, it is going to be about two teams just desperately trying to stay alive, not going for kills. Doesn't seem that's the way. V2, though, they've seen another team below them, but they're going to be a little bit careful about this one.
The Mozambique, that's going to do a little bit of work, especially if he's got those hammer points on, certainly shredding away at some shields. The third all going to be swinging right, swinging left, and trying to do what they can. The V2 are eliminated, and once again, that's the RE45 at its best. Just take shields off almost immediately, but are they going to have time to hit the Valkyrie? That's the question.
Well, this could be important as well over here. Fire Beavers and KCP. Fire Beavers are still on their warpath, but does this warpath come to an end anytime soon? If they were to be eliminated and they weren't to get the placement points, this would be huge for the likes of Jailings, and it's Pioneers who are on the other side of things. Remember, Pioneers still within a shout of big, big points here today.
Nasky wants to swing on this as well. He wants to finish this off, but also knows there's other teams in the vicinity that aren't going to make that easy for him. He's kind of hoping, I think, that other teams in the area are going to see that down. They're going to see that player falling, and they're going to be able to finish off the damage, but they haven't. And Fire Beavers now become dangerous again. Down on that low ground, they get the batteries off. They're going to be able to reset, and Fire Beavers now with the zone closing, they have somewhere to play. They have the LOSs denied, and now they're looking for KP as well.
Well, but the Pioneers say we're not just going to allow people to be underneath us and play the Goblin under our bridge, but they do get the damage. Eternal also getting eliminated, but somehow Fire Beavers are still holding off all the squads. Unreal, the survivability we're seeing right now.
Now they're going to send it on to the Pioneers inside as well. Can they reset? That's the real question. 9 Impulse is going to be able to get a shield cell off, but Norwich has blown his own door off. That could be a problem, and now Pioneers fly through. Fire Beavers get the first knock though. 9 Impulse is still alive somehow. It's all happening in the smoke, the flames and the fire, and it looks like somehow or other Fire Beavers will survive, and Fire Beavers are going to come out on top. Pioneers eliminated and Fire Beavers take their chance.
Danish, though, they're in the area as well, and they'll be taking fights against Aurora. Aurora eliminated. Aurora, it doesn't matter because they are gone. 5 squads now remain. Most importantly, though, 1 is Fire Beavers, 1 is J-Lings, but Fire Beavers have the head start because of the amount of KP they've been picking up on set. It has been unreal, the warpath that they've been on, but still, the victory could be everything. The difference between getting those 12 points or finishing in a top 3, for example, and only getting the 7 could be enough to still project J-Lings into first place.
This has been the Fire Beavers bulldozer. It's a very difficult phrase to say, but that's the only thing I can compare it to at the moment. J-Lings, though, still in this game, and it's looking like it's going to come down between a shootout between J-Lings and Fire Beavers to who is going to take home first place at the end of today's play. We've only got 5 squads remaining, and that shows how close it could be between these two teams. But J-Lings have a great position up on this high ground and getting great damage with that wingman as well from JMW.
I mean, it confirms that we're just talking about 2 teams when it comes to winning today, but of course there are other points still up for grabs for the other squads that are still remaining here. No one's going to catch Fire Beavers or J-Lings. It's impossible now at this point, even if they were to kill the rest of the lobby and come first. But for Fire Beavers, look at the position they find themselves in. They're checking all the angles at the moment because they are so vulnerable. If a team spots them, they would get deleted, but now the climb begins. The ascend to try and join everyone on a level playing field, but they do get spotted.
He gets spotted, but they're able to smoke and should be able to play underneath it. However, Frix is looking down on this. And as the zone closes, has the chance for Fire Beavers gone here? Are they going to be able to survive long enough maybe to find a corner to hit a Valkyrie ult? But it's such a risky play at this point. If Frix looks over as they hit the ult and they don't have that line of sight denied, then Fire Beavers just fall out of the skies and that will be the end of their game. But for now, they still survive. And I didn't know that Beavers could climb quite this efficiently, but they're trying to make it work.
Yeah, they built a dam down there, but as you say, they've got to escape from said dam, and Taskmaster does have the ult. And the real question for me is, do they go for that crazy play?
It has to be the play. I don't see anywhere else they're going to get out of this position. Frix, though, with Nags looking from J-Lings to take as much space as possible, might have just put himself in a bad position, manages to get that battle. And look at Fire Beavers immediately see that opportunity to pounce and push onto this team. 9 Impulse is there, but again, has to fall down.
This could be massive. If the Fire Beavers were to be wiped out here, that would open up for J-Lings to take first place. Fire Beavers have a 5-point lead right now, but the difference between finishing top 5 and, of course, finishing in one of those top 2 positions is such a huge placement point difference, and that's all J-Lings would need at the moment. J-Lings don't need the kills right now. If, however, though, Fire Beavers are to escape this and get into the top 3, that's when J-Lings would need to be getting the kills.
They're going to hit the ult. They get the smoke down. That covers the line of sight. Can they get in the skies, though, without taking too much damage? Taskmaster's getting shredded. Everybody focuses onto Fire Beavers, and J-Lings now might be able to steal this one away. Fire Beavers eliminated, and J-Lings are playing this one perfectly.
J-Lings now just 1 point behind Fire Beavers, so they just need 2 KP or an extra position via placement, and they will be your winners here in match day 3 for EMEA. And now all hell is breaking loose on Storm Point. Young Hong Kong has gone so low. J-Lings are being threatened by the likes of Horizon, though, from the other side, but they've got so much room to work with. The fences are down. They've got the rocks to play as well. They just need 1 or 2 extra points. 2 to secure it, 1 to tie it.
The two teams in the northern side of this, they have to leave. They probably will die, but no, the wall goes down. And this could cause Jailings all sorts of problems because that team might try and aim through it to take Jailings out of this position. Noises does some good damage, but JMW has gone down. And all of a sudden, now Noises, he's got to work with his teammate Nags to survive, to thrive in this position and try and put his team into first position at the end of the day.
They just need one placement or a couple of kills. One player remaining. It's Nags, and he does it! And Jailings will get the kills they need. Jailings will take first place today. It doesn't matter if they win this game. They did what they had to do, but it's Horizon who should come through to take this game. It's just a matter of cleanup crew as they get the final kill. Horizon take the game-winning play on this map, but it's Jailings who do the job when it comes to this match day.
An absolutely crazy end to a wonderful day of Apex action here in EMEA, and I mean, you couldn't ask to write it any better, could you? You really couldn't. It's Jailings who managed to hold off Fire Beavers, who are on an absolute tear through that lobby trying to wrestle first place away. But also the team that wins that game is Horizon Union, who have been the outstanding team of today as well, coming out of nowhere, to be honest with you, with their consistent performance. But Jailings just about get it done, even though it was looking very, very shaky in those final moments, Lauren.
I mean, they're teams that we've had in the discussion all day. We wanted to see some consistency, especially out of Jailings, and they delivered that in spades. I mean, the fact that they were able to also overtake a performance like Fire Beavers, specifically because of that consistency after how strong we've seen Fire Beavers be. And to be fair, they still matched their incredible performance from day one. I mean, today was insanity.
Today's what we wanted to see, though. I think the thing that impressed me most about today is, yes, we had our, we'll call them, tier one teams in the Pro League that seem to always be up there in and around those first, second place teams. They had some good days, but there was also, it felt like more consistency coming through from the rest of the pack. They were starting to challenge them a little bit more. They were starting to really ask questions, and it wasn't just a case of people running through the lobby, unless you're Fire Beavers, because they are just built different. But like, it's very interesting to see how all of a sudden the standards seem to be lifted a little bit. And I don't know if that's whether people are just starting to understand the meta game a little bit more. They feel a little bit more comfortable with this group, whatever it might be. But it was a competitive day right until the final fight. And I think that's what I love to see from this region.
I think we were definitely wondering what changes would have been made from last weekend to this weekend after they kind of got a lay of the land. We even heard Kashara talking about it in the interview. You don't really know how everything's going to play out, regardless of what happens in scrims, until it's game day. So that first weekend was a huge trial run for every single team that played, Gaskin.
It was, yeah. I think that we're seeing clear differences from last weekend to this weekend in people's confidence in certain compositions, confidence in predicting how zones are going to be and how rotations are going to play. And also, it changes week by week anyway with which teams you're going up against. This is the first time we've seen these two teams play against each other as well. And clearly, you've got the likes of Fire Beavers who are confident to take any sort of fight. They did kind of work themselves into a really tough spot in that final game, whereas Jailings went for a more let's say, careful approach in their game, and in the end, they were rewarded for it. And that can often happen. It's very rare that the aggressive team gets rewarded, especially in a meta like this, but Fire Beavers were very entertaining, let's say that.
Hopefully, that's what they will deliver for the rest of the split, too, because I think it will continue to kind of keep the rest of the teams on their toes and really shake things up. But we also need to give a little bit of love to Horizon, because even if they weren't necessarily doing super well, like in the game in match number 5, they were still in that top 3 as the solo, making sure they're getting the placement points in games where they don't have the KP, and that consistency is going to be huge for them as well.
Oh, 100%. And for Keller Gaming, they took 3 different contests against 3 different teams, I think it was, on Storm Point, and they won 2 of them. So I'm keeping my eyes to the sky if I've got a POI and I see them in my lobby, because you never know when they're going to turn up and do some damage. But again, let's talk about pivotal moments in this game. A couple of them went down towards the end game. KCP get that knock onto Fire Beavers, but can't capitalize on it because of the teams alive in the area. The reset that then came in from Fire Beavers, it cost them. And you could see that KCP knew that having got that knock, they had to finish it, because they probably had an idea that Fire Beavers, with the way that they were pushing, was that team underneath them. Because they can get the finish, Fire Beavers come back, wipe KCP, take those KP away, and all of a sudden the win that we saw in the previous game means less and can really affect them, because it's just KCP kind of been a bit up and down today in their points that they've managed to accrue. But Fire Beavers, I mean, I don't know how many KP they ended up with at the end of this game, but it was pretty nuts from them.
I mean, if we're talking about clutches, then this fight from Jailing's Gasket, I mean, the health on JMW somehow doesn't go down, and they end up resetting after this and putting themselves in a fantastic position.
Yeah, I said that they had a more careful approach, but it didn't mean they weren't going through their own adversities, right? They were really struggling to try and stay alive at times because other teams were pushing them. But on the flip side, Fire Beavers were doing things like this. They were just full inting onto teams. It seemed like they had a game plan, and it was to just be all-out aggression. And it worked for them in terms of getting the KP, but did not work out in trying to beat Jailings to the punch to try and get that first place. This was the fight that I thought was everything for Fire Beavers. Such a hard fight to navigate with the amount of smokes that are being down. Of course, the digi threat's so important in these situations. Pioneer's a little bit frustrated, I'd imagine, with the big old push that came through. And it was the fact that Fire Beavers got that position and then held that position until they eventually met their demise because of this situation where they got shot out of the sky, they couldn't escape, and they finished in, what, 6th place?
It was so unfortunate. They tried to see if they could pull that one out, but unfortunately, everybody who knew they were there was just kind of waiting for it to happen. And then this is Whalings. And I mean, huge clutch from Nags there to at least be able to get the points that you had been talking about, to make sure that they put themselves in that top spot at the end of the day. But in the end, it is Horizon Union who just waits just long enough to push in and capitalize on that and close the day out with a 15-point win. Not really high in the kills department, but making sure that they get the points when it counts. And then, of course, moving down between Jailings and Fire Beavers, that's where most of that KP went.
It did indeed, but look at the fact that we got 4 teams who got 15 points. You know, that shows how close it's been today in B versus C. Horizon Union, though, a well-deserved win, I think, at the end of the day for them. I think they've been really, really good at stepping up and really pushing those teams who are kind of the more established teams, like I mentioned. Danish as well, with a 2nd place finish, very, very solid for them. But, I mean, Jailings, I think between Jailings, Fire Beavers, and Horizon Union, they've been the most consistent teams today, playing kind of a variety, of play styles, and all of them being effective in the lobby.
I mean, phenomenal performance. Even the 8 kills out of Eternal there as we check out the 2nd page here, but a lot of those points were kind of sponged up to the top half of this. You know, we've mentioned it a few times now, a little bit concerned about the likes of E6 and some of these teams that we've seen consistently at the bottom here today, but hopefully they'll be able to bounce back in future ALGS Pro League days. Now, let's take a look at the series results and see what this did for everybody. If your math was correct here, Gaskin.
Of course it was. You know, you can never doubt the math, but you know, 15 points each. Jailings went into this game 3 points ahead. They matched Fire Beavers. They wouldn't have been able to see the kill feed like we did, of course, and they would have had no idea the tear that Fire Beavers were on, but Jailings, they held to their game plan. They just made sure they were playing for zone. They picked up some kills on the way, but you said it yourself, like the importance of those final knocks and actually finishing those kills and getting into 3rd place was massive for Jailings. It was the difference between 1st or 2nd. Those 25 points you get for 1st place overall is going to do you wonders with your chances of getting to playoffs.
Well, speaking of those 25 points for 1st place, let's take a look at the season standings where all of our teams from all of our groups are now standing. And Fire Beavers overtaking Vex, who was someone we talked about at the beginning of the day. They had set themselves up well, but now that Fire Beavers has 2 play days under their belt, they are looking unstoppable.
102 kills.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. Like, I don't know what else to say, but that's ridiculous. Like, 2 days they've played. That's an average of 50 kills per game day. I mean, that's good maths for me, by the way. It's actually 51. Yeah, divide that by, let's say, like 8 or 9 kills per game. That's insane. Like, that is actually insane from Fire Beavers. No surprise to see them at the top of the standings. They are frying people at the moment.
And then, of course, Pioneers jumping themselves up a little bit. Alliance making some moves up the board as well. And specifically, Jailings, a massive improvement from their performance here alone, which just goes to show how much you can do with one solid day of play. As we see where the rest of these teams are shaking out here, Gaskin, who are we going to be looking to see a little bit more from in the upcoming days?
Still want to see a little bit more from Aurora, but they've shown me enough to say that they can still have a good week to put themselves in contention to get up there. I think after 2 match days, you still have time. My worry would be if you are struggling after 3 match days, and definitely worried after 4. But for now, it's still not all panic stations just yet for the likes of Aurora. The teams in the bottom 10, okay, maybe you're starting to panic a little bit even after 2 match days. You really need to assess what's gone wrong. Now you've played both groups. Now you've been able to see what the drop spots are like. Are you contesting the whole time? Are you having a poor rotation because of another team? What can you do to try and change that, right? Is it just a matter of changing POIs, which I know is not difficult, or is it a matter of a composition change? There's all these different things now. You have to go over your tape. You need to be assessing. You need to be doing your research and your prep, or get your coach to do it for you, and make sure you come back bigger, stronger, better for the next set of games.
Yeah, and I know it sounds like it's early for us to be talking about these things, but the season is going to fly by before people realize it. And with so many teams having these explosive performances and already putting themselves in really high positions points-wise, anyone who's down there on the third page definitely wants to do whatever they can to try and pick it up as quickly as possible. But of course, with all of these amazing team performances come our individual performances, which means that it is time for the Monster MVP. All right, guys, let's talk about this a little bit because we had some pretty tough choices when it comes to the Monster Energy MVP. Onset, I want to know who you chose.
I have chosen a man whose playstyle resembles my own, and that is going to be 9 Impulse from Fire Beavers. I've loved watching him play today. I absolutely adored the way that he's approached this game. He has been at the forefront of all of the fights that have been taken by Fire Beavers. He is dealing so much damage. I'm actually really interested to see what his damage stats are at the end of the day, because I felt like he was the instigator so many times for this team. And even in this fight here, like, he's just, you know, there's 189, a little bit more every fight. He's there with a car or with the Havoc or whatever it might be, and he is just not missing too many bullets and causing so many problems. And the one thing I love about 9 Impulse as well is, like, when he makes calls for this team, he gets backed up immediately, and the beef is backed immediately by the rest of the team. This fight here was symptomatic of it. You know, walking up a staircase, teammate with him, no off angles being taken. It is the death ball from the Fire Beavers, the kings of the death ball. And again, another example of it here. I think he's been a really good leader for them today, and the impact he's had on their game has been outstanding.
I mean, definitely a fantastic pick. Fire Beavers in general, that was probably a hard choice to make because they've just had such an incredible day. But Gaskin, who'd you end up picking?
Well, I mean, Mark started with Fire Beavers. I also am going to go with Fire Beavers, and I probably could have picked any of them. Let's just go with OJ Rain, who has the most kills, right? You've got 9 Imps, who has the most assists in the league, but I'm going to go with Taskmaster for my MVP vote because he has 14,000 damage so far after 12 games. This man has been on fire, and he was on fire last split as well. The damage output was incredible. Every single game you're watching him, he is always doing something that just seems abnormal. I'm just wondering where he was created. What lab was he created from at this point, because he is insane. But we could have voted for anyone from the Fire Beavers because, as I said, all 3 of them top the leaderboards for different reasons entirely. As a team, they're nuts. You know, and I too feel that way about Fire Beavers, but I also feel that way about Jailing. So for me, I'm actually going to be talking about JMW. Now, this is a situation where I truly could have picked any of the players from Jailings and we'd be able to highlight them, but JMW brought so much to the games today, not only in utility, but was also instrumental when it came to Jailing's success with their aggression. I mean, he was second in the lobby heading into that last match with 12 kills. Phenomenal performance across the board, and you could see just how much contribution he had for these fights. Now, to be fair, like I said, I could have picked anyone. We talked a lot about noises. We saw Nags clutch up in that last match there. So every single one of them was an option, but for me, it was JMW. All 3 choices, though, from all 3 of us casters, phenomenal picks because the players today just put on an absolute show. But that was your Monster Energy MVP. I don't know how we chose for those, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm happy with the choices. I look at the leaderboards and go, right, he has most kills, he has most damage, he has most assists. Let's pick between one of those guys because they've been off their rockers today. I mean, some of the stuff that we saw, insane, Fire Beavers especially. I mean, I know Jailings won the day, and don't get me wrong, they played incredible Apex Legends, but an entirely different style when you look at what Fire Beavers did, the confidence, the amount of kills they're putting out. But when we look at, you know, match point format, I'm going to already talk about it, wins are important. So consistency important, and Fire Beavers just need to make sure they know when to reel it in and when to slow things down.
He's already putting it out there, Mark. He's already talking about it.
Never reel it in, Fire Beavers. Do what you do. That's all I'm saying. They're my favorite team to watch at the moment. They're so fun to watch. Like, it's just, it's the epitome of the death ball in Fire Beavers form. Someone can draw a picture of that. I don't know what it'll look like, but it'll be an amazing piece of art.
Okay, all right. Well, now that we've gotten to talk about who our MVP choices are, it's time for an interview, and we actually get to talk with Noises. I am very excited to bring him on to the show. Let's get him in here. First of all, congratulations on a fantastic day. How is the squad feeling right now?
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, that was like kind of a complete turnaround from last week, right? So yeah, it was a really good day, and the guys just played so well. So yeah.
I mean, you guys absolutely crushed it. And I don't know, you probably didn't hear it, obviously, because you were busy playing. But Kashera, we had him on earlier, and he was talking about you specifically, hyping you up as the IGL and how good you were doing today. So, I mean, talk to us a little bit about that. How did you feel about your own individual performance?
I think it was like night and day compared to last week. I don't know, I just had the right sort of frame of mind today, really composed, really confident. We also changed some things up, like with the macro and the strats and different legends, and I think what we're playing now just fits me better. Like it fits the way I kind of know how to play the game. So I just kind of played to my strengths, which was really, really nice. And it's always like, I've said this before, but it's always really easy as an IGL when you tell your teammates to do something and then they just like execute it perfectly. So I definitely have a bit of a buff there. I can't lie, but no, that's super nice of Cash to say that. He's obviously a legend as well. So I appreciate that.
Okay, well, then we got to talk about a pivotal moment that we saw in the last match of today. We've got a little bit of a clip of it as well, and we talked about it when we were going through the highlights, but it was when you guys, you took this fight and ended up with such low health. What was going through the comms after you were able to clutch it up and then reset?
Yeah, so we went to I think I went into this fight with one cell and one shield battery, so I knew like it was all or nothing fight. I knew they were going to push down the hill, so we had to use the Cyril. Honestly, like this was the kind of fight we should never win. We just should never win this, but we kind of all three swung perfectly. And I accidentally got in the car when I was trying to arm assault right there, and I got knocked to a charge rifle. And I screamed so loud at that moment. That was honestly the most stressful experience. But yeah, that was the fight of the tournament. Really, we won that fight, and we can play the game. We went into that fight with one cell, like nothing, and the guys just played so well. And I mean, yeah, it was a 1 HP clutch, but you know, you got to have 1 HP to be alive, you know, and we were. So it was a good fight.
Hey, you take those. You don't complain about those. Mark, do you have any questions?
I do, because you mentioned it at the start. You're like, well, you said it's a bit of a turnaround from last week, and it was almost like you couldn't believe that last week happened in the way it did. You know, a new team, new player, a lot changed, right? New season, all these things, new season of Pro League, all of these things came together, and it was not the week that you wanted. How difficult was it to bounce back and kind of pick yourself up after the changes, everything you put into it, and come back today and be as strong as you were? Like, what was that process like for you guys?
To be honest, it was more like last week was the anomaly, not this week. I mean, I'm not just saying that to sound like really egotistical. It's because before last week, we were performing really well as a team. You can sort of feel it when a team's working, and it was just working. Like straight away, like with Nags, it felt comfortable. He just fits what we needed perfectly, and him and Jay like play off each other extremely well. So I knew going into last week that I had a very strong team, and I honestly think I just couldn't perform under pressure. I think last week the guys played really well. I think they were just poorly directed, and then I don't know why. I'd love to tell you why, but I just knew this week. Like I knew it's almost like I think it was just nerves last week, maybe like the first Pro League day. Like I wasn't focused. I couldn't really get my head in the game. And yeah, the team just feels so good. I always knew it was gonna bounce back. I always knew.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, well, you guys definitely looked phenomenal. Gaskin, you have anything you want to ask?
Of course, always. Last game, you guys were, you know, neck and neck with Fire Beavers for quite a while. You wouldn't have known it necessarily, but they were on an absolute mission. They were just pushing every single fight. They were looking flawless with their engagements. How relieved were you when you saw it in the kill feed, though, that they had been eliminated? And did you know how close things were going to be? And it literally came down to just a few kills.
Yeah, this is the thing with Apex. It's so fun to watch because you guys have all this information, so you can build these storylines. From my point of view, it's just like, okay, don't die, keep playing, don't die. And like I'm just so focused on trying to squeeze points out of the game. I genuinely don't even think about what teams are alive, and especially not in these series. In match point, you really have to like dedicate a player to track it and be really aware of where everyone is. But in the 6-game series, at the end of the day, you just have to play the game and squeeze all the points you can out, and then hope at the end you're on top. And I knew it was probably 5B was coming from that angle because they obviously land center and they would wipe that side. And I knew the fact that they were still alive meant they probably killed a lot of people because that's the play style. So I was definitely aware that, it was going to be a tight final game. But to be honest, when we saw they were dead, I was kind of like a bit of a breath of fresh air. But even then, you don't know how many kills they have, right? So, yeah.
Well, in the end, you guys clutched up the whole thing. You got the win when you needed to. So congratulations. Obviously, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us. You've been absolutely lovely. Best of luck in your future games.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for chatting. And you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
We love Noises here. This is a Noises fan club, I just want to say.
It's 100% a Noises fan club, but it's also time to talk about something in today's games that was absolutely instrumental in the success of some of our teams, which means it is time for WD Black, What's in Your Pack? All right, let's talk about it because on set, it is the digital threat. We were talking about it earlier, and it made a massive difference in today's games.
It certainly did, and it was interesting that it was in the crafting rotation today. I kind of was mentioning a little bit that more teams are going to have access to it than others, so Bangalore almost becomes less impactful in those smoke-based fights because everyone can pick up a digi-threat. But it's very interesting, the digi-threat, it becoming more and more hard to say that the more times I say it, by the way. Because, when it's not something that is a common pickup, Bangalore becomes more of a rotational tool, but when you can get it in your hands, it becomes such an overpowered kind of fighting mechanic, especially, if you find it on RE45 or care package, if you find it in an assault bin, whatever it might be, you can completely and utterly turn fights in your favor, and it is a game changer when it comes to those smoke fights.
It's probably why we saw so many Bangalores being picked. We had a 50% pick rate, 10 Bangalores on the map. I think when you know that there's going to be so many digital threats, you have to be playing Bangalore. Otherwise, you put yourself at a disadvantage because, you can still see through enemy smokes, but you want to be able to give yourself that opportunity to take on people that don't have the Bangalore as well and maybe don't have that situation to be able to shield themselves. So really interesting to see how just the crafting rotation can affect the meta. Even though Bang is very prominent, I think we saw more of her today because of that.
Yeah, I think that this will probably, like you're saying, once it's out of that crafting rotation, it'll completely change things up yet again. So the crafter making a huge impact in tandem with the digital threat in today's games as we continue to see some of these insane clips out of our squads. But overall, it was important. It made some of these performances even better than they were. So this has been WD Black, What's in Your Pack? All right, guys, that means that it is time for us to talk about final thoughts. Okay, we had a fantastic day today. We still have more action in store, but for now, on set, tell me what you're thinking.
I'm glad there was some challenging today, going down at the top of this group. I think that it was important for EMEA as a region to really start stepping up a little bit and not letting the teams who are those top 5 teams historically run away with things like they have, and I was worried that they might do after the first 2 game days. So I'm happy for EMEA to see the work is being put in. I need to see that continue throughout this split, and I really want to see, when we get to those qualification places, it not be a case of a couple of teams at the top running away with things. I want to see it go right down to the wire, and EMEA really step up their game here in this split.
I couldn't agree with that anymore, Gaskin. How are you feeling about how today went?
I mean, it was a little bit all over the place, wasn't there? It was a little bit of everything. I'm happy that we saw a few Watson teams really step up today and just going against the meta. Catalyst really falling off, especially as we go into Stormpoint. I think that that's going to be very different when we're in North America, but I still feel like no one's really nailed down the meta. Yes, okay, we have the Seer and Catalyst, which is very popular, and it seemed like on Stormpoint we got the Seer and Bangalore, which was very popular as well, and the Valkyrie was very much increasing as we went to Stormpoint, but I think it's going to keep developing. I think it's going to keep changing. It is an ever-changing factor in Apex Legends because you have to play comparatively to what is around you. What can you counter? What do you have to use? And that means it's always exciting for me because I love to look at all those different things.
Well, it was not only a fantastic day of gameplay, but a fantastic day of casting from the two of you. So thank you, as always, for being your wonderful selves. But that means it is time for us to say goodbye for now. But don't forget, we still have a whole other region of play that we have to get through here in just a little bit. So make sure you grab your snacks and your friends and settle in for our day 3 of NA right around the corner. Because trust me, you do not want to miss out on any of this action. But if you you do, don't worry. Just make sure that you follow at Play Apex Esports on all of the social media platforms to keep yourself up to date with all things ALGS related. And that way you won't miss a single moment. But that is a wrap for EMEA. Congratulations to all of our teams on their performances from today. It's time for us to take a short hiatus, but don't forget, NA will be right around the corner. So we'll make sure to see you back here in just a little bit.